Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents The Virgin Who Humbled Lord Haslemere by Anna Bradley. Narrated by Jessica Bright. Prologue. Oxenden Street, London, July 1780. Georgiana Harley was the third. Lady Amanda Clifford heard the girl's name before she ever saw her face. Just rumours at first, a whisper here and there about a ragged orphan who spent her nights in Covent Garden, fleecing the pockets of every drunken rake in London. Gossip had it the girl had the devil's own luck. Luck. A destitute street urchin. Lucky. Lucky in the way of chimney sweeps, hunchbacks, and hangman's nooses, perhaps. Which is to say, not lucky at all. Lady Amanda believed in a great many things. Fate and chance, destiny and intuition. But luck wasn't one of them. If a street urchin was warming her palms with coins plucked from London's hardened gamesters, she possessed something more valuable than luck. Guile, perhaps. Cunning. A talent for treachery. Lady Amanda didn't make a habit of scouring London's streets for stray waifs, but when the rumours swelled to a fever pitch, she and her servant, Daniel Brixton, made their way to Oxenden Street to see the girl for themselves. It was, Lady Clifford would later recall, one of the few occasions on which she acted contrary to her habit. It wouldn't be the last. Not where Georgiana Harley was concerned. She was perched on the street outside the Crimson, a low gaming hell named for the crimson-coloured door, the one bright object in a neighbourhood of soot-blackened buildings and shadowy streets. Lady Amanda didn't emerge from her carriage, but directed her coachman to wait. She lingered far longer than she'd intended, watching the girl through the carriage window in silent fascination. She wasn't a cheat. Not in the strictest sense of the word. But neither was she simply lucky. She had a piece of rough board balanced on her lap, her eyes darting back and forth as she slapped the cards down with a deftness born of practice. 1 deck, 2, half a dozen. The number of cards didn't seem to matter. Back and forth, counting and calculating. She didn't lack for culls, men of all sorts, high-born and low, penniless or flush, drunken or sober, paused for a game on their way past the Crimson. The meaner among them saw an easy mark, and were eager to strip the girl of her winnings. Others, those with the guineas to spare, were merely taken with the novelty of the thing. Regardless, the pile of coins in the girl's lap continued to grow. When the weight became burdensome, or the dull glint of copper became too tempting to pickpockets, she'd scoop them up and secret them away in some hidden pouch, secure from thieving fingers. She wasn't greedy. She might have fleeced her victims for every last miserable shilling, but she was restrained. Judicious. This, more than anything else, intrigued Lady Amanda, as an existence scraped from the grimy London streets was more apt to drive one to avarice than subtlety. Luck? No. Lady Amanda hadn't expected the girl's gift would turn out to be divine good fortune. But neither had she expected to find a ragged little waif spinning survival into an art with every twitch of her agile fingers. An artist, in Covent Garden, crouched on the filthy street outside a gaming hell. Then again, there was nothing remarkable in finding art at a museum, was there? The real genius was in recognizing brilliance, even if one stumbled across it in the last place on earth they'd ever think to look for it. Chapter 1. Covent Garden, London. January 1795.
5 guineas, Haslemere. Put 'em into Perry's hat, and he'll see your rider mounted.
Benedict Harcourt, Lord Haslemere, tossed the handful of gold coins in his fist into Lord Peregrine's hat, then fell to one knee in the street and peered over his shoulder. "Right then, Perry, I'm ready. Get her up, there's a good fellow." "Ready, love." Perry plucked up the girl waiting on the pavement and settled her on Benedict's back. "Hold on tight now, don't want a cracked skull, eh?" The girl took hold of Benedict's hair with a grip that made his eyes water and kicked her heels into his flanks, squealing with delight when he pawed at the ground and snorted. "Look at mine, Susanna. He's like a real horse." "More like an ass." Lord Harrington steadied his own rider and smirked at Benedict. "He's got the face of one, if you ask me." "No one did ask you, Harrington. Now be quiet, if you please, while I confer with my jockey regarding our strategy." Benedict craned his neck to wink at the little red-headed chit on his back, then caught her legs to still her before she could unman him with her frenzied kicking. Harrington snorted. "What bloody strategy! Run down to the bottom of the lane and back, and don't lose your rider. Whoever makes it back first wins the lot." "Only the worst sort of blackguard curses in front of a young lady, Harrington." Benedict shot his friend a disgusted look. "Mind your manners." Harrington rolled his eyes at Benedict, but he tipped his hat to the girls with a charming smile. "Beg pardon, ladies, I forgot myself." Both girls giggled madly at this, and Benedict's rider, still overcome with excitement, gave his hair another vicious tug. He winced and reached up to disentangle her fingers. "Hands on my head, Sarah, but not in my hair, or you'll snatch me bald. Lock your legs around my waist so you don't take a tumble. Yes, there we are. That's how a proper jockey does it." The coins clinked together as Perry took up the hat for safekeeping. "Right then. On your marks, gentlemen." "Damn," Harrington said, already forgetting his pledge not to curse. "If only we had a pistol to set the thing off properly." "Clever idea, Harrington, shooting a pistol into the air at midnight in the middle of Covent Garden. What could go wrong?" Harrington frowned. "I hadn't thought of that." No, he wouldn't have. But Benedict hadn't invited Harrington along because he was a deep thinker. He was amusing enough as far as London rogues went, but he had one of the thickest heads in England. Perry waved Benedict over to the right side of the street, and Harrington to the left, then took his place between them. "On my count, then, gentlemen, and, young ladies. On your marks, get set. Go!" A foot race had seemed like a harmless enough diversion at first, but like many of Benedict's antics, it proved to be trickier than he'd anticipated. The lane was narrow, the cobbles slick and uneven, and both he and Harrington were a trifle sotted. They careened forward, their boots slipping from underneath them, and just missed slamming into each other and toppling their jockeys to the ground. "Go on! Faster!" Sarah jabbed her heels into Benedict's stomach, squealing with glee as he raced down the lane. His heart shot into his throat when Harrington stumbled against him at the turn, visions of blood and twisted, childish limbs racing through his head. But they'd come too far to put a stop to it now. So he dug in and shot past Harrington to clear a safe pathway for himself and Sarah, his legs shaking and lungs burning. "They're coming into the final stretch," Perry shouted as they drew closer. "And it's Haslemere and Sarah by your nose. That big beak of yours finally came in handy, eh, Haslemere? Too bad, Harrington." Harrington came to a halt beside Benedict, still panting. "Blast! Susanna and I had it up until that last bit. Damn you and your long legs, Haslemere. Shall we go again? A 10-guinea wager this time?" Yes, let's go again." Sarah clapped her hands. "That was such good fun." 10 guineas, Susanna breathed. "Cool, Gov. That's a lot of blunt, that is." "You're quite right, Susanna. It is a lot of blunt.
Such high stakes demand a more adventurous race. What say you, Haslemere?
Benedict recognised the gleam in Harrington's eyes, and his own eyes narrowed.
Determined to break a bone tonight, Harrington?
Harrington, who'd had a great deal more port than Benedict, shrugged off his concerns.
Nonsense, it's safe enough. 10 guineas, but this time our jockeys ride on our shoulders, not our backs. Are you mad?
Benedict peeled a squirming, clinging Sarah off his back.
I nearly dropped her as it was. Oh, come now, Haslemere. It's fine. Look, I'll show you.
Harrington crouched down, and Susanna slid off his back.
That's right, love. Now, lift her onto my shoulders, will you, Perry?
Perry looked doubtful, but he grasped Susanna around her waist and lifted her onto Harrington's shoulders.
Hold on to her now, Harrington. Get a good grip on her legs and don't drop her. What do you take me for, Perry? A proper stallion never loses his rider.
Harrington eased to a standing position with Susanna balanced on his shoulders and turned to Benedict with a triumphant smile.
Now, stop grumbling and get your rider mounted. Up you go, Sarah. Kneel down, Haslemere.
Benedict didn't move.
No, not a chance, Harrington. For God's sake, Haslemere, what's the trouble?
Harrington's lips curled in the wicked grin that had wreaked untold havoc on London's belles.
She wants to ride again, don't you, Sarah?
Of course she wants to ride. She's a child and doesn't know any better. But you do, Harrington. These are little girls, not china dolls. If you drop her, you can't patch her back together with twine and paste. Harrington huffed out a breath, but after a bit of sulking, he gave in and reached up to lift Susanna down from his shoulders.
You're a dreadful bore, Haslemere.
Benedict slapped him on the back.
I'll think of some other amusement to entertain you. You'd better, Harrington grumbled. Not whites either, or any of the gaming hells, or I'll be quite cross with you. I want something new. I've never failed you before, have I? Now, Perry, the hat, if you please.
Benedict held out his hand, and Perry handed over the hat.
My dear young ladies, we thank you for your delightful company this evening.
Benedict turned to the two girls and offered each of them an extravagant bow.
You're both admirable jockeys, and you've earned your guineas.
Susanna snatched up the coin Benedict offered her quicker than a frog with a juicy fly on its tongue. But Sarah made no move to take hers. She stared up at Benedict, her chin wobbling. And then disaster struck. Sarah's eye twitched, her face screwed up, her mouth opened, and a deafening howl broke loose from her lips. Harrington slapped his hands over his ears.
Good Lord! What's the matter with her? What's she doing?
Perry peered down at the little girl. She seems to be crying. Harrington leaned down to get a closer look at her, then straightened with a wise nod.
I do believe you're right, Perry. My sisters cry on occasion, and it looks just like that.
Benedict stared down at Sarah, horrified.
For God's sakes, of course she's crying, you half-wits. But why?
Susanna had been studying her guinea, as suspicious as any moneylender, but now she turned to Benedict with a shrug. She wants to go for another horse ride.
I want to go again!
Sarah stamped her foot, tears streaming down her cheeks.
That cove there said we might.
But it isn't safe, sweetheart, Benedict protested. Lord Harrington here is sure to drop you, and you'll end up with a cracked skull. Me? You're the one who'd have dropped her, Haslemere.
She doesn't care about a cracked skull.
Susanna balanced her guinea in her palm, as if weighing it, then shoved it into her skirt pocket.
Oh, quit your fussing, Sarah, and take your guinea before these coves shove off.
But Sarah didn't stop fussing, not even when Benedict offered her the coin. He'd seen females weep before, but kisses and flattery, or jewels in the direst of cases, usually quieted them quickly enough. Little girls were not, it seemed, as easily soothed.
What do we do? I've no idea, but I wish you luck with it, Haslemere.
Harrington pounded him on the back, then turned away.
We'll see you at Gentleman Jackson's tomorrow, eh?
Benedict grabbed his coat sleeve.
Tomorrow? You're leaving me here.
Harrington shrugged him off.
You're the one who made her cry. I would have taken them for another ride.
Damn it, Harrington. Benedict made another grab for him, but Harrington stepped neatly out of his way and shot him an infuriating grin over his shoulder.
Good luck, Haslemere.
Bloody cowards! Benedict shouted after them, but they disappeared around the corner without a backward glance.
Come now, Sarah, don't cry, he pleaded, crouching down in the street in front of the weeping little girl. Here's another guinea, all right?
Just a minute, Gov. I never got my second ride neither,
Susanna reminded him, holding out her hand.
With pleasure, Susanna. As I said, you earned every shilling of it.
Benedict was happy to give them the whole lot, if only Sarah would stop crying. He'd never been able to bear it when his younger sister Jane wept, and now this little chit had him wrapped around her finger too. He pressed the coin into Sarah's palm.
Now, Sarah, dry your eyes, won't you? Here's a nice guinea. Take it. You're a splendid jockey, and I beg your pardon for disappointing you.
It was the wrong thing to say. At the reminder of her bitter disappointment, Sarah let loose with a deafening wail that made Benedict's ears ring. Good Lord, it sounded as if someone were murdering the girl. In desperation, he dropped to his knees on the wet street and took Sarah gently by her shoulders.
Right then, how about this? I'll give you another ride on my back, shall I? Down to the bottom of the lane and back, and then you'll be off with your guineas.
Sarah's shrieks trailed off into wet sniffles. Bloody good thing, too, because another few minutes of that, and every night watchman in London would be upon them.
You'll take me for another ride?
One more ride only, yes. Help her up, will you, Susanna?
Best get the thing done quickly, before the runners appeared and took him up for teasing little girls. Benedict offered Sarah his back, then rose to his feet when he felt her thin arms wrap around his neck.
Right then, hold on tight now. Here we go.
Sweet, precious, blessed silence. There was a reason some sage or other had described silence as golden. Georgiana couldn't recall precisely who'd said it, but one of the ancient Greeks, most likely. They were the cleverest ones. She rested her head against the closed door at her back and surveyed her bedchamber with what she was certain must be a very unbecoming but satisfied smirk on her lips. Everything was in its place. She'd sneaked upstairs after mid-morning lessons to arrange her kingdom, that is, her queendom, just the way she liked it, without a single thought to anyone's comfort but her own. It wasn't often she had no one to please but herself, and she intended to wallow in her privacy like a sweet little baby bird snuggled in its nest. A sweet baby bird that's pushed all of its baby bird siblings over the edge, that is. She'd folded the coverlet on her bed into precise thirds, leaving a neat corner of the snowy white linens peeking out invitingly. She'd arranged her candle just so, and had a second one secreted away in her table in case she got swept up in her book and burned through the first one. Nothing was more tedious than having to drag oneself downstairs to fetch another candle. In the table beside the bed, tucked into the drawer next to the candle, was Mrs. Meek's Count St. Blancard. Georgiana had languished for months on the waiting list at Lane's circulating library for it. Now her turn had come at last, and just at the right time. She crossed the room and sank into her bed, sighing with contentment as she pulled the coverlet up to her chin. Heaven! She'd been dreaming of this moment all day long. There was a brisk knock, then a voice floated through the door. "Georgiana?" It was Winnie Browning, Lady Clifford's housekeeper. Georgiana froze, eyes widening, then dove under the covers and pulled them over her head. "Sorry to disturb, dear," Winnie called, "but you'd better come at once." Come at once? But Count St. Blancard was waiting. A lady didn't keep a count wait. "Georgiana!" Another knock, louder this time. "Are you in there?" Georgiana buried her face in her pillow, defeated. So close. "Yes, I'm here." There was no sense in fighting it. "Come in, Winnie." Winnie opened the door, her tea towel crumpled in her hands. "I've just been upstairs, and 2 of the girls are missing." "What, again? Let me guess, it's Sarah and Susanna, isn't it?" Georgiana wasn't sure why she bothered to ask. It was always Sarah and Susanna. Yes, the wicked things. Lady Clifford is already at her wits' end with those 2. I don't like to think what she'll do if she comes home and finds they've sneaked out again. Georgiana was tempted to find out precisely what Lady Clifford would do. But if there was trouble afoot, Sarah and Susanna were sure to find it. And this was London. There was always trouble afoot. Why does this always happen when Emma's not here? Emma could coax a terrified mouse from its hole and straight into the jaws of a waiting cat. She was much better at herding recalcitrant schoolgirls than Georgiana, who was more likely to shove a piece of heavy furniture in front of the mouse hole, dust her hands off, and be done with it. "I'm sorry, dear, but Emma and Lady Clifford are off on some mysterious errand, and Daniel went with them. I'm afraid it'll have to be you." Georgiana cast one last despairing glance at her book before giving it up for lost. It would serve Sarah and Susanna right if I left them to their fate. It would teach them a lesson. Winnie merely raised an eyebrow. Georgiana had made similar threats before without following through on them, and they both knew this wouldn't be any different. "Oh, all right, I'm going." Georgiana threw the coverlet back, marched across her bedchamber into the hallway, and up the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the Clifford School's youngest pupils had their bedchambers. There were 6 girls to a room up here instead of 4, a circumstance that led to 1/3 more than the usual amount of mischief. Georgiana had done the calculations herself. A burst of smothered laughter met her ears from the other side of the door, and she charged into the bedchamber without knocking. "Well, good evening, girls. My, you're all quite cheerful tonight. Pray don't let me interrupt the joke." Her brisk steps were loud in the hush that fell over the room. 1, 2, and... yes, there was little Caroline on the other side of the door. That made 3, and then Abby, over by the window, was 4. 4 heads where there should be 6. She was missing 2 heads. That is, 2 girls. All right, then. Let's have it out, shall we? Where have Sarah and Susanna gone this time? 4 pairs of guilty eyes opened wide, before Abby, the oldest and by far the most cunning, spoke up. "What? Are Sarah and Susanna gone, Miss Harley? Why, we didn't even notice, did we, girls?" "Is that so?" Georgiana crossed her arms over her chest. Like most street urchins, her girls were accomplished liars, but she'd been both a street urchin and a liar herself once upon a time, and she knew how to pry their secrets loose. "Let's ask Caroline, shall we? Come here." Georgiana beckoned to Caroline and pointed to the floor in front of her. "Did you see Sarah and Susanna tonight?" Caroline was the youngest and tenderest of the girls, and the most easily worked upon. Occasionally, Georgiana felt a pang of guilt for targeting the weakest animal in the herd, but when it came to wild schoolgirls, ruthlessness was a necessity. It was either devour or be devoured. Caroline cast an uneasy look at Abby, but she came forward as she was bid, her lower lip trembling. Georgiana peered down at her and let the silence stretch until the child began to squirm. "Well, Caroline?"
"Yes, Miss Harley. I saw 'em."
"Ah, I thought someone must have. When did you see them last? No, look at me, not at Abby." Georgiana turned Caroline's face toward her with a finger under her chin.
"At supper, Miss Harley."
Supper? That was hours ago. What? Not since then?
"Nay, miss."
Caroline darted an anxious look at Abby.
"They ducked out the front door when Mrs. Browning went back to the kitchen. They said they fancied a walk and—"
Abby let out a warning hiss, but Joanna pointed an accusing finger at her.
"Abby went with them, Miss Harley. She sneaked back in just before Mrs. Browning came up. She told us Sarah and Susanna went to Covent Garden."
Covent Garden? Dash it, those foolish girls. What did they think they were doing, sneaking off to Covent Garden after dark? London was rife with scoundrels and villains, but no place more so than Covent Garden. Where in Covent Garden? Caroline heard the tight note in Georgiana's voice and began to cry. But before she could get her lungs into it, Abby, who could see the truth was going to come out despite her best efforts, pushed Caroline aside. "Stop your snivelling, Caroline, and let me tell it. Right, so it were like this, Miss Harley. We were on Henrietta Street, not doing any harm, mind ye, just watching the coves going in and out of the hills and begging a penny or two. Not bothering no one, minding our own business like when—" "Minding your own business, were you?" Georgiana snorted. "I suppose if I check your pockets, I won't find any silk handkerchiefs then." Abby took a hasty step backward, out of Georgiana's reach. "Minding our own business, like I said, when out comes these three toffs. And oh, they were pretty ones, Miss Harley, I tell you. Fancy, with their waistcoats all shiny embroidered everywhere, gold watch fobs and everything." Oh no, this was growing worse every minute. Of all the scoundrels one might encounter in Covent Garden, fashionable rakes were the worst. They saw everything and everyone they came across as playthings for their exclusive amusement. Aristocrats.
"Aye, I'd say so, miss. Viscounts, perhaps, or earls. Lords, leastways. So, these toffs, they see Sarah and Susanna hanging about, and they ask them if they want to make a guinea each."
"A guinea?" Georgiana gaped at Abby in horror.
"Aye, a guinea. They were in their cups and laughing a good deal, so it was hard to tell what for. But Susanna and Sarah went off with them quick enough as soon as they mentioned the guineas."
Well, of course they did. A guinea was a fortune to girls like Sarah and Susanna, who'd hardly ever had tuppence to rub together, never mind a guinea each. A frisson of dread tripped up Georgiana's spine. If these rakes were offering that much, what did they expect from the girls in return? Sarah and Susanna were hardly more than children, but to a certain type of man, it didn't matter how old the girls were. Or how young. The thought turned Georgiana's stomach. "Where did the lords take them, Abby? Did you see which way they went?"
"Round the corner to Maiden Lane. But there's no need to take on so, Miss Harley. Sarah and Susanna know what they're about. Why, they're probably on their way back here now, with that toff's gold fob in one of their pockets."
The other girls nodded, and Georgiana wanted to tear her hair out in frustration. Because they'd managed to survive the streets this long, these girls thought they were invincible. But Georgiana knew the odds of Sarah and Susanna coming away unscathed from an encounter with 3 drunken rakes were poor, indeed. She'd spent too many years of her own childhood on the London streets to have any illusions about a girl's chances of survival. She wasn't fool enough to think she could rescue every waif in London, but these girls were hers. She'd plucked them off the street herself, one after the next, much as Lady Clifford had plucked her off the street all those years ago. They were her girls, and God knew if she didn't take care of them, no one else would. "No one sets a single toe outside this door. Do you hear me?" Georgiana looked from one girl to the next, and if she could judge by their expressions, she must have looked fierce indeed. "Not one single toe." The girls nodded, their eyes wide. "Yes, Miss Harley." Georgiana whirled around, ran back to her bedchamber to tug on some clothes, then hurried down the stairs. She paused in the entryway to snatch her coat and hat off the hook, then rushed out the door and into the night in the direction of Covent Garden. It wasn't far, just over a mile, but it was damp and cold, and the streets were slick. She skidded along, shivering in the icy January fog, curses and prayers dropping from her lips. Those foolish, foolish girls. Please let them be safe. When she reached Bedford Street without stepping in any puddles of blood or stumbling over any lifeless bodies, she forced herself to calm. It was all right. Of course it was. The girls were naughty, but they weren't naive. They were simply on another adventure, that was all. She'd be with them in just another moment. She'd drag them back to the school by their ears, and all would be well. By the time she turned the corner onto Maiden Lane, she'd just about convinced herself there wasn't a thing to worry about. That was when she heard the scream. Chapter 2. It was a young girl's voice raised in awful, piercing howls, as if a monster from her darkest nightmare had come to life and was threatening to drag her down into the deepest bowels of hell. That shriek made every hair on Georgiana's neck spike with fear, but not a single sound passed her lips as she flew around the corner. She didn't shout or gasp or cry. She certainly didn't cry, nor did she pause to think, but charged forward, her heart bursting in her chest and ghastly images filling her head as she ran. A hulking scoundrel dressed all in black, his dagger pressed to Sarah's throat, or his massive hands wrapped around Susanna's neck, squeezing the life out of her, or a gang of banditti, their swords drawn, or... This isn't a Gothic horror novel, for pity's sake. Georgiana dragged in deep gulps of the frigid air to calm herself, but it was dark as a nightmare. Covent Garden was a blaze of light, but only a few glimmers reached as far as Maiden Lane, and she'd seen for herself how darkness could hide a multitude of horrors. She flew down the street, her half-boots skidding out from underneath her. She was nearly upon them before she noticed the shadowy figures at the end of the lane. 2 were smaller, child-sized, but the other was tall, with the broad-shouldered bulk of a man. No, not a man, but a criminal, a demon, the sort of wretch who preyed upon innocent children. Georgiana's first instinct was to leap upon his back and sink her claws into his scalp, but she came to a crashing halt, the fog swirling around her, and blinked into the darkness. There was no bloody dagger, and no blackguard with his brutal hands wrapped around a child's slender neck. That is, there was a man, but he wasn't dressed in black. He wore a royal blue coat embroidered with an abundance of costly silver thread, and instead of the meaty, murderous paws she'd envisioned, his hands were long, elegant, and wrapped in a pair of flawless white gloves. Susanna was standing beside him, eyes wide, and it looked as if... Yes, it was. "Sarah, get down off that scoundrel's back, now!"
"Scoundrel?" The man's dark brows rose. "I beg your pardon, madam."
"Oh, that's going to be trouble, that is," Susanna hissed. Get down from there, Sarah, and right quick.
Sarah released her hold on the man's neck and slid down his back, grimacing at the look on Georgiana's face.
Good evening, miss.
Susanna scurried forward, cutting Sarah off.
You see, it's like this, miss.
Not a single word from either of you. Georgiana pointed at them, her hand shaking. Come here this instant. Sarah shot Susanna a panicked glance.
Oh, Miss Harley, we weren't doing anything wrong. We were just helping this cove here with his...
Enough. Georgiana grabbed an arm in each hand and pushed the girls behind her. She was furious with both of them, but that anger was tempered by relief at finding them unharmed. That left the hottest of her rage for the miscreant in front of her. I'm well aware you were led astray by this gentleman. She fixed him with a glare. I assume you do style yourself a gentleman, sir, despite your shameful antics this evening. Anyone with a pair of eyes in their head could see he was a gentleman and an aristocrat. His elegant clothing, his manner, the scent of expensive port that clung to him gave him away. He was an earl, most likely, or even a marquis, for who else would dare to treat children so callously? Any gentleman with a shred of decency would have been ashamed to look her in the eye, but this one seemed more amused than anything else. A wide grin curved his full lips, and there was an infuriating twinkle in his dark eyes as he swept his hat from his head and offered her a mocking bow. Haslemere, madam. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. Haslemere. He said his name as if Georgiana would recognize it, and indeed, she did. Everyone in London knew who he was. Benedict Harcourt, the Earl of Haslemere. What she knew of him wasn't to his credit, but he wasn't quite the despicable fiend she'd envisioned. He wasn't carrying a dagger or brandishing a sword. No banditti were lurking in the shadows, and Sarah and Susanna appeared unharmed. Still, he was scoundrel enough. Haslemere was London's most infamous rake, notorious for his reckless wagering, shocking scandals, and an endless parade of beautiful, volatile mistresses. Georgiana took him in, from the tips of his polished shoes to his smirking mouth, her lips turning down in disdain. Oh, he was pretty, wasn't he? No doubt he thought that thick auburn hair of his and those handsome dark eyes excused his appalling behaviour. But she was immune to his appeal. Tell me, Lord Haslemere, do you make a habit of entertaining yourself at the expense of the safety of young children? They were never in any danger, I assure you. They found it all great fun. Ask them yourself. The smirking lips curved into a crooked grin that no doubt charmed most ladies out of their bodices and into his bed. But Georgiana wasn't most ladies. They found it great fun, did they? Perhaps you'd care to explain why I heard Sarah screaming from 4 blocks away then. It had only been a single block, but Lord Haslemere didn't know that. Certainly, miss. It's Miss Harley, isn't it? He leaned toward her and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Sarah here was upset because I put an end to our foot races. Her shriek nearly melted the skin from my bones. I was just about to take her for a final spin when you appeared, screeching like a banshee, and accused me of being a scoundrel. Foot races! Georgiana had heard rumours about these notorious foot races. Young, wild, aristocratic gentlemen, tired of playing at hazard and whist, had taken to wagering on foot races, and the more dangerous they were, the better. There were tales of drunken wastrels charging about Covent Garden with ladies of dubious virtue in their arms, tripping over passers-by and generally making a great nuisance of themselves. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. But God knew there was no end to the stupidity of bored noblemen. Last month it had been wagering on the time it would take a drop of rain to reach the window-sill at White's. The month before that, all the rage was wagering on whether or not Lord whoever he may be could carry Mr. So-and-so around the Serpentine on his back. Nothing should surprise her any more. For her part, Georgiana was happy enough to let every foolish lord in London split their thick skulls open on the pavement. She couldn't care less if they broke their noses and sacrificed every tooth in their heads to their silly antics. That is, until one of them dared to involve her girls in his absurd games. Then she cared very much indeed. "You smell like you've been bathing in port, Lord Haslemere. Do you really think you have any business balancing a child on your shoulders in such a state?"
"Why, Miss Harley, I'm flattered you'd show an interest in my bathing habits." He winked at her, his lips quirking. "It was either another ride or a burst eardrum. Besides, I'm not one to leave a young lady in tears."
Georgiana was exerting a great effort to hold on to her temper, but Lord Haslemere was edging her closer to the brink with his careless winks and sly flirtation. "This is all just a bit of fun to you, isn't it, my lord? Just another game, an entertainment to while away an evening. What if one of these girls had fallen and broken a bone, or worse, cracked their head open? Would you have found it as amusing then?" Her vehemence took him aback.
"Now, see here, Miss Harley."
"We didn't ride on his shoulders, Miss Harley."
Susanna and Sarah had been quiet until now, their curious gazes moving from Georgiana to Lord Haslemere and back again. But now Susanna spoke up.
"Them other coves wanted us to, but this one here said as it wasn't a good idea."
"The other ones?" That's right. Georgiana had forgotten Abby had said there were 3 gentlemen.
"Well, of course," Lord Haslemere chuckled. "Did you suppose I was running races against myself? Really, Miss Harley, what fun would that be?"
Georgiana clenched her hands into fists to keep from boxing his ears.
"There was 3 of them."
Sarah's tone was eager, as if she thought the addition of 2 more rakes could only help their cause.
"One named Harry something, he was the other horse, you see, and Susanna his jockey, and then the other lord, Perry something, who held the hat with the coins."
Ah, yes, the infamous guineas. Give Lord Haslemere back his money. No girls of hers were going to be beholden to a scandalous earl. Susanna and Sarah both took a hasty step backward and hid their hands stuffed with guineas, no doubt, behind their backs.
"I don't want them back." A hint of impatience had crept into Lord Haslemere's voice. "The girls earned them and should be allowed to keep them."
Georgiana ignored it and him.
"At once, girls."
Sarah and Susanna were reluctant to relinquish their riches, but they'd been at the Clifford School long enough to know better than to argue with Miss Harley. Susanna returned her guineas, but Georgiana was obliged to pry open Sarah's fingers and take the coins away from her. "Here you are, my lord. I believe that concludes our business." She held out the coins to him, but instead of taking them, he crossed his arms over his chest.
"This is absurd, Miss Harley. Give the girls back their coins."
Georgiana's eyes narrowed. "Are you arguing with me, Lord Haslemere?"
"Caw," Sarah breathed. "He's done it now."
"I don't see what harm there is in letting the girls keep their reward, that's all."
Lord Haslemere gave a careless shrug. "That doesn't surprise me. I imagine you're not much in the habit of considering consequences." Why should he be? There were no consequences for gentlemen like him. "Allow me to explain it to you. Sarah and Susanna are meant to be tucked into their beds. Instead, they sneaked out to Covent Garden at night, disobeying the rules and putting themselves at risk. And you're proposing I reward them for it? Lord Haslemere scratched his temple, grimacing.
Now you put it that way, it doesn't seem quite the thing. I didn't think—
No, you didn't. Not an unusual occurrence, I'd wager. With a flick of her fingers, Georgiana dropped the guineas into the pocket of his cloak. I dare say you're not required to think much at all. Good night, my lord. I wish you a pleasant evening. She didn't wait for an answer, but took the girl's hands in each of hers and turned on her heel. She'd intended to stride off into the night without another word or a backward glance, but his low, amused voice stopped her.
What a liar you are, Miss Harley. We both know you wish me straight to the devil.
Good Lord, the woman had a viperish tongue. Benedict had thought Sarah's shrieking was intolerable, but it was nothing compared to the blistering scold that had just rolled off Miss Harley's lips. He couldn't recall ever having been so thoroughly chastised in his life. It was strangely refreshing, even, dare he say, titillating. Given how few ladies bothered to scold him these days, there was a certain novelty to it, and this Miss Harley was magnificent at scolding. He'd always had a bit of a weakness for a lady with a tart tongue, and she had a mouthful of rhubarb, without the sugar syrup.
Are you their governess?
She had a governess-ish air about her that put Benedict in mind of Miss Vexington, who'd been his sister Jane's governess for years. It was an unfortunate name for a governess, really, but he'd always liked Miss Vexington. She'd been a decent lady, if a trifle starchy. Miss Harley turned to face him again, her lips pressed into a tight, forbidding line. You would think that. Benedict blinked, taken aback. He hadn't meant the question as an insult, but her quills were quivering like an outraged porcupine.
I would? What does that mean?
Never mind. She turned away with a little shake of her head. It doesn't matter. Come along, girls.
Wait, Miss Harley, what's wrong with governesses?
Benedict didn't give a bloody damn about governesses, but he didn't want her to leave yet. She glanced at him over her shoulder. Not a thing. The fault isn't with the governesses. Benedict did his best to look affronted.
You mean to say the fault lies with me? You can't simply stroll off into the dark after so viciously maligning my character, madam. I demand to know your meaning.
Very well, Lord Haslemere, since you insist upon it. Miss Harley turned back to him with a huff. You seem to me to be the sort of gentleman who sees every lady as either a potential mistress or a governess.
That's absurd, Miss Harley. Sometimes they're housemaids or nursemaids.
Benedict waited for another lashing from that acid tongue, but the only sound that emerged from her lips was a peculiar click, rather like teeth snapping together.
Those ladies who don't excite your amorous inclinations must be— My amorous inclinations?
Benedict choked back a laugh.
Is that the same thing as my—
Those ladies who don't excite your amorous inclinations, she repeated stubbornly, must inevitably be governesses. He cocked his head to the side, studying her. She wasn't fashionable, nor was she a conventional beauty, yet there was something tempting about her all the same. Perhaps it was only that she was so contained, so composed. The urge to rattle her, to pull out her pins and loosen her buttons, was maddening. So, as he did with most temptations, Benedict gave into it.
Why should you think I wouldn't want to make you my mistress?
Her mouth fell open. That's not— I never— Benedict couldn't suppress his grin as she fumbled and stammered, bright red colour rushing into her cheeks. Oh, she was a cross little thing, to be sure, but that blush was delicious. I do believe my amorous inclinations have been aroused. No one was more surprised at it than he. She wasn't at all in his style. With her hair scraped back from her face and that ridiculous cloak buttoned all the way to her chin, she looked like a shorn sheep, but the few tendrils of her hair that had come loose from her hat were a pretty chestnut colour, and she had a distracting pair of darkly lashed brown eyes. Were they brown or green? He squinted at her, trying to decide. Yes, brown would do. They were closer to it than green, at any rate. She noticed his perusal, and her lips pinched into a scowl.
Do you take anything seriously, Lord Haslemere?
The grin on Benedict's lips widened. Not if I can help it. Do you take everything too seriously, Miss Harley? Her chin rose into the air.
For pity's sake, why should it matter to you whether I'm their governess or not?
Well, of course it matters. What sort of gentleman would let these little girls wander off into the night with a stranger?
Oh, Miss Harley isn't a stranger. She's one of our teachers at the Cliff... Never mind, Sarah.
Miss Harley snatched up the girl's hands again, and without another glance at Benedict, began marching back up the hill toward Henrietta Street. Wait! Benedict stepped after them. It's late. Won't you allow me to see you home in my carriage?
No, thank you. That won't be necessary.
Come now, Miss Harley. There's no need to be so particular. It looks as if it's going to rain again. Benedict wasn't sure why he didn't just let her stride off into the fog with her charges and be done with her. But his dormant, gentlemanly instincts seemed to be reasserting themselves. No doubt that blush of hers was responsible for all this tedious gallantry.
Can't we please?
Sarah tugged at a fold of Miss Harley's skirts.
He must have a handsome carriage, being a lord and all.
I do. Very handsome, and a splendid matched pair as well. If you're truly concerned about the children's well-being, Miss Harley, you won't risk their safety on the dark, wicked streets of London. But Miss Harley was having none of it. I assure you, Lord Haslemere, these two girls aren't strangers to the risks of the London streets. I dare say they've spent more time on them in their short lives than you have. True enough. He'd only ever spent one night on the London streets, and that was only because his coachman had lost track of him, and Benedict had been too sotted to find his carriage on his own. He was, alas, every bit the rake Miss Harley thought he was. But a man should do what he excelled at, and Benedict excelled at amusing others and entertaining himself. Otherwise, he was quite useless. Very well, but at least let the girls shake hands, Miss Harley. Miss Harley looked as if she was going to refuse, but Benedict beckoned to the girls, and they wrenched their hands free of Miss Harley's. He slipped his hand into his pocket and retrieved the coins as they darted toward him. He knelt on the cobbles, held out his gloved hand, and took each of theirs in turn. With a solemn nod he shook them, pressing the guineas back into their palms as he did. Miss Sarah, you're a capital jockey, and Miss Susanna, a fierce competitor. The girl's eyes widened when they felt the coins, but he gave them a subtle shake of his head, then released them with a wink. Come, Sarah and Susanna, your friends will be wondering where you are. Miss Harley took the girls' hands again. Benedict didn't try to stop them leaving this time, but stood on the damp street and watched as the darkness closed around Miss Harley and her two charges, swallowing them into its depths. Chapter 3. Berkeley Square, London. 3 months later. Georgiana scraped her spoon across the bottom of her dish, unwilling to sacrifice even a drop of her pineapple ice. "I do believe you've gotten the last of it, Georgiana. You'll wear through the bottom of the glass if you keep digging like that. Shall I ask Tristan to go to Gunter's and fetch another ice for you?" Sophia was seated on the opposite side of the carriage, her feet resting on Cecilia's lap. Georgiana peeked out the window where Sophia and Cecilia's husbands lounged against the iron railing, watching the elegant carriages passing on Berkeley Street and enjoying the spring sunshine. The gentlemen had chosen to ride to Gunter's so as not to crowd the ladies in the carriage, and they looked so elegant in their smart coats and trim breeches they might have stepped off the pages of the Gentleman's Magazine. "No, I'd better not." Georgiana leaned back against the plush velvet seat with a sigh. "I'll only want another after that. And then where will it end?" Cecilia laughed. "Such a sweet tooth, Georgiana." "Not so sweet. I've just always been mad for ices, particularly pineapple." Georgiana shamelessly licked her spoon, searching for more of the tart, cool flavour that still lingered on her tongue. "Ices, marzipans, sugared almonds, and peppermints." Emma began counting sweets off on her fingers. "Candied fruit, cakes, ice cream." Cecilia tapped her spoon against Emma's dish. "Hush, you teasing thing." Fondness swelled inside Georgiana as she took in the bright faces surrounding her. Cecilia's recent marriage to the Marquis of Darlington hadn't changed her, any more than Sophia's marriage to the Earl of Grey had changed her. They were both very grand now, to be sure, but to Georgiana, her friends would always be simply Cecilia Gilchrist, Sophia Monmouth, and Emma Downing, her closest companions at the Clifford School, and as dear to her as sisters. One of them might be a marchioness, and the other a countess, but titles and fortunes couldn't change their shared history, or erase so many years of friendship. Distance, though, and too much time spent apart. Georgiana glared down at the sticky remains of her treat congealing at the bottom of her glass, and grit her teeth against the wave of melancholy washing over her. Goodness, how broody she'd become. Sulking was a dreadful habit, but despite her best efforts, she'd been maudlin enough these past few months. Selfish, too, considering how happy her friends were. "I've no idea where the sweets go after they've passed your lips, Georgiana." Sophia waved a lazy hand at her, then let it flop back onto her stomach, as if the effort had exhausted her. "Do you know, I can't squeeze into any of my gowns anymore. My belly has swollen to such scandalous proportions these last few weeks. I've taken to wearing Tristan's banyan everywhere." Emma rolled her eyes. "Your belly is swollen with a child, not pineapple ices." Sophia snorted. "It's swollen with both, I assure you. This is the 3rd time I've been to Gunter's this week. It's a great pity I'm such a short, stubby creature. If only I had your height, Georgiana, I could eat whatever I liked." "If you had my height, you'd also have my sharp elbows and shockingly large hands and feet." Georgiana had once hoped curves would replace her angles, but she was 25 years older now, and long since reconciled to her fate. "You're much better off as the sweet, petite little thing you are, rather than a bony spinster." Georgiana winced as one by one the smiles on her friends' faces faded. Dash it, how did that dark note keep creeping into her voice? She did miss her friends, but she had more than enough work to keep her occupied. Lady Clifford had asked for her help with some ambitious plans she had for the school, and Georgiana had a pack of mischievous little girls to look after. "How are you, dearest?" Cecilia reached across the carriage to squeeze Georgiana's hand. "You seem a bit glum today." "Nonsense. I'm never glum." She wouldn't permit such a thing. I'm as content as I've ever been. Her friends exchanged sceptical looks, but she pretended not to notice. They'd only worry, and she really was perfectly well. If she missed them and occasionally wished things might have remained as they were forever, well, she'd simply make up her mind not to indulge in such melodramatic nonsense. She'd grow accustomed to the silence at home soon enough. Who'd ever heard of such a thing as too much quiet? Privacy was a luxury at a school packed to the rafters with unruly schoolgirls, so it was delightful, really, to have some peace for a change. At least, it had been at first. Lately the silence had taken on an oppressive quality, and it was about to become even quieter still. Sophia and Lord Grey were off tomorrow to spend a month in Oxfordshire. Cecilia and Lord Darlington were leaving for Kent at the end of this week, and Emma was going off to stay in Lady Crosby's townhouse in Mayfair on some mysterious business of Lady Clifford's. The evenings, when the four of them used to read horrid novels aloud to each other, were especially quiet, now that Georgiana was the only remaining member of the Swooning Virgins Society. Could it even properly be called a society, with only a single swooning virgin left? Very well, Georgiana. If you won't say it, I will. Sophia pulled her feet out of Cecilia's lap and heaved herself into a sitting position. I miss our cosy evenings together. But Tristan and I will be back in London soon, and we'll get ices together every day then, Georgiana. Yes, of course we will. Georgiana knew her friends did miss her. It was just that they were so busy now, with new and exciting lives to live, whereas she, well, she'd never done well with being left behind. Still, there was no sense pouting over it. Georgiana straightened her shoulders, impatient with herself. There's no need to fret about me, though I do confess it's not as amusing to read horrid novels to oneself. It's far more entertaining when Cecilia does the voices. Well, you're in luck then. A sly smile lit Emma's face as she drew out a book she'd tucked between the seat and the carriage door and held it up triumphantly. Mrs. Parsons, The Castle of Wolfenbach, a wicked count and an impoverished orphan, and even pirates and a kidnapping. Georgiana seized the book from Emma's hand. I've wanted to read this for ages. Emma winked. I thought Cecilia might read it to us this afternoon. Indeed she will, but not here. This carriage is too cramped and I'm dying for a proper sprawl. Sophia stuck her head out the window. Tristan, my love, we're ready to return to Great Marlborough Street now. Will you and Lord Darlington be perfect angels and take our glasses back to Gunter's? It was well past dusk by the time Georgiana returned to Maddox Street and settled down to work in Lady Clifford's tiny study. She, Sophia, Cecilia and Emma had spent the day at Sophia's townhouse in Great Marlborough Street, lounging in the library. They'd whiled away the hours, laughing and gasping over Mrs. Parsons' story and overindulging in warm biscuits slathered with Sophia's housekeeper's delicious quince preserves. Georgiana had sworn her fealty to Mrs. Beeson the first time those heavenly preserves had melted on her tongue. She was so stuffed she'd had to waddle home, but it had been a delightful afternoon. If she had felt just a twinge of melancholy when they all parted, she'd scolded herself back to equilibrium quickly enough. The time would fly by, and if she did grow restless, she'd simply turn to Mrs. Parsons or Mrs. Radcliffe for adventures. She didn't need more excitement in her life than that. She preferred things calm, quiet, and in their proper order. In any case, she had enough to keep her occupied without wishing for distraction. She turned up the lamp sitting on the desk beside her and bent over the school's account book, ignoring the cramp in her neck. She'd been poring over the book for too long already, but the blasted numbers refused to cooperate. They'd never done such a thing before. Never, since Georgiana's love affair with numbers began, had they ever disappointed her. They'd been her constant companions for as long as she could remember. Now, all these years later, her lover had forsaken her. That is, her lovers. Yes, that was more appropriate, given the rule of infinites. It had all started innocently enough, but what began with simple figures in single digits soon grew into sums. From there it was a quick progression to multiplication and division, and then, well, once a lady succumbed to algebraic and geometrical delights, there was no turning back. After 25 years, surely it wouldn't end like this. She dragged the account book closer and arranged its bottom edge so it was perfectly in line with the edge of the desk, as if right angles could somehow change the figures swimming in front of her. Savings per annum were listed in a neat row on the left side of the page, and savings to date in her precise script on the other. She squeezed her eyes closed as her finger landed on the number at the bottom right side of the page. Was it too much to hope she'd misread it? She popped her eyes open, and her shoulders sagged. It was too much to hope. She passed a hand over her aching eyes, hunched once again over the accounts, and focused on the long columns of numbers. They were burned into her brain already, but she ran her finger down the rows once again, quickly adding up the pence, crowns, guineas, and pounds in her head as she went. Again, and then again, until the figures blurred on the page and she shoved the book aside with a groan. It was no use. No matter how she calculated it, there wasn't enough money. Since Lady Clifford had mentioned securing a second building, Georgiana had been floating along on visions of a spacious new school, with girlish voices echoing throughout. But the numbers had betrayed her. Her lover had proved as faithless and fickle as any other. She eyed the open book in front of her. Perhaps one more look would reveal, "My dear child, it's not good for your eyes to read in such poor light. Take heed, Georgiana, or you'll end up with a permanent squint." Georgiana glanced up from the account book to find Lady Clifford standing in the study doorway, a familiar expression of exasperation tempered with affection on her face. "I'll fetch another lamp." "Not now, dearest. I need you in my private parlour. We have a visitor." A visitor? How long had she been poring over the account book? Georgiana glanced at the window and saw darkness pressing against the glass. Now? It's the middle of the night. Indeed, rather curious. You'll think it even more so when you see who it is. Georgiana rose from her chair, her curiosity piqued. Lady Clifford was as calm as ever, her face placid, but there was a rare air of anticipation about her. Who is it? Not the sort of visitor who's accustomed to being kept waiting. Lady Clifford turned, throwing a glance at Georgiana over her shoulder. Come along and see for yourself. Georgiana followed Lady Clifford down the darkened hallway and into the cosy sitting parlour she used when she wished to be private. Their visitor was seated in the chair closest to the fire, her back to the door. I beg your pardon for the delay, Your Grace. Lady Clifford took the seat opposite their guest and gestured Georgiana toward a small settee tucked into the corner. Your Grace? Georgiana sucked in a quick breath. There weren't many people in London who could claim such an exalted title, but surely it couldn't be. This is Miss Georgiana Harley, Your Grace. I've asked her to come because I believe she's just the young lady to assist you with this business. Of course, the lady murmured, her gaze catching Georgiana's, as Georgiana hovered beside the settee. How do you do, Miss Harley? Please do sit down. Georgiana wasn't one to be intimidated by a grand title, but then it wasn't every day one found a duchess in one's parlour in the middle of the night. She fumbled an awkward curtsy before dropping down onto the settee with a graceless thump. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace." She'd seen the Duchess of Kenilworth a few times before, but always from a distance. She was younger than Georgiana had realized, her pale face smooth and her hair as yet unburdened by any strands of silver. It was an unusual dark auburn colour, the same colour as her brother's. Lord Haslemere, the rogue. How a scapegrace like Lord Haslemere could be the brother of the petite, ladylike creature sitting here with her hands folded daintily in her lap defied explanation. There was a similarity in their features and colouring, but no brother and sister could be less alike. Despite her small stature, the Duchess had a regal air that befitted a lady of her station, whereas her brother was a libertine of the first order and looked every inch the part, with his wicked dark eyes, dishevelled hair, and that intolerable drawl. After Georgiana's encounter with him in Covent Garden 3 months ago, he'd managed to creep into her thoughts more often than she would have liked. Just when she'd banished the memory of his smirking lips at last, he'd appeared on the doorstep of the Clifford School with Lord Darlington, who'd come to declare his love for Cecilia. She hadn't seen the man since then, nor did she wish to. Nevertheless, he persisted in haunting her thoughts. "Why shouldn't I wish to make you my mistress?" Georgiana's teeth snapped together as she recalled his mocking drawl. He'd only said that to fluster her. It had worked, too, which made it even more intolerable. She didn't get flustered. Ever. She didn't stammer or fumble or blush for any man, but especially not for a man like him. "Her Grace has come, hoping we might help her find an old friend she's been searching for," Lady Clifford said, interrupting Georgiana's thoughts. "She hasn't met with any success on her own." Of course. The Duchess hadn't seen fit to bring her brother with her tonight, so there was no reason at all Georgiana should be thinking of him now. "We'll be pleased to help however we can, Your Grace." "The lady's name is Clara Beauchamp." A peculiar, wary expression crossed the Duchess's face as the name left her lips, as if she were unaccustomed to speaking it aloud, and feared she'd be overheard. Lady Clifford's expression remained carefully blank, but Georgiana recognized the slight arch of her eyebrow, and she knew she and Lady Clifford were wondering the same thing. If this were a simple matter of finding a missing friend, why had Her Grace come to them in the middle of the night, alone? A duchess didn't sneak about in the darkness unless she had something to hide. A duchess with a secret, then. How intriguing. "Miss Beauchamp and I met some years ago," the Duchess went on. "We kept up a correspondence for a time, but then her letters stopped, and I haven't heard a word from her since. She seems to have disappeared." Lady Clifford nodded. "I see. When was the last time you heard from her?" The Duchess hesitated, then murmured, 6 years ago." 6 years? Georgiana's eyebrows flew up. "That's, quite a long time, Your Grace. Forgive me, but something must have happened to prompt your search. Did someone see her, or was she—" "I did. I saw her, or—" The Duchess's troubled dark eyes met Georgiana's. "Or I thought I did." "Well, that should make this easier." Lady Clifford gave the Duchess an encouraging nod. "Where was this?" "On Albemarle Street. She was in a carriage outside Lady Tilbury's townhouse. It was dark, and I only got a glimpse of her. At first, I thought I'd imagined it, as Lady Tilbury never leaves her country estate in Herefordshire.
But then I recalled she arrived in London this week with her grandson. The child is sickly, so she's come to consult with Dr. Cadogan regarding his health. Clara Beauchamp was, or is, acquainted with Lady Tilbury, then? Lady Tilbury was a dear friend of Miss Beauchamp's mother. I thought if Miss Beauchamp was in London, Lady Tilbury's house would be the first place she'd go. You said you only caught a glimpse of her. Are you certain it was her? I can't be entirely certain, Miss Harley, but I believe it was her. Miss Beauchamp's hair is a very fair shade of gold, nearly white. It's distinctive and difficult to mistake.
Lady Clifford considered this, then asked the question that was hovering on Georgiana's lips. Do you have any reason to suppose Miss Beauchamp is in danger? People didn't, after all, simply vanish for 6 years for no reason, regardless of whether they popped back up again.
No, nothing like that.
The Duchess's reply was too quick. Then she bit her lip, as if afraid she'd given herself away.
But she may be in some financial difficulties. I thought if I could find her, I might be able to help her.
Georgiana and Lady Clifford glanced at each other. This wasn't the sort of business the Clifford School typically involved themselves in. If the lady had been a victim of foul play, then perhaps—
I understand you don't— that your services aren't generally— I realize this is a small matter.
The Duchess twisted her hands in her lap.
But I thought you might be persuaded to grant me this favour in the interest of a future friendship between us.
Georgiana took the Duchess's meaning at once. Lady Clifford didn't take money for her services, but she did accept patronage. Her connections to the titled and powerful citizens of London had proved invaluable to the Clifford School. If they did agree to help the Duchess locate Miss Beauchamp, they would continue to enjoy her support, even after the matter was settled. The Duchess of Kenilworth's patronage was nothing to scoff at.
If that's not of use, the Duchess went on, perhaps my friendship with Lord and Lady Darlington might persuade you?
Ah, now that made some sense at least. Lord Haslemere and Lord Darlington were good friends, and the Duchess had become friendly with Cecilia through her brother.
I believe we can come to some arrangement, Your Grace.
Lady Clifford gave the Duchess a reassuring smile.
You mentioned Lady Darlington. Does she know about your search? Did she recommend you contact us regarding Miss Beauchamp? No. That is, I didn't mention anything about Miss Beauchamp to Lady Darlington. She knows only that I have some business I wish to see resolved. Nothing more.
I take it, then, that this matter requires discretion?
Indeed, Lady Clifford. It must be kept strictly between us. The Duke is very busy, and I don't wish to worry him with something so insignificant.
What of your brother, Lord Haslemere? Does he know of it? Georgiana could feel Lady Clifford's eyes on her, but she kept her own gaze on the Duchess. Surely it was a reasonable question. She only wanted all the facts at her disposal, nothing more.
He does not, and it must remain that way. Indeed, I insist on having you promise you won't breathe a word about any of this to a soul, and in particular not to Lord Haslemere.
Of course not, Your Grace. Lady Clifford's tone was soothing. We keep all our business private. The Duchess let out a relieved breath.
Thank you. Fortunately, he's at his country estate in Surrey, and intends to remain there for the time being to see to some repairs on the house. It should be easy enough to keep it from him.
Lord Haslemere wasn't returning to London for the season. Cecilia had told Georgiana that Lord Darlington expected Lord Haslemere in London this week. But of course the Duchess must know her brother's intentions better than anyone. The news that he would not in fact be returning to London caused a peculiar pang in Georgiana's chest. Relief, no doubt. The Tong would be in fits of despair over the loss of their favourite, but for Georgiana it was a stroke of good luck. Yes, that sinking feeling in her belly was definitely relief. "What more can you tell us about Clara Beauchamp, Your Grace?" Lady Clifford asked. "Where she resided last, to start with, as well as the names of anyone acquainted with her who might know where she's gone." "I mentioned Lady Tilbury already. She'd be the most likely to know where Clara is." The Duchess fidgeted with her skirts, her gaze on her hands. "I'm afraid I don't know anything about her whereabouts." "I see." Lady Clifford went to her desk, withdrew a slip of paper, and dipped her quill. "Is there anything else you think might prove useful?" "She didn't have many friends, I'm afraid. Her father was landed gentry, but not aristocratic, and, well, you know how dismissive the Tong can be." The Duchess's face clouded. Lady Clifford sat at her desk with her quill poised over her paper. "I do, yes." "But, as I said, Lady Tilbury may know what's become of her." The Duchess cast a hesitant glance at Georgiana. "Lady Wilde is hosting a mask ball the day after tomorrow. Lady Tilbury is her neighbour, and will no doubt be there. Perhaps Miss Harley could attend and see what she can find out from her ladyship." Georgiana's heart crashed into her slippers at the words mask ball and Lady Wilde. Lady Clifford didn't bother to write the name down. There was no need. For good or ill, everyone in London knew who Lady Wilde was. Mostly ill. Lady Wilde was a voluptuous, red-lipped siren whose wealthy and aged husband, Lord Wilde, had the good grace to expire only 3 years into their marriage, leaving his lady in possession of a handsome fortune and her freedom. She'd made good use of both. She wasn't the only merry widow in London, of course, but more than one London drawing-room buzzed with whispered accounts of Lady Wilde's many dramatic liaisons with the young, handsome, and fashionable gentlemen of the temps. If the rumours could be believed, her ladyship was also vain, spiteful, and addicted to wagering and ugly gossip. Despite all this, she was, predictably, received by everyone in the temps. Her mask ball was likely to be a crush. "Will you attend the ball, Your Grace?" Lady Clifford asked, setting the quill aside. The Duchess shook her head. "No, the Duke doesn't care for Lady Wilde. Perhaps Miss Harley can attend with Lord and Lady Darlington." Georgiana said nothing. Privately, she agreed with the Duke that Lady Wilde was best avoided, and she suspected Cecilia and Lord Darlington did as well. They didn't spend much time in company, and likely had no intention of attending Lady Wilde's mask ball. But they would if Lady Clifford asked them to. "Yes, I think we can manage something. How fortunate it's a mask ball. It's much better if Miss Harley isn't recognised." Georgiana smothered a snort. It wasn't likely the Tom would recognise her, either with or without a mask. Still, she'd just as soon preserve her anonymity, and she couldn't deny a mask ball provided a rare chance to nose about with little risk of being exposed. She detested balls, but she did like to nose about. It was some consolation, at least. "Very well, then." The Duchess rose to her feet. "You'll keep me apprised of Miss Harley's progress?" "Yes, Your Grace." Lady Clifford rose as well, a reassuring smile on her lips. But the Duchess hesitated, her brow pinched with worry. "You do understand. It's of the utmost importance. This matter remains between us, Lady Clifford. I have your promise you won't breathe a single word of it to Lord Haslemere, or indeed to anyone." Lady Clifford exchanged another speaking glance with Georgiana. "I promise you, Your Grace, that this conversation will not leave this room." "Very well." The Duchess gave a hesitant nod, then turned to Georgiana. "It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Harley." "Thank you, Your Grace." Georgiana curtsied, then dropped onto the settee again as Lady Clifford showed the Duchess out. Her head was spinning with conjectures, but so far she was certain of only one thing. The Duchess had lied to them. Or at the very least hadn't told the entire truth. There was a great deal more to this than just a missing friend. Whether that mattered or not remained to be seen, but one thing was certain. If the Duchess of Kenilworth had been anyone else, Lady Clifford would have demanded the entire truth from her before she took this business on. As it was, however, she was the Duchess of Kenilworth, and whatever it was she was up to, it was worth it to them to do just as she bid them. Even if that meant attending a dreadful mask ball at dreadful Lady Wilde's, of all cursed things. Georgiana cradled her chin in her hand with a glum sigh. There was, alas, no help for it, even if the very thought of such an entertainment made her shudder, and even though she was the least suited to such a task than any of Lady Clifford's other students. "What a strange encounter," Lady Clifford murmured when she came back into the room. She wandered over to her desk, picked up the paper she'd laid there, and stared at it for a moment. "It's not much to start with, I'm afraid." "No. Lady Tilbury is unobjectionable enough, but how in the world am I meant to manage Lady Wilde? I dare say you won't have to speak to her much. You might also want to see what you can find out about the Duchess of Kenilworth while you're at the ball, my love. Balls are wonderful for gathering gossip, and I think we both can agree there are a few gaps in the Duchess's story." "Yes," Georgiana slumped on the settee. "That's easily done, my lady. But Lady Wilde, how does one even approach such a woman?" Lady Clifford chuckled. "Why, just as you would a rabid dog, my love. Carefully." Chapter 4. Benedict sprawled on the silk settee in Lady Wilde's dressing-room, one leg balanced on his knee and his arm flung over the back, watching as she dabbed powder on her décolletage. Her eyes found his in the looking-glass, and she cast him a flirtatious glance, eyelashes batting over her sleepy dark eyes. "Such an intense gaze, my lord. Do you see something that pleases you?" She shifted, turning toward him, and the lace sleeve of her dressing-gown slipped obligingly off her shoulder, exposing her smooth, creamy skin. Benedict's gaze roved over her, lingering on the luscious curves of her breasts. "Quite fetching indeed, my lady." She was fetching. No doubt she'd invited him to her boudoir, hoping he'd fall upon her like a ravaging animal. But despite all that lovely skin she was flaunting, he couldn't conjure even a twitch of interest from his nether regions. "If I'm so fetching, then come here, my lord, and lay claim to me." Lady Wilde's red lips curved as she beckoned to him with one delicate finger, the other trailing from the hollow of her throat down to the bare skin between her breasts. Benedict stifled a sigh. It was a damnable time for his cock to be so stubborn, but it did tend to be right about these sorts of things. "There's no time, I'm afraid. Your guests have arrived and await your presence in the ballroom." But Lady Wilde wasn't one to easily relinquish her prey. "My guests?" She threw her head back in a throaty laugh. "Let them wait." Benedict arched an eyebrow as she rose from her chair. She sauntered toward the settee, pushed his leg aside, and sank down onto his lap. No, still nary a twitch. Lady Wilde wasn't the first woman who'd attempted to ensnare him with her seductive wiles. Benedict had been chased many times, and it had never dampened his arousal before. Quite the opposite. He was an indolent creature, and he'd always been rather grateful to his paramours for saving him the effort of a pursuit. She wriggled her round bottom against him, her warm breath caressing his cheek. His hand landed her thigh, more from habit than anything else. He gave it a hopeful squeeze. He was a man, after all, and eyed the pale, full globes of her breasts spilling from her bodice. Nothing. His cock was staging a rebellion. He couldn't make sense of it. He hadn't come to London for a dalliance with Lady Wilde, but he'd been eager enough to bed her last season. At the moment, however, he couldn't recall why she'd caught his attention in the first place. Troubling, really. He hadn't bedded a woman in months. Now here he was with an obliging lady perched on his lap, and she was just the sort of lush, dark beauty he favoured. If his cock refused to stand for a siren like Lady Wilde, he might as well give up on being a wicked rake and return to Surrey now, take up angling or bird-watching or whatever it was gentlemen did when they declined into their dotage. "May I offer you more wine, my lord?" Benedict turned his attention to his wineglass, which had remained untouched since he'd arrived. "Later, perhaps." "You're sombre this evening. Is there nothing I can do to cheer you?" Lady Wilde's red lips curved in an inviting smile, and one slim hand landed on his knee. "There must be something that will restore you to your customary good humour." Her hand inched up Benedict's thigh. Given how determined she was to lift his, spirits, she'd take a refusal on his part as a grievous insult indeed. But he couldn't make himself give a damn. "No, thank you, my lady." Benedict caught her wrist and removed her hand from his thigh. "I believe I'll make an appearance in the ballroom and leave you to complete your toilette. Perhaps you'll favour me with your first dance tonight?" Lady Wilde wasn't accustomed to being rejected. Her cheeks reddened with anger, and her full, pouting lips pressed into a tight line. "No, I'm afraid not. I've promised my first dance to Lord Harrington." She tossed her head, but she didn't relinquish her place on his lap. Instead, she clung to him like a burr, as if she were expecting him to leap to his feet in a fit of jealous rage at the mention of Lord Harrington. Benedict remained where he was. The idea of such a scene exhausted him, and before he knew what he was doing, he raised his fingers to his mouth to hide a yawn. "Am I boring you, Lord Haslemere?" Lady Wilde had been toying with his hair, but now she sank her claws into the back of his neck. "Ouch! No, of course not." He winced as he traced a finger over the long, deep scratch she'd carved into his flesh. "You're uniformly charming." But it was too late to soothe her ruffled feelings. She leapt free of his lap and flounced back to her dressing table. Her face was mottled with fury, and the eyes that met his in the glass glittered with temper. Well, that was it then. Benedict got to his feet, with far less regret than he should have felt at being doomed to God knew how many more weeks of celibacy. He turned toward the door, reasoning that the least he could do was save her the trouble of tossing him out of her dressing room, but before he could escape, she stopped him. "Will your sister, the Duchess of Kenilworth, be attending my ball this evening, my lord?" Benedict turned back to her with a shrug. "I've no idea. If you recall, I've just arrived in London. I haven't yet spoken to my sister, but, as I'm sure you're aware, the Duchess doesn't attend many entertainments during the season. Particularly not any entertainment hosted by Lady Wilde. The Ton might receive her ladyship without batting an eye, but the Duke of Kenilworth was a high stickler, and he was particularly protective of his wife. Benedict doubted he'd consider Lady Wilde a proper companion for Jane. Lady Wilde went back to her toilette with a shrug, but there was a spiteful glimmer in her eyes. "Oh, I understand completely, my lord. I don't blame the Duchess at all for wishing to avoid company just now, but her favourite is meant to attend tonight, and I thought perhaps she longed to see him." "Her favourite?" Benedict's eyes narrowed. He didn't care for Lady Wilde's tone or her insinuation. "I don't have the pleasure of understanding you, madam." "Oh, I'm certain it's just idle gossip. You know how the ton is, my lord. There's likely not a grain of truth to it." Lady Wilde's crimson lips curled in a smirk. "Still, perhaps it's not so surprising the Duke won't let her out of his sight." Benedict took up the coat he'd draped over the back of the settee and offered Lady Wilde a polite bow. Whatever the latest rumour was, he'd be damned if he'd give her the satisfaction of telling it to him. "I'm certain the Duke isn't so foolish as to credit whatever damnable lie is on the tip of London's wagging tongues this time. I wish you a pleasant evening, my lady." But Lady Wilde had no intention of letting him go without spilling her secret. "Oh, but how silly of me. Of course you wouldn't have heard of it, rusticating in Surrey as you've been. I beg you'll forgive me for repeating something so ugly, my lord, but the gossip has it the Duchess and Lord Draven are engaged in a scandalous affair." Benedict paused halfway to the door. Jane having an affair with Draven? How imaginative. He'd give the gossips that much. Utter bollocks still, of course. Jane had married the Duke of Kenilworth less than 6 years ago, and the union was a happy one. Even if she was disappointed in her marriage, why should she choose the Earl of Draven as her paramour? The man was practically a hermit. "You look sceptical, my lord. It might interest you to know Her Grace was spotted leaving Lord Draven's townhouse one night this week. Alone. But I'm sure it's all perfectly innocent." Lady Wilde's voice rang with malice, and Benedict let out a weary sigh. Perhaps he should have remained in Surrey. It was as dull as a bloody tomb there, but at least he was spared this sort of foolishness. "Now, if you'll forgive me, Lord Haslemere, I must dress. Do enjoy the ball tonight, won't you? It's rumoured Lord Draven will come out of hiding to attend. Perhaps you should ask him yourself if the rumours about his affair with your sister are true." Benedict left Lady Wilde's bedchamber without bothering to give her the satisfaction of an answer. Her mocking laugh followed him through her private sitting room, persisting even after he'd escaped into the hallway, but he hardly registered it as he made his way down the stairs to the first floor. The doors between the large and small drawing rooms and the music room had been thrown open to serve as a ballroom. He came to an abrupt halt as he neared, knocked back a step by the deafening din of music and footsteps pounding across the dance floor. Good Lord, what a crush. The acrid scent of sweat and the heat were so stifling he might have been standing at the very gates of hell. Half of London's upper 10,000 was stuffed inside, cheek to jowl, and ready to burst from the seams, much like Lady Wilde's breasts from her corset. Even if Draven was here, it would be a devil of a business to find him in this crowd. Benedict stifled another sigh as he took in the familiar sight of London's fashionable set, their jewels flashing and faces flushed with heat and champagne. Didn't anyone new ever come to London? These were all the same people who'd been here last season, except for... Benedict paused, his gaze catching and holding on a tall lady in a bronze-coloured gown and mask. She was some distance away from him, tucked into a far corner of the ballroom, removed from the rest of the crush. Wasn't that... That is, she looked just like... No, it couldn't be. It was ridiculous, impossible. This was the last place in the world he'd ever expect to find her. No, he'd mistaken another lady for her. Yes, he must have done. There was no way Georgiana Harley, with her scolding tongue and prim gowns, her manners so stiff and proper she put him in mind of a marionette whose strings had been pulled too tight, could be here, at Lady Wilde's mask ball. He peered over the sea of bobbing heads with far more interest than he cared to explain to himself, trying to catch another glimpse of the tall, graceful lady in the dark silk gown. Ah. Just there. Hell and damnation. There was no mistake. He knew it as soon as his eyes lighted on her once again. She didn't look anything like he'd ever seen her before, but for good or ill, he couldn't forget her face. Georgiana Harley lingered like a bad taste in his mouth, or a stinging slap to his cheek. It was her. There was no confusing her with any other lady in London. The drab hat and stiff brown cloak were nowhere to be found. Her gown wasn't nearly revealing enough to catch the lascivious gazes of the rakes who frequented this sort of entertainment, but now he'd spotted her, Benedict found it difficult to take his eyes off her. Her gown and mask were a deep, rich brown. They were both plain, severe even, her only adornment a bronze and black striped ribbon tied around her waist. There wasn't a single feather or frill to be seen, but the ensemble suited her somehow. Her thick chestnut hair was gathered into a simple knot at the back of her neck, and a length of the same striped ribbon that made up her sash was wound throughout the thick locks. He gaped at her, dumbstruck, feeling as if he was staring at a ghost of a different Georgiana Harley from another place and time, a ghost of a lady who, despite her obvious efforts to avoid notice and blend into the scenery, outshone the gaudier birds that fluttered around her with her sleek, rich feathers. Benedict didn't make any move to enter the ballroom, but lingered in the doorway, watching her. What the devil was she doing here? Had she come here alone? No, surely not. He turned his gaze toward her companions, expecting to find Lady Clifford, but instead it was Darlington who was standing beside Miss Harley, and on his other side, her hand on his arm, was Lady Darlington. That was even stranger still. They were meant to be on their way to Darlington Castle in Kent by now. Even when he was in London, Darlington rarely went into company. If he did venture out, it certainly wasn't to attend this sort of chaotic entertainment. Benedict pulled his mask from his coat pocket, slipped it over his face, and began to push his way through the crush. As Darlington's closest friend, it was his duty to discover if something was amiss. If that meant crossing swords with Miss Harley again, well, it was bad luck, but it wasn't his fault. He had an obligation to Darlington, that was all. If he did feel a hint of anticipation about duelling with her again, it was only because he was bored, and it was good fun, ruffling her feathers. He circled around the long way, keeping to the outer edges of the crowd to avoid any acquaintances who might recognize him. He had no patience for meaningless chatter at the moment. He kept his gaze fixed on Georgiana Harley as he neared her corner of the ballroom. As he got closer, he noticed her jaw was tight and her shoulders rigid. She hadn't come here for her own pleasure, then. She didn't want to be here, yet there she was, in all her ballroom finery, doing her best to go unnoticed. She seemed distracted as well. Her gaze was moving over the crowd, as if she were searching for someone. Who, though? The ballroom was crowded with ton, along with a generous sprinkling of scoundrels, rakes, courtesans, and other dubious members of the demi-monde who made up Lady Wilde's circle. Miss Harley didn't know a soul here beyond Darlington and his wife. No matter, he'd have an answer soon enough, even if he had to tease it out of her. Lord Darlington! Every head turned, the chatter grew louder, and then the crowd parted, and Lady Wilde herself appeared, clad in a daring gown of scarlet silk. Lady Tilbury was with her, and Lord Harrington, the fool, was dangling on her arm like a shiny bauble. The last person Benedict wished to confront at this moment was Lady Wilde, so he ducked behind a boisterous knot of people standing near Miss Harley, and did his best not to call attention to himself. "Lady Darlington!" Lady Wilde, who was well aware the Marquis and Marchioness of Darlington didn't attend many London entertainments, couldn't quite hide her satisfaction that they'd made her mask ball an exception. "Why, how wonderful to see you both here! I confess I didn't expect it."
"My lady," Darlington bowed over Lady Wilde's hand, "it's a pleasure to see you."
"Oh no, my lord. The pleasure is all mine, I assure you," Lady Wilde gushed in her usual dramatic fashion, simpering over Darlington, flattering Lady Darlington, and relishing having every eye upon her. Every eye, that is, but Benedict's. He kept his attention on Georgiana Harley, and he saw her reach out and lay a hand on Lady Darlington's arm. She whispered something to her, and Lady Darlington responded by turning to Lady Tilbury with a smile. "Lady Tilbury and Lord Harrington, how do you do? May I present Miss Georgiana Harley?" "Lady Wilde, Lord Harrington, Lady Tilbury." Miss Harley curtsied to each in turn, but Lady Tilbury seemed to be of particular interest to her, and soon enough she'd coaxed her a little apart from the others. At first they seemed to be exchanging the usual pleasantries, all very dull and ordinary, but for one thing. Their conversation went on, and on, and on. For two ladies who'd never met before, Miss Harley and Lady Tilbury seemed to have a great deal to discuss, and judging by Miss Harley's eager expression and the rapidity with which her lips were moving, whatever they were discussing was of some importance to her. Benedict edged closer to them, taking care to keep his head down and his movements unobtrusive. Closer, then closer still, until he was close enough to overhear Lady Tilbury murmur,
"Tell you what I told Lord Draven, Miss Harley."
Draven again. Benedict frowned. Draven's name seemed to be on everyone's lips tonight. Curious for a man who rarely set foot outside his townhouse. "Appreciate any information you might give me, Lady Tilbury."
"Despite my friendship with Clara's late mother, I'm afraid I only know what all of London knows, Miss Harley. Clara was last seen at a Christmas ball at Lord Draven's country estate in Oxfordshire. The previous Lord Draven, that is, the current Earl's father."
"The estate is near High Wycombe, I believe."
"Yes. The Beechams lived in the same neighbourhood as Lord and Lady Draven, and the two families were friends."
Lady Tilbury sighed.
"Poor dear Clara hasn't been seen since that night."
Miss Harley raised an eyebrow.
"Are you certain? An acquaintance of hers swore to me she saw Miss Beecham sitting in a carriage outside your home less than a week ago." "No. I think I would know it if I'd seen Clara after all these years. Her family searched all over England for her without any success. Goodness, it is warm in here," Lady Tilbury murmured, with a vigorous flutter of her fan.
"Miss Beecham's tale is a strange one, isn't it? Unless one believes in vanishings." Miss Harley gave Lady Tilbury an appraising look. "Which I don't."
"Quite strange, yes. Mrs. Beecham was a great intimate of mine, but she didn't talk to me much about Clara. She couldn't bear to mention Clara's name after she went missing.
Lady Tilbury shook her head. She died within a year of Clara's disappearance, and I don't mind telling you, Miss Harley, I've always thought she died of a broken heart. Lady Wilde overheard her, and having finished flattering Darlington, turned her attention to Lady Tilbury. I recall hearing at one time that Clara Beauchamp had married a viscount, though I never did believe it to be true. Miss Harley frowned. Why shouldn't you believe it? Lady Wilde swept a disparaging glance over Miss Harley, and despite himself, Benedict's lips twitched. Miss Harley wouldn't get far with her ladyship with that forthright tone. As far as Lady Wilde was concerned, Miss Harley, in her plain gown and simple ribbons, was hardly worth a second glance. She might not wish to insult the Marquis and Marchioness of Darlington by snubbing their friend, but Lady Wilde's graciousness would only extend so far. From what I've heard, Clara Beauchamp was a sweet little thing, but rather insipid, and of course her family was in trade. She wasn't the sort of young lady to attract the notice of an aristocrat. Lady Wilde gave Miss Harley a condescending smile. She had a tidy little fortune, but not enough to make up for the deficiencies in her pedigree, you understand? Miss Harley gave her a blank stare. Not really, no. Lady Wilde settled her ruffles with a disdainful sniff. It's the way of things, my dear. Miss Beauchamp didn't, to my knowledge, ever become a viscountess. She disappeared soon after that rumour started, and there hasn't been a whisper about her since. Miss Harley didn't seem to realise a lady of inferior rank, such as herself, was meant to plead humbly for Lady Wilde's exalted attention. People don't simply vanish into the air like so much mist, Lady Wilde. Someone must have seen something. Of course, someone knows something about it, but I shouldn't hold my breath waiting for them to speak up. They've remained quiet for this long, haven't they? Clara Beauchamp is likely dead by now. But that's what comes of young ladies getting above themselves. Lady Wilde's lip curled. The Beauchamps were common, and Lord and Lady Draven are among the most elegant members of London society. Ah, well, what's a kidnapping in comparison to aristocratic patronage? Miss Harley's voice was bright, but her face had gone hard. As long as Miss Beauchamp was fortunate enough to enjoy the attentions of the most elegant members of London society, I suppose she has nothing to complain of, does she? Darlington stifled a cough, and Lady Darlington raised a hand to her mouth to hide a smirk. But Lady Wilde only replied without a shred of irony. Indeed, she doesn't. But I must say, I don't understand this sudden fuss over Clara Beauchamp. Lord Draven, of all people, was asking about her just the other day. That is curious, Lord Harrington drawled. But, as we learned this week, Draven has a great many secrets. The Duchess of Kenilworth, for one. Harrington's sneering tone made Benedict's fists clench. Bloody traitor. He had half a mind to call Harrington out. The Duchess of Kenilworth, Miss Harley repeated. What does the Duchess have to do with Lord Draven? My dear Miss Harley, what doesn't she have to do with him? Harrington smirked. If the gossips are to be believed, the Duchess and Lord Draven are intimate friends. Miss Harley looked Harrington up and down, as if he were a bit of muck she'd found on the sole of her slippers. Are gossips ever to be believed, Lord Harrington? Harrington's face reddened, but he glared down his nose at her. You're not out much in society, are you, Miss Harley?
If you were, you'd know this isn't the first rumour that's circulated about Draven and the Duchess."
Lady Wilde tittered.
"Indeed. Given their past escapades, it's not so surprising the Duchess and Lord Draven should have fallen into each other's arms again."
"When did they fall into each other's arms the first?"
"Forgive me, but I must see to my other guests. I beg you will excuse me, Lord and Lady Darlington."
Lady Wilde offered them each a curtsy, then swept off in a whirl of scarlet skirts, without another glance at Miss Harley. Benedict had heard enough. He backed into the hallway, leaving the ballroom behind. Once he'd rounded the corner, he tore the mask from his face, an uneasy knot in his stomach. He felt rather foolish, creeping about like a spy. But secrets led to spying, and it was beginning to dawn on him his sister might have more secrets than he'd ever suspected. What did Lady Wilde mean by past escapades? Jane had been acting peculiar lately. She'd spent far more time at his country estate this past winter than usual. Benedict had wondered at it, but he'd assumed Jane would confide in him if something was amiss. At 8 years her senior, he'd been as much a parent as a brother to Jane. She'd been hardly more than a child when their mother passed, and they'd only grown closer since their father's death 3 years earlier. So he hadn't pressed her for an explanation. He'd let it go and simply enjoyed hers and his nephew Freddie's company. But Jane's silence had continued. As the season drew near, she'd grown unaccountably anxious about Benedict's return to London, and encouraged him to remain in Surrey without offering any explanation why. But an affair with Lord Draven? Impossible. Jane would never betray her husband. It simply wasn't in her character to do something so low and dishonest. As for this Clara Beauchamp, Benedict had never heard her name before, but she was somehow connected to Lord Draven's family, and Lord Draven was, according to the gossips, somehow connected to Jane. The whole business was as murky as the Thames, but all hope wasn't yet lost. Draven hadn't put in an appearance, but there was one other person who'd come here tonight to stick her pert little nose into this mysterious business. Of course, there was no reason to think Miss Harley had turned up here, in the last place one would expect her to be, because of the rumours about Jane and Draven. She might be after something else entirely. God knew there were enough sinners gathered in this ballroom tonight to keep Lady Clifford busy for an eternity. But Darlington hadn't come tonight because he'd had a sudden yearning for Lady Wilde's company. No, he and Lady Darlington had come as a favour to Miss Harley. Benedict was certain of it. If she was here to poke about in Jane's business, who'd put her up to it? Draven, perhaps? Or the Duke of Kenilworth? There was only one way to find out. Benedict stuffed his mask into his pocket and made his way to the entrance hall. He collected his hat and walking stick from Lady Wilde's butler and strolled out into the night. A moment later his carriage appeared, and he climbed inside. "The Clifford School, Grigg," Benedict ordered his coachman as he pulled the door closed behind him. "Number 26 Maddox Street." It was time he paid a visit to Georgiana Harley. Chapter 5. Was your first adventure in the glittering world of the temps everything you hoped it would be, Georgiana? Georgiana turned from the carriage window to arch an eyebrow at Cecilia. "I hadn't any hopes at all. I expected the ball would be tiresome, and it was." Cecilia bit her lip to hide a grin. "You weren't entertained, then?" "Not in the least." Honestly, she didn't see what was so entertaining about spending an entire evening trapped in an airless ballroom in an itchy mask and a gown that squeezed her breathless. "What is your opinion of Lady Wilde?" Cecilia blinked innocently at her, but Georgiana wasn't fooled. Cecilia knew very well what Georgiana thought of aristocrats like Lady Wilde. As usual, Georgiana didn't mince words. My opinion is she's every bit as dreadful as the gossip claims. Her petulance is exceeded only by Lord Harrington's. He's a haughty, smirking thing, and a fool as well to let a woman of Lady Wilde's ilk lead him about like a lapdog. Georgiana hadn't any patience for fashionable, arrogant countesses, and even less for fashionable, arrogant rakes. Lord Darlington hadn't said much since they'd climbed into his plush carriage, but now he choked back a laugh. Dear God, poor Harrington. Don't encourage her, Gideon. Cecilia lay a hand on her husband's arm and turned what she likely meant to be a stern look on Georgiana. Nonsense. It wasn't as bad as all that. Georgiana arched an eyebrow at her. My dear Cecilia, the entire time he was standing there, I was searching for his lead. Lord Darlington didn't try to hold back this time, but gave a shout of laughter, and even Cecilia couldn't prevent a reluctant grin. Wicked thing! Shame on you, Georgiana! Georgiana shrugged off the reprimand. Yes, she had a blistering tongue. She'd been scolded for it often enough, but it had a mind of its own, and she'd long since given up trying to tame it. What do you suppose happened to Lord Draven tonight? Cecilia sighed. I've no idea. But Lord Haslemere is going to be furious when he hears the rumours about Lord Draven and his sister. Yes, he will. Lord Darlington's smile faded. I'll have my hands full, keeping him from calling Draven out. Calling him out? Would he really go as far as that? Georgiana had assumed Lord Haslemere would treat the rumours as he had those foot races in Maiden Lane, as if they were amusing, but nothing more than that. Lord Darlington looked surprised. Indeed, he would. He's fiercely protective of his sister and nephew. He's careless of his own reputation, but he considers any insult to Jane an insult to himself. He's a devoted brother and a loyal friend, Cecilia added. If it hadn't been for Lord Haslemere, half of London would still believe Gideon was a murderer. Georgiana winced, her conscience pricking at her. Looking at Lord Darlington now, it was difficult to believe only a few months ago most of London had suspected him of murdering his first wife. She herself had believed him guilty, but she'd been wrong about him. As far as she could tell, his only flaw was his steadfast friendship with Lord Haslemere. A grievous flaw indeed. Cecilia, who often guessed Georgiana's thoughts before she even had a chance to think them, frowned at her. I've told you before, Georgiana. Lord Haslemere is not the feather-brained rake the ton supposes him to be. Yes, Cecilia had said such things before, but Georgiana hadn't seen any evidence of Lord Haslemere's alleged cleverness. She had seen plenty of evidence to the contrary, but she kept that opinion to herself. Perhaps we should have stayed another hour to see if Lord Draven would turn up. She'd have to pay a call on him now, which would be dashed awkward, given they'd never been introduced. Not much chance of that. Cecilia shook her head. Lady Wilde's entertainments inevitably descend into debauched frenzies as the evening wears on. If Lord Draven had intended to come, he would have appeared earlier, with the other respectable guests. There were respectable guests there. Georgiana didn't recall seeing any. It was nothing but rakes and demi-reps as far as the eye could see, clinging to the edges of the ballroom like scandalous wallpaper. She opened her mouth to say so, but then closed it again, biting her tongue. It was late, and they were all tired. Perhaps the less said about Lady Wilde's mask ball, and Lady Wilde herself, the better. A few minutes later the carriage rolled to a stop in front of the Clifford School. We're off to Kent tomorrow, dearest. An anxious frown creased Cecilia's brow as she studied Georgiana's face. I'll miss you dreadfully, but we'll be back soon." However soon it was, it wouldn't be soon enough for Georgiana. But she feigned a careless shrug, so as not to worry Cecilia. "Don't hurry back on my account." Cecilia squeezed Georgiana's hand, but stopped her before she could open the carriage door. "Oh, wait, I nearly forgot. I have something for you." She leaned over, plucked a heavy object from the floor, and held it out. "Sophia asked me to give it to you before we left for Kent." It was too dim inside the carriage for Georgiana to see what it was, but as soon as she felt the cool, smooth glass against her fingertips, she guessed, and a smile lit her face. "Mrs. Beeson's quince preserves. Cecilia, you're an angel." Cecilia laughed. "I thought you'd like it. Don't have it all at one sitting, mind you, as you did the last jar. I expect you to make it last, so you'll be sweet-tempered when I return." Georgiana snorted, but pressed a quick kiss on Cecilia's cheek, clutching her jar of preserves the way another lady might clutch a fistful of diamonds. "I make no promises. It was kind of you to indulge me this evening, Lord Darlington," she added, gathering her cloak tight about her chin. "I thank you for it." Lord Darlington had been peering through the window into the darkness, a crease between his brows, but now he turned to Georgiana with a distracted smile. "It's my pleasure, Miss Harley." Georgiana doubted any of them had gotten any pleasure from this evening, but she gave Lord Darlington a brisk nod, then threw open the carriage door herself before the coachman could climb from the box, and leapt down to the pavement. Lord Darlington came down after her and held out his arm with a bow. "Allow me to escort you to the door, Miss Harley." "There's no need, my lord, truly. I'll be perfectly fine. It's a quick step or two only." Georgiana waved a hand toward the school. "Ah, but I insist." She flushed at his gallantry, but allowed him to take her arm and lead her up the stone stairs to the front door. "Thank you, my lord." He bowed again, his lips curving in a polite smile. "Good night, Miss Harley." Georgiana paused on the top step, her gaze on Lord Darlington's broad back as he strode back to the carriage. But she didn't really see him as her mind drifted over the events of the evening. She hadn't learned nearly as much as she'd hoped to about Clara Beauchamp tonight. Lady Tilbury seemed to know surprisingly little for one who'd been on such intimate terms with the Beauchamp family. As far as discovering Clara's whereabouts were concerned, Georgiana might as well have stayed in her bed with her nose buried in her book. Still, the ball hadn't been an utter waste of time. She'd learned one thing, a thing she'd suspected, but hadn't been certain of until this evening. The Duchess of Kenilworth wasn't being truthful with her. Her Grace, that soft-spoken, wide-eyed, ladylike creature, had looked directly into Georgiana's and Lady Clifford's faces and lied to them. It was a lie of omission, yes, but a lie all the same. Georgiana and Lady Clifford both had enough experience with secrets to know the Duchess was hiding something, but the scope of her lie, the depth of it, Georgiana hadn't expected that. It wasn't some harmless little falsehood. The Duchess was at the centre of a storm of gossip, a scandal being whispered over in every drawing-room in London. Georgiana didn't much care whether the Duchess of Kenilworth was having an affair with Lord Draven or not, but she didn't appreciate being sent into battle with the Taunt without the proper armour. She'd been thrown off her guard tonight when that intolerable Lord Harrington had spoken of Lord Draven's secrets in such a derisive manner. But that was nothing to the shock of discovering the two people rumoured to be having a torrid liaison were the same two people who were searching for Clara Beauchamp. There wasn't the least chance that was a coincidence. "Wandering about in the dark all by yourself, Miss Harley?" Georgiana startled at the sound of the low, deep voice behind her, her thoughts scattering. "Such a clever lady, yet so careless with your safety. That voice, it was familiar. She'd heard it before, but she couldn't quite place...
You never know who might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for you.
Footsteps thudded softly behind her, and when the voice spoke again, it was closer.
Why, it could be anyone.
Georgiana closed her eyes as that husky murmur hit the back of her neck. Sweat broke out on her palms, her fingers went slack, and the next thing she knew, her precious jar of quince preserves slipped from her hand and rolled down the steps. "Oh, no!" She raced after it, but it was already too late. The jar smashed to the ground in a splatter of thick orange syrup and shattered glass. "My preserves!"
"I beg your pardon."
The toe of a spotless evening pump nudged a piece of the broken glass aside.
"They look delicious, too. Thick, but not too thick, just as preserves should be. Pity."
That drawl, slow and deep, faintly mocking. She knew that voice, knew the shape and plumpness of the lips from which it emerged, despite her every effort to forget them. Georgiana reminded herself to hold on to her dignity as she raised her eyes to meet his. But when she caught sight of her tormentor's face, only one word seemed appropriate.
"You." "Me, indeed. You do remember me, then?"
Remember him? She could sooner forget a fiend on the back of a hound from hell riding straight from one end of London to the other than she could Lord Haslemere. "Vividly." He grinned.
"I'm flattered, Miss Harley."
Georgiana eyed him, her lips going tight. "I don't see why you should be. People remember all sorts of unpleasant things, Lord Haslemere. Breaking a bone, falling down the stairs, having a tooth pulled." Her irritation only amused him, and his infuriating grin widened.
"You seem cross, Miss Harley. If I didn't know better, I might think you aren't pleased to see me."
"What are you doing here, my lord?" The Duchess had promised he was safely tucked away at his country estate in Surrey, and would remain there for the season. Why, then, was he hiding in the shadows, leaping out at innocent passers-by, and smashing their precious preserves to bits?
"Perhaps I came here to see you."
He slouched against the wrought-iron railing that led to the front door, one arm draped carelessly over the top of it.
"Perhaps I missed you, and longed to see your face again."
Georgiana held up her hand to silence him. "Somehow I doubt that."
"Why should you doubt it?"
He pressed a hand to his chest.
"You wound me, Miss Harley."
"No, but I'd like to." Georgiana knew she didn't have the sort of face that inspired surprise visits from handsome earls, and she had no desire to listen to Lord Haslemere's flirtatious nonsense. "It's not my face that's brought you all the way from Surrey." His dark eyes flicked over her, a frown marring his handsome features.
"Your face quite haunts me, I assure you. I even dream of it on occasion. Fierce brown eyes, pert nose, scolding lips."
Georgiana snorted. He was mocking her, of course. If he was as enamoured of her face as he claimed, he'd know her eyes weren't brown. "Well, you've seen it now, so do feel free to leave again." Nothing could possibly interest her less than Lord Haslemere's scandalous comings and goings, of course. She was only surprised she hadn't heard he'd returned to London. The man couldn't stir a step without half of England knowing of it. The ton awaited his every move with such breathless anticipation, even she couldn't avoid hearing about him. A slow smile curved his lips.
"Oh, I'm not leaving yet, Princess."
"Princess?" Georgiana gave him an incredulous look. "Did you just call me Princess?" He paused, as if deciding whether or not the words had come from his lips, then shrugged.
"I believe I did, yes."
"Why?" It wasn't what she meant to say, or not all she meant to say, but for the first time in as long as Georgiana could remember, her sharp tongue failed her. He let out an impatient sigh. I haven't the faintest idea, unless it's that you have an untouchable air about you. What does it matter? The point, Miss Harley, is I have some delicate business that will keep me in London for some time. Georgiana crossed her arms over her chest. Delicate business, my lord? Is there a wager that needs laying, or a mistress who requires jewels? The mind boggles at the possibilities. Ah, there's that sharp tongue. He straightened from the railing and sauntered closer. Now I hear it again, I do believe I've missed it even more than I missed your face. I do like a lady who knows how to wield her tongue. If she didn't know it to be impossible, Georgiana would have sworn he was staring at her mouth. Except, of course, it was impossible. That surprises me, Lord Haslemere. From what I've heard, you've tamed half the tongues in London. His eyebrows shot up, then he threw his head back in a hearty laugh. Have you been listening to the gossip about me? Shame on you, Miss Harley. I thought you were above all that. Georgiana scowled at him. She didn't know why he was wasting his charm on her, but his teasing wouldn't get him anywhere. One can't avoid hearing the gossip about you, my lord. There's simply too much of it. Now, if you'd be so good as to be on your way— No, I'm afraid I can't leave quite yet. He stepped in front of her when she moved to brush past him. You see, Miss Harley, I'm curious about something, and I'm hoping you can enlighten me. Me? Ah, now it was starting to make sense. He was flirting with her because he wanted something. She didn't bother to ask what it was. It didn't matter, because she wouldn't give it to him. Nothing would please me more than to help you, Lord Haslemere, but as enlightenment requires humility, I'm afraid it's hopeless. She made to sweep past him again, her nose as high in the air as a lady with quince preserves splattered on her hems could manage, but he caught her arm and turned her to face him before she could escape. Oh, but I have unerring faith in you, Miss Harley. If anyone can command me, it's you. Command him? Georgiana never permitted herself to blush, but to her horror, she felt her cheeks heating. Very well, my lord, since you insist on it, I command you to leave here at once. Not just yet. Not until you answer my questions, Miss Harley. He stepped closer, close enough that it was impossible to avoid his eyes. Georgiana had been doing her best to keep from looking at him, because looking at Lord Haslemere was rather like looking at the sun. He burned one's retinas long after they'd averted their gaze. But when she did risk another glance at him, she noticed something she'd overlooked before. Lord Haslemere affected a certain casualness in dress, a bohemian flair that was much imitated among the fashionable gentlemen of the temps. He even had a cravat knot named after him, the Haslemere, which was, as far as Georgiana could tell, a clumsily tied cascade knot with the fall off-centred. Not that she cared one whit about Lord Haslemere's fashion choices, not at all. She'd simply stumbled across the information somewhere. Tonight, however, he was in evening dress. Every thick, silky lock of his auburn hair was in place, every fold of his cravat terrifyingly symmetrical, his coat and waistcoat impeccably tailored, his gloves spotless, and— Her eyes widened. A black mask was dangling from his fingertips. Had he been at Lady Wilde's ball tonight? If so, why hadn't she seen him there? It seemed impossible she could have missed him. With his height and auburn hair, he wasn't the sort of gentleman who blended into a crowd. Georgiana cleared her throat. Have you been, at an entertainment this evening, my lord?
No. That is, unless you consider Lady Wilde's mask ball entertaining. Personally, I found it unspeakably dull.
He had been there, then. Had he seen her? He might have chosen to ignore her if he had, but he surely would have greeted Lord and Lady Darlington. Unless he'd intentionally kept out of their sight. Why should he, though? Lord Darlington was his closest friend.
Though now you ask, Miss Harley, Lord Haslemere went on, it wasn't a completely wasted evening. I may have overheard a few things that interested me.
Overheard? Georgiana's eyes narrowed. That implies you heard things by accident, my lord. I think the more appropriate word is eavesdropped.
Let's not quibble over words, Miss Harley. You may call it whatever you like. The point is, I was there, just as you were, though I confess I nearly overlooked you.
Georgiana regarded him warily, the strangeness of his sudden appearance here sinking in at last. Not just here in London, where he wasn't meant to be, but at Lady Wilde's ball. And now here, in front of the Clifford School. It was almost as if he'd followed. Dear God, he had. There was no other explanation for it. He'd hidden from her at the ball, eavesdropped on her conversation, then come here and skulked about in the bushes, waiting for her, all with the specific purpose of accosting her. But why? It didn't make any sense. It wasn't as if she had any business with him, nor he with her. It was none of her concern what Lord Haslemere got up to, and no reason at all she should be lingering on a dark street with him. Georgiana blinked, the first question she should have asked dawning on her only now. Why was she lingering on a dark street with him? She didn't owe Lord Haslemere any explanations. As delightful as it's been to see you, my lord, it's quite late, and
You look rather different than you did the last time I saw you.
He frowned, his gaze sweeping from the ribbons in her hair to the toes of her slippers.
If you hadn't been with Darlington, I'm not certain I would have recognized you.
Georgiana wasn't sure how to take that remark, but given she'd been far more plainly attired than any of the other ladies at the ball tonight, she doubted it was a compliment. It was a mask ball, my lord. You weren't meant to recognize me.
It wasn't the mask that threw me off.
He eased a little closer to her, not so close as to be threatening, but close enough she could see the gleam of challenge in his eyes.
No, it was that Lady Wilde's mask ball is the last place in the world I'd expect to find you. So you see, I can't help but wonder what you were doing there.
Doing? Georgiana forced a laugh. Why, the same thing as everyone else. I don't see what's so scandalous about my being there. Lady Darlington invited me to go, and so I went. Nothing so amazing in that, is there?
Come now, Miss Harley.
A grin played about his lips, but his dark eyes roved over her face, scrutinizing every shift in her expression.
We both know that isn't true. Lord and Lady Darlington went as a favour to you, not the other way around.
Georgiana couldn't prevent a nervous swallow. For a worthless rake, Lord Haslemere was proving far too astute for her liking. I don't see what concern it is of yours what I do.
No concern at all, under the usual circumstances.
But your presence at a temps ball isn't usual, is it?
You see, Miss Harley, even a careless, feather-brained, arrogant rake like myself occasionally has a moment of illumination. You were there for a reason, likely at Lady Clifford's behest, and I couldn't help but wonder if that reason has anything to do with my sister, the Duchess of Kenilworth.
Georgiana just managed to stop her mouth from falling open. How in the name of heaven had he worked that out? All of a sudden it was becoming uncomfortably clear how much trouble Lord Haslemere's sudden presence in London was going to cause her. That, and how many lies she'd have to tell him if he chose to make a nuisance of himself. Well, whatever the number, she'd tell them. She'd tell one lie after the next if it meant protecting the Duchess's privacy. Her Grace had made herself perfectly clear on the subject of her brother. Under no circumstances was he to know anything about the search for Clara Beauchamp. So she crossed her arms over her chest, met his gaze, and spit out her first lie. "I've no idea what you mean, my lord. What reason should I have to poke about in the Duchess's business?" But it was no use. Lord Haslemere was like a dog on a scent. "That's not a denial, Miss Harley. Indeed, it almost sounds like a confession." "I have nothing to confess. Even if I did, I wouldn't confess it to you. Now, unless you're such a blackguard you'd keep a lady standing on a dark street against her will, I'll ask you to stand back." He braced his hand on the railing, blocking her way. "One more question first, if you please. Who is Clara Beauchamp? You had a great many questions about Clara Beauchamp for Lady Tilbury. It aroused my curiosity." Oh, he'd spent a good long time eavesdropping on her conversations tonight, hadn't he? She was not, however, obliged to satisfy his curiosity. "Why, Clara Beauchamp could be anyone, my lord. Perhaps I could help you if you could tell me something more about her." His dark eyes narrowed, his playful humour now gone. "That's what I'm waiting for you to tell me, Miss Harley." Georgiana shrugged. "Forgive me, my lord, but there must be dozens of ladies named Clara Beauchamp in England. I can't possibly know which one you're referring to." Without warning, she darted under his arm and scurried toward the stairs, more than a little pleased with herself. But before she could escape, his deep voice brought her to a halt on the steps. "Did Lord Draven ask you to prod into my sister's affairs?" Georgiana blinked down at him as she turned over his question. Now why should Lord Draven, of all people, want to prod into the Duchess's affairs? If what she'd heard tonight was true, there was little about the Duchess Lord Draven didn't already know. Of course, it might not be true. "You said one more question, my lord. That's your second." "Indulge me, Miss Harley." He arched an eyebrow, waiting. "Why should Lord Draven ask me to prod into your sister's affairs, Lord Haslemere?" Georgiana asked, thinking quickly. He might know something she didn't. If he did, this might be her only chance to work it out of him. But he saw at once what she was about. "Very clever, Miss Harley," he murmured, one corner of his lips quirking. "But you know the answer to that question already. You were at Lady Wilde's ball this evening. You heard the gossip about Lord Draven and my sister." "Not by choice." Georgiana loathed gossip and gossip mongers, and went out of her way to avoid hearing their ugly slurs. But the Duchess of Kenilworth and Lord Draven's names had been on everyone's lips tonight. Lord Haslemere's dark eyes flashed. "How noble of you! But I'm her brother, and even I couldn't stir a step without overhearing some fool or other discussing my sister's torrid affair with the Earl of Draven. It seemed to me you were as interested in the gossip about her as everyone else." Georgiana's stomach clenched with alarm. Lord Darlington had warned her Lord Haslemere would call out Draven if he thought the man had insulted his sister. She wasn't worried for Lord Haslemere, of course. It was just, well, no one wanted to see a young man sliced open by a sword or felled by a pistol ball in some ridiculous duel, did they? She might have a wicked tongue, but she didn't have a wicked heart. "It's likely just that, my lord. Gossip, without a drop of truth to it." Perhaps he saw a softening in her face, because he stepped closer. So close she felt a surge of heat, despite the cold, damp air.
Perhaps, but I know my sister, Miss Harley. Something is amiss, and I think you know what it is. If you're truly concerned for her, then you'll tell me all you know so I can help her.
It wasn't that simple, however. Georgiana was concerned for the Duchess, but she'd given her word, and she wasn't going to break it, no matter how persuasive Lord Haslemere was.
When your sister wants your help, my lord, surely she'll ask for it.
He looked up at her for a long time without speaking. Then he said,
You asked me once if I ever took anything seriously. I do. My sister's and nephew's well-being are of the utmost importance to me, more so than my own. You'd do well to keep that in mind, Princess.
It wasn't quite a threat, but it was a warning. Georgiana rushed up the remaining steps and through the door, shivers running up her spine from the heat of his gaze boring into her back. At last she gained the entryway and pulled the door closed, putting the thick slab of wood between herself and Lord Haslemere. Yet she felt none of the relief she'd anticipated. She rubbed the back of her neck, her fingers brushing over the spray of goose flesh there. But she could still feel his dark gaze on her as palpably as a touch, as if it were his hand there, instead of her own. Chapter 6. When Benedict was a boy, his mother once told him his smile would be both the making of him and his destruction. One quick tilt of his lips, and people, ladies in particular, would wish to please him and rush to do his bidding. Her prediction had proved to be true for the most part, but his mother hadn't counted on Georgiana Harley. Neither had Benedict, because here he was, standing on the street outside the Clifford School, peering up at a closed, locked door. What the devil had just happened? He'd pulled every weapon from his arsenal tonight. His most charming grin, his most sweetly persuasive tone of voice, a flirtatious wink, and a few judiciously applied sweeps of his eyelashes. Why, he'd never been more irresistible in his life. But all he'd gotten for his trouble was an aching jaw from smiling. He'd done so much twitching and grinning that by the time she left him, Miss Harley's expression had turned wary, as if she thought he were having some sort of fit. His coachman, Grigg, was waiting across the street with his carriage. Benedict waved him on, preferring to turn the mystery of Georgiana Harley over in his mind on a walk back to Berkeley Square. Half a mile later, he still couldn't understand how it had all gone so terribly wrong. But one thing was certain. It was all Georgiana Harley's fault. The confounded woman had as much sensibility as a block of ice. It had been a perfect disaster of an evening. He could salvage it still. It was just past midnight now, early by Benedict's standards. But after his humiliation at Georgiana Harley's hands, he wasn't in the mood for a debauch with his friends. He stormed through the front door of his townhouse and marched down the hallway to his study. He wanted a fire, a glass of brandy, and silence, in that order.
Ah, here you are, Haslemere.
A tall, broad-shouldered shape detached itself from the fireplace when he entered.
I thought I was going to have to search all over London for you.
A curse left Benedict's lips. How had he not noticed Darlington's carriage waiting outside his townhouse? If he had, he would have ducked into the mews, gone in through the kitchens, and sneaked upstairs to his bedchamber. Cowardly, yes, but effective. But it was too bloody late now.
Well, you found me, and right here in my own study. Clever of you, Darlington. What do you want?
Darlington raised an eyebrow.
That's a dark scowl, Haslemere. What's gotten you into such a temper? I'm not in a bloody temper.
Benedict was in a temper, as foul a temper as he could ever recall, and the worst of it was, He knew he was being absurd. Was he truly falling into fits because he'd found one lady in London who wasn't charmed by him? It wasn't as if he was charmed by her. Certainly not. He'd never met a pricklier woman in his life. Still, Benedict made an effort to hide his scowl. "Forgive me, Darlington. I'm a trifle out of sorts. Will you have brandy?" He didn't feel much like talking, but if anyone could set him back to rights again, it was Darlington. "I already have." Darlington sipped from the tumbler in his hand with an appreciative nod. "You're an ill-tempered fellow, Haslemere, but one can't fault your taste in liquor." Benedict filled a tumbler, then crossed the room and dropped into a chair with a sigh. "I've had a trying evening." Darlington raised an eyebrow. "I doubt that. You live a charmed life, Haslemere." Benedict opened his mouth to protest, but closed it again without bothering. In truth, he'd had precious little to vex him in his 32 years. Perhaps that was why he'd become such a wastrel. "Not charmed tonight, I'm afraid. I've been to Lady Wilde's, and she—" "You were at Lady Wilde's masked ball tonight?" Darlington frowned. "I didn't see you there." I spent a good part of it in Lady Wilde's dressing room." It wasn't a lie, exactly, and since Benedict didn't choose to confess to spying and eavesdropping, it would have to do. "She was—" "Thank you, Haslemere, but I don't want to know what you and Lady Wilde got up to in her dressing room." "Not a blessed thing." "Ah, well, that explains your scowl. She rejected your advances." "For God's sake, Darlington, listen to me, will you? I never made any advances. In fact, I chose an importune time to yawn and offended her feminine sensibilities. She fell into a temper and threw me out of her dressing room. But that's not why—" "Just as well. That woman's a viper. I can't think why you'd want to get tangled up in her web." "Vipers don't have webs, Darlington. You're thinking of spiders." Darlington shrugged. "Nests, then, though I don't see how that's any better." "If you think Lady Wilde is such a viper, what were you doing at her ball tonight? It's not your sort of entertainment." Darlington's marriage had improved him immeasurably. Happiness always did that for a man, but damned if he hadn't developed a tiresome virtuous streak. Lady Wilde was many things, but virtuous wasn't one of them. "I've spent most of the evening asking myself the same question. I had no desire to attend, I assure you, but Miss Harley asked Cecilia if we might accompany her there as a special favour." Aha! So it had been her idea to attend. He'd been right all along. "What does Georgiana Harley want with Lady Wilde?" "No idea, and I know better than to ask. Cecilia agreed to go as a favour to Miss Harley, so we went." Darlington's voice took on the tender, husky quality it always did when he spoke of his wife. "I was surprised at it, though. Cecilia was too. Miss Harley despises balls." As far as Benedict could tell, she despised most things. "She didn't say a word about why she wanted to go?" Benedict wasn't sure why he bothered to ask. Of course she hadn't. Miss Harley's tongue might be covered in barbs, but he'd seen for himself how well she held it. The woman was a cipher. "No, she didn't confide in Cecilia either. I suspect it's some business of Lady Clifford's, otherwise Miss Harley wouldn't have been so secretive about it." Secretive. Yes, that was a good word for it. Lady Wilde's ballroom, more than any other in London, was swirling with scandals and gossip and secrets. The question was, which secret was Georgiana Harley chasing? Or whose? Benedict sipped at his brandy, then set his tumbler aside. "Did Draven ever appear at the ball, Darlington? Lady Wilde mentioned he planned to attend. Darlington stared hard at him, then asked abruptly,
This is about Jane, isn't it?
Why would you assume it has anything to do with Jane? Benedict asked, avoiding Darlington's perceptive gaze.
Because I know you, Haslemere. You wouldn't give up a night of debauchery with Lady Wilde for anyone other than Jane or Freddie.
Benedict let out a dry laugh.
Is that a polite way of saying I'm a selfish, degenerate sot, Darlington? No, but you've been concerned about Jane all winter, when she and Freddie spent so much time in Surrey. So, what's the trouble, Haslemere?
Benedict stared at the fire for a moment, watching the embers smoulder in the grate.
I don't know that there is trouble. Jane hasn't said a word, but the truth is I'm a trifle concerned.
More than a trifle after hearing the gossip tonight.
I know you are. You're not as mysterious as you think, Haslemere.
I can't make sense of it, Darlington. Jane tells me everything, but not a word of complaint has passed her lips about whatever it is that's troubling her.
Freddie is subdued as well.
Benedict hesitated before meeting Darlington's eyes.
You heard the rumours tonight about Jane and Draven. I did.
Darlington swirled the brandy in his glass.
I don't believe a word of it, and I can't imagine you do either.
Benedict shook his head.
No, but I know my sister, and she hasn't been herself for months now. She's never kept a secret from me before, and I can't help but think, whatever is amiss, it's bad, Darlington. Bad enough she's afraid to tell me.
Darlington was quiet for a moment. Then he asked,
What do you mean to do about it?
Benedict sighed. He should have known he'd end up confessing the whole of it to Darlington.
I went to the Clifford School tonight. I was there when you dropped Miss Harley off.
Darlington snorted.
I know. I saw your carriage. I told you, Haslemere, you're not nearly as stealthy as you think you are. Next time, tell Grigg to wait a few blocks away.
Well, Darlington, since you know everything, then it must have occurred to you Miss Harley asked you to bring her to Lady Wilde's ball because she and Lady Clifford are prying into Jane's affairs.
I don't know that that's true, but I admit it did occur to me, yes. If Jane is in any difficulty, Miss Harley will find out what it is. She's a clever lady.
Georgiana Harley's stubborn expression flashed in Benedict's mind.
Clever, yes, but the woman has all the warmth and compassion of a stick of wood.
Just thinking of those cool brown eyes was making Benedict's temper spike. Darlington made a noise that sounded like a smothered laugh.
Casting aspersions on Miss Harley's good name, Haslemere. I will do you the favour of not repeating your ungentlemanly description to Cecilia. Now, I take it you tried to pry some information out of Miss Harley.
I did. She refused to say a word. Mulish, bad-tempered, stony-faced chit. Pretty eyes, though. Were they truly brown after all, or—
You mean to say she said, no?
Darlington set his tumbler aside with extreme care, as if everything he'd ever believed about the world had just been turned inside out.
To you?
Yes, damn her. It was just beginning to sink in how little information he'd pried out of her. Not only hadn't she told him who Clara Beecham was, but she'd refused to say who'd asked her to delve into Jane's affairs, or if she even was delving into them. Darlington chuckled.
You were bound to stumble across a lady who's immune to your charms sooner or later.
Benedict pounded a fist on his knee.
I tell you, Darlington, nothing I said could move her in my favour. I swear she's got a cold, dead stone where her heart should be. There must be some way to persuade her.
How?
I tried everything I could think of. I smiled and flirted and charmed myself to exhaustion. I was bloody adorable, and it didn't do a damn bit of good."
Darlington rolled his eyes.
"Flirting won't work with Miss Harley. There isn't a bit of the coquette in the lady. You'll have to think of some other way."
How am I to know what she wants? All Benedict knew was she didn't want him. Once he'd determined that, he hadn't the faintest idea what to do with her.
"Well, she must want something, Haslemere. I haven't yet met a person who didn't."
Benedict was quiet, as he racked his brains for any insight into what a woman like Georgiana Harley might want. A horsewhip, perhaps? A razor-edged blade to match her tongue? He could only think of one thing, and God knew she needed it to sweeten that sour temper of hers. She's fond of preserves." Darlington's lips twitched.
"Preserves?"
"Yes. I startled her when I came upon her this evening, and she dropped the jar of preserves she was carrying." It had looked to Benedict as if the loss of those damned preserves was going to drive her to tears. Darlington started laughing.
"You spoiled her jar of quince preserves. Well, I'm no longer surprised she refused to help you. Cecilia gave them to her tonight, and Miss Harley was delighted with the gift. Apparently, she's mad for sweets, especially those preserves."
Benedict had a hard time imagining Miss Harley mad for anything. "Do you suppose Lady Darlington can get me another jar?"
"I don't think a jar of preserves will work, Haslemere. You'll have to do better than that."
Those bloody preserves. It was the only time she showed any emotion the entire time he was in her company. No, that wasn't true. He'd seen her show emotion once before, the first time they'd met, that night in Covent Garden all those months ago. She'd been furious when she'd come upon him with Sarah and Susanna, outraged to find a rakish lord was trifling with her girls. Why, if she'd had a blade to hand, he didn't doubt she'd have plunged it into his heart. Those girls, or her girls, as she'd called them that night. She might not care a fig about his flirtatious winks and insinuating grins, but she wasn't entirely immovable. The girls at the Clifford School, her pupils. Miss Harley may be a hard-hearted, unfeeling, pitiless wretch, but she does care about those girls."
"She does. About Lady Clifford, too. I know Cecilia would do anything for her ladyship. I'd wager Miss Harley would as well."
"Darlington, you're brilliant." Benedict hadn't, in fact, tried everything he could to pry information from Georgiana Harley's stubborn lips. He hadn't tried bribery. "Money, then. How much should I offer her?"
"No, not money."
"Well, what then?" Benedict threw his hands in the air, exasperated. Flirtation wouldn't do, and neither would bribery. Damned if Georgiana Harley wasn't the most troublesome female in existence.
"I have a better idea. Something that will be impossible for her to refuse. It's not really my place to tell you this, but I'm fond of Jane, and if she needs help, then for her sake
Benedict groaned. "For God's sake, Darlington, will you just say it?"
"Lady Clifford wants to expand the Clifford School. She's been looking for a building for the better part of a year, but she can't find one that suits."
Ah, at long last, a glimmer of hope. Benedict leaned forward in his chair. What would suit? Darlington shrugged, but his eyes were gleaming.
"Something large. They've got girls tucked into every corner of the Maddox Street building."
"You mean a building like my grandfather's townhouse on Mill Street, only a few blocks east of Maddox Street? That sort of large, empty building?" Benedict had inherited the townhouse as part of the Haslemere earldom, but he preferred his own townhouse in Berkeley Square. He'd never had any bloody idea what to do with the Mill Street building. It had stood empty for years.
Yes, I think that building would do nicely. Do you suppose you could come to some sort of agreement with Miss Harley?
Benedict's mouth curved in a broad smile.
You know what, Darlington? I think something could be arranged.
Ping! The first time she heard the noise, Georgiana was certain she'd imagined it. When she heard it the second time, ping! She made up her mind to ignore it. But the third, fourth, and fifth times, one ping after the next in rapid succession, had her tossing her coverlet aside and dragging herself from her bed. She paused in the middle of the darkened room, listening, but now that she was fully awake, the noise seemed to have magically ceased. Because of course it had. Dash it, why did these strange noises only plague her? For a practical lady, she seemed always to catch the brunt of every imaginary thump and creak. Ping! Ah, there it was. It was coming from the window, like raindrops pattering against the glass. No, it sounded more like small pellets of ice, but it was the middle of April in London, for pity's sake. An ice storm was unlikely at this time of year, but unless someone was tossing pebbles at her window... Georgiana froze. Someone was tossing pebbles at her window. She tiptoed toward it, her heart rushing into her throat, because somehow she thought she knew what she'd find when she looked outside. Who she'd find. Georgiana twitched the curtains aside and peeked out, taking care to keep her face hidden with a fold of the linen. At first glance, she didn't see anything but the darkened street below. But as her eyes adjusted, a darker shadow began to take shape. Not a shrub, but a bigger, broad-shouldered shape, with impossibly long, sturdy legs. The shape of a man who looked very much like... Georgiana let out a soft gasp and darted back behind the curtain. Dash it, it really was him. What was he doing, assaulting her window in the middle of the night? No, she must be having a dream. That is, a nightmare. Not a dream, but a nightmare. Ping! A nightmare was managed easily enough. She'd simply burrow under her covers and drag her pillow over her head, just as she would with any other nightmare. Ping, ping, ping! An Earl-shaped nightmare, loud enough to wake the dead, or at least to wake Daniel Brixton. Ping! It was the thought of Daniel, more than anything else, that had Georgiana tugging the drapes aside and jerking up the window. "Have you gone mad?" she hissed. "What in the world do you think you're doing, my lord?" There was a pause. Then the absurd man swept his hat from his head and sketched an extravagant bow. He actually bowed, as if he'd met her on the promenade in Hyde Park. "Good evening, Miss Harley." "There's nothing good about it," Georgiana snapped. "Go away before Mr. Brixton sees you and fires a pistol ball into your skull." She ducked back inside, but before she could close the window, his voice drifted back up to her. "I have a business proposition for you. Come down and let me in." Let him in? Why, he truly had gone mad. She poked her head out the window again. "Do you have any idea what Daniel Brixton will do to you if he catches you here?" And that was to say nothing of Lady Clifford, who could be a great deal more frightening than Daniel when her temper was roused. "He will catch me here if you insist on conducting our negotiations through the window," he tutted, shaking his head as if she were a naughty child. "We have nothing to negotiate." Georgiana meant to whisper, but her ire made her voice louder than it should be. She jerked her head back inside and cast a fearful look at Emma's bed before recalling Emma wasn't there. She was on her own with a large, persistent earl who— "Miss Harley, are you there?" An earl who didn't have the sense to keep his voice lowered. Georgiana drew in a deep breath and thrust her head back out the window. "I already told you, my lord. I have nothing to say to you." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Is this about the preserves?" She stared down at him, baffled. Preserves? What was the man on about now? What Oh, her quince preserves. Her sweet, lovely, delicious quince preserves that he'd sent to a syrupy grave with his foolishness. It didn't have to do with the preserves, though if the truth were told, the loss of them hadn't helped his cause any. Even from up here, Georgiana could hear his exasperated sigh. "Answer the question, Miss Harley. Are you holding a grudge against me because of the quince preserves? If you're that put out about it, I'll scour London until I find you something else."
"Oh, for pity's sake!"
Georgiana tugged the window down, lit a candle, then snatched up her cloak and hat and scurried from her bedchamber, muttering furiously to herself as she made her way down the stairs.
"A menace! Meddling, arrogant rake! Should just let Daniel have him, only
a pistol shot would wake Lady Clifford and the girls. It wasn't because she cared a whit for Lord Haslemere's welfare. She reached the bottom of the stairs, hurried down the hallway, and opened the front door, wincing as her bare feet landed on the cold stone of the top step. She didn't venture any further, but glared down at Lord Haslemere, who was waiting on the pavement.
"Well?"
He didn't answer right away, but frowned as he took her in from head to toe. "Do you sleep in that cloak and hat?"
"What?"
Georgiana glanced down at herself and huffed out a breath.
"What kind of absurd question is that?"
"I was just curious. Aside from Lady Wilde's ball tonight, I've hardly ever seen you out of it." He cocked his head to the side, studying her. "The hat doesn't suit you. The cloak either, but the hat is worse by far." Georgiana raised a self-conscious hand to her head, then jerked it away again, furious with herself.
"Is that why you came here in the middle of the night, my lord, to find out what I wear to bed?"
His brow furrowed. "No. Why should I come here for that?"
"I'll give you exactly 1 minute to explain what you're doing here, Lord Haslemere, and then I'm going to wake Daniel Brixton."
"My, you're cross when you first wake up, aren't you?" Georgiana stared at him, her heart turning somersaults in her chest. It was a good thing she was immune to his charm, because otherwise she might have felt a little flutter in her belly at the hint of humour in his dark eyes.
50 seconds, Lord Haslemere."
He held up his hands. Yes, all right. I want you to help me untangle these rumours about my sister." Georgiana's mouth fell open. Dear God, did he not understand the word no? This was what happened to a man when his every whim was indulged. "Let me see if I understand you. You came here in the middle of the night to demand something I've already refused you?" "I wouldn't put it quite like—"
"Does your arrogance know no bounds, Lord Haslemere? You eavesdropped on my conversation this evening, then followed me home, accosted me on a dark street, smashed my preserves to bits.
Aha! I knew you were holding a grudge about the
Now you've assaulted my window and dragged me from my bed, and no doubt you think that charming smile of yours excuses it all."
There was a brief silence, then a slow grin lit his face. "You think my smile is charming?" Georgiana clenched her teeth.
"I've already given you my answer, my lord."
Yes, but you didn't have all the information then. He braced his hands against the fence railing, his teeth flashing white in the dim light. I don't think you'll refuse me this time. You see, Miss Harley, I have something you want. A sigh jerked loose from Georgiana's chest. Even the man's teeth were handsome. That's curious, my lord, because I can't think of a single thing you can offer me. I own an empty building on Mill Street. Lord Haslemere was paying close attention to her reaction, and he noticed her indrawn breath. Might such a thing be of interest to you? Without realizing she did it, Georgiana stumbled down one stair, then another, her held breath burning her lungs. Struck dumb, Miss Harley? How gratifying. His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smirk, but close to it. I understand Lady Clifford is keen to expand the school. Is that the case? Georgiana hesitated. She should deny it, refuse to give him such power over her, but the words tumbled out before she could stop them. Yes. There aren't many buildings to let at a reasonable price, and most of them are too small for our needs. You'd be amazed at how much room little girls require. As much room as little boys, I'd guess. The building has remained empty since my grandfather's death some years ago. It needs a bit of polishing, but it's large and near here. Georgiana thought she knew which building he meant, and had never once imagined it could be theirs. After all those troublesome numbers that refused to add up, those uncooperative columns and rows she could still see swimming in front of her eyes, were their prayers really going to be answered as easily as this? And by a demon like Lord Haslemere? Well, Miss Harley, don't keep me in suspense. Do we have an agreement? One word, one small word was all it would take. Georgiana opened her mouth to say it, but the memory of the Duchess of Kenilworth's pale face, the hint of fear there, swam before her eyes. She'd made the Duchess a promise. But then she'd made an implicit promise to her girls, too, her motley little group of 6. She'd promised she'd take care of them, give them something to hope for, save them from the years of loneliness and misery she'd lived through after. She shook the thought from her head. It didn't matter now. Surely she could help Lord Haslemere while still keeping her promise to the Duchess. Lord Draven was somehow connected to both Clara Beauchamp and the Duchess of Kenilworth, so the two matters already overlapped. Surely she could do both at once. You seem undecided, Miss Harley. Perhaps I should take my offer directly to Lady Clifford. No. We have an agreement, Lord Haslemere. Georgiana couldn't let that building slip through their fingers. She simply couldn't do it. This time there was no mistaking the smirk, or the subtle mockery of his bow. Good. I believe a call on Lord Draven is in order. I'll fetch you tomorrow morning, just before calling hours. Until then, sweet dreams, Miss Harley. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled off into the night, whistling, leaving Georgiana nothing to do but watch him go, and wonder how a careless, feather-brained, arrogant rake like Lord Haslemere had gotten the best of her. Chapter 7. It was appalling what a lady had to do to get her hands on a decent-sized Mayfair townhouse. Georgiana eased open the doorway of her bedchamber, poked her head out, and peeked down the hallway. Empty, just as she'd predicted. She crept down the stairs to the entryway, rose to her tiptoes, and peered through the panel of glass fixed into the front door. Weak morning sunlight struggled through the grey layers of smog and clouds above, but just as she'd expected, the steps and the street beyond were empty. Her lips curled with satisfaction. Of course he wasn't waiting for her. It was much too early for a fashionable gentleman like him to have risen for the day. No doubt he was lounging in his bed and would remain there for, another 2 or 3 hours at the least. By the time he did stumble from his bed, she'd already have settled their business with Lord Draven. Lord Haslemere might have got in his way last night, but just because she'd let him coax her into an arrangement didn't mean she'd changed her mind about him. If last night had proved anything, it was that the man was careless, flighty, and unpredictable. It was sheer dumb luck his trick last night hadn't ended with a pistol ball between his eyes. How could she be expected to work with such a man as that? At best, he was a distraction, and at worst, a liability. Fortunately, there was another way to get this business done, one that didn't involve Lord Haslemere. If it meant she'd have to tell a few harmless falsehoods and sneak about a bit, then so be it. It wasn't, after all, the first time. She eased the door open a crack and glanced around, just to be sure he wasn't lurking in the shrubs as he'd done last night. But there wasn't any sign either of him or anyone else. Georgiana slipped outside, taking care to close the door quietly behind her. If she didn't feel even a twinge of conscience at dodging Lord Haslemere, she did have an uncomfortable pang or two on Lady Clifford's account. Georgiana didn't make it a habit to sneak, hide, or lie to Lady Clifford. That is, she hadn't lied precisely. She'd simply withheld the entire truth, which wasn't nearly as bad. In any case, she hadn't had a choice. She couldn't tell Lady Clifford about Lord Haslemere's bribe, not when they'd already agreed to take on the Duchess's business. Lady Clifford would insist they do the honourable thing, and the Mill Street building would slip through their fingers like so much water through a sieve. It was a great pity honour should so often be at odds with practicality. Georgiana didn't object to honour, of course. Not until it got in her way, that is. As far as Lord Haslemere was concerned, it was best for them both if she let him slumber and proceeded on her own, as she was accustomed to doing, then begged everyone's pardon afterward. She'd wrap up this business more quickly that way, and really, wasn't that what she and Lord Haslemere both wanted? Why, by the end of it, he'd be thanking her for— "Going somewhere, Princess?" Oh, no. Georgiana froze mid-step, her eyes slipping shut. "It's a bit early in the morning for a stroll." Slow, lazy footsteps approached, and Georgiana turned to find Lord Haslemere sauntering toward her. He didn't look as if he'd just rolled out of bed. He was perfectly respectable this morning, in tight, buff-coloured breeches, a bottle-green coat, polished black boots, and a snowy cravat tied à la Haslemere. His auburn hair was slightly damp, and— she took a cautious sniff of the air. He smelled like peppermint, as if he'd just emerged from his bath. An unexpected and wholly unwelcome image of Lord Haslemere lounging in his bath, his skin flushed and his damp hair curling against his neck, rose in her mind. She made a desperate attempt to banish it into the dark, cobwebbed corner where she buried such thoughts, but much like the man himself, they weren't easily dismissed. Lord Haslemere, who was no doubt accustomed to ladies gawking at him, didn't appear to notice her struggles. "I suspected you'd make an attempt of this sort," he tutted, shaking his head. "Is this how you honour your commitments? For a lady with such high principles, you're as wily as a rookery's pickpocket." "Don't be absurd. I've never picked a pocket in my life." Why bother picking a pocket when it was so little effort to fleece them? "I don't know what you're suggesting, Lord Haslemere, but—" "We're well past suggestion, Miss Harley. I'm outright accusing you of lying, sneaking, and base treachery." Georgiana tossed her head. Treachery is such a theatrical word. You have a flair for the melodramatic, my lord.
Is that so?
Lord Haslemere pulled out his pocket watch and flipped it open with a careless flick of his finger. I told you I'd fetch you at calling hours. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. If I didn't know subterfuge to be beneath you, Miss Harley, I might think you were sneaking off to Lord Draven's without me. Georgiana tried to ignore the guilty heat creeping into her cheeks. Keeping the Duchess's secrets from a meddlesome lord who insisted on sticking his nose into his sister's business was a delicate thing. It required some finessing. Careful, Miss Harley. That blush is giving you away. Lord Haslemere raised an eyebrow at her. It's a very pretty one, but an innocent lady has no reason to blush. Georgiana's cheeks burned even hotter at his teasing, but she drew herself up with a sniff. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean, my lord. I never blush. No, I must be mistaken. Still, I insist you allow me to escort you on your perfectly innocent morning errands. My carriage is just there. He nodded toward the other side of the street, then held out his arm with an infuriating smirk. Shall we, then? That's not necessary, my lord. Even as the words left her mouth, Georgiana was bracing herself for the inevitable confrontation. Lord Haslemere had risked a midnight skirmish with Daniel Brixton last night. He was hardly going to give up now. Oh, but I think it is. His dark eyes were narrowed to slits. Come now, Miss Harley. You insult me with this game. I know you were sneaking off to Lord Draven's on your own, so let's have the truth, if you please. Georgiana bit her lip. I fully intended to seek you out later and tell you I slept well last night, Miss Harley. Peacefully, even, secure in the knowledge that whatever my sister's trouble might be, I'd soon get to the truth of the matter, with your help. We will get to the truth, I promise you, but I was well satisfied with our bargain, you see, he went on, as if she hadn't spoken. My building on Mill Street seemed a small enough price to pay to secure my peace of mind. Lord Haslemere, But my mind isn't peaceful, Miss Harley, nor is any other part of me. We made an agreement, yet here you are, not 12 hours later, already breaking it. If I hadn't been lying in wait for you and caught you out, I suspect you would have continued to prove elusive for the rest of the day. You admit you were lying in wait, then? It was a feeble enough accusation, and predictably it did nothing to deter Lord Haslemere, who was intent on a lecture. Let's clarify our positions, shall we? You're my employee. That means I issue the commands, and you follow them. Commands? Why, the nerve of the man. I never agreed to follow your every... No more evasions, Miss Harley. No subterfuge, no lies, and no more sneaking about like a child with fistfuls of pilfered sweets. Do I have your word? Protestations rose to Georgiana's lips, but one look at him made her bite them back. He'd spoken calmly enough, but his eyes were surprisingly stern, and for the first time since their infamous meeting in Maiden Lane, it occurred to her Cecilia might be right about him. Perhaps Lord Haslemere wasn't quite the reckless, feather-brained rake all the ton supposed him to be. Cecilia had warned her he was much cleverer than people gave him credit for being, than even he gave himself credit for being. Georgiana had always assumed Cecilia was exaggerating Lord Haslemere's abilities because he was Lord Darlington's dearest friend. But now... Well, she'd been tangling with him for less than a day, and he'd already managed to pin her down, hadn't he? She blew out a breath and steeled herself for the humiliation of begging Lord Haslemere's pardon. Oh, he'd make it unpleasant enough for her, she hadn't any doubt of that. He'd tease and crow about it, and she'd hold her tongue, dash it, because the truth was, she was his employee, and she desperately wanted his building on Mill Street. The school needed it. The girls needed it. She threw her shoulders back and forced herself to meet those disturbing dark eyes. "You're right, my lord. I did intend to sneak off to Lord Draven's before you arrived, and I beg your pardon for it. It won't happen again." She waited, but the gloating she dreaded never came. Lord Haslemere studied her as if he were gauging her sincerity, and then— "Very well, we'll say no more about it." A smile curved his lips, and it was like the sun emerging from a bank of clouds. Georgiana blinked at him, blindsided. It wasn't just the smile, although now that the sensuous curve of his lips was directed only at her, she began to understand why every lady in London swooned over his smile. Not her, but other ladies. But what really surprised her was the swiftness with which his emotions shifted from frustration to forgiveness, and from there to equanimity. It was all right there for anyone to see, playing like quicksilver over his face. Her own face felt stiff in comparison, immobile, but she didn't have time to dwell on it, because Lord Haslemere took her arm and began half leading, half tugging her toward his carriage. "Are you acquainted with Lord Draven, Miss Harley?" His coachman sprang to the ground to open the door, and Lord Haslemere handed her in, his hand firm and strong. Georgiana was obliged to suppress a shiver at the warm press of them around her fingertips. "No, not at all." He fell into a sprawl on the bench across from hers. "What made you think he'd see you, then? Draven's a private fellow. He's not the sort who'd welcome a strange lady who appears on his doorstep in the wee hours of the morning. Did you suppose he'd simply let you stroll into his drawing-room and begin quizzing him?" "It's 9 o'clock. That's hardly the wee hours of the morning, Lord Haslemere." "Close enough." He stretched, and the tip of his boot brushed the hem of her skirts. Georgiana jerked her feet away from his and tucked them under her seat. A sly grin curved his lips, but she refused to give him the satisfaction of commenting on it. "Since you ask, I intended to speak to Lord Draven's housekeeper." "There's no need for that now. I'm acquainted with Draven. He'll likely agree to see me, even at this ungodly hour." Georgiana shook her head. "No, we'll do better with his housekeeper." He frowned. "Why should you bother with his housekeeper when you can speak to the Earl himself?" "Has it occurred to you, Lord Haslemere, the Earl might not care for the accusation that he's insulted your sister's honour? We don't need a duel between two foolish noblemen." Georgiana thought he'd take offence, but instead he barked out a laugh. "Has anyone ever told you, Miss Harley, that you're exceedingly ill-tempered?" She gave him her sweetest smile. "I suggest you don't try my patience, then. Or, better yet, if you don't like my manner, you can leave me to take care of this business by myself." His grin actually widened, the scoundrel. "I never said I didn't like it. On the contrary, I find it rather refreshing." If the gossip were to be believed, Lord Haslemere could charm his way into the good graces of any lady in London. "Does it weary you, my lord, always having your way in everything? I suppose it would become tedious." If he noticed the touch of acid in her tone, he didn't react to it. "It's the truth." Georgiana searched his face for any sign of mockery, but he appeared sincere. Perhaps it did grow dull, being the ton's favourite rake. "Ladies who don't find you charming and irresistible must be as rare as pearls in oysters." "Well then, I found the right lady, haven't I?" A smile twitched at the corner of his lips.
My very own Pearl."
His very own Pearl? Georgiana's mouth fell open. That had almost sounded like an endearment. A dozen set-downs rose to her lips, but Lord Haslemere looked just as surprised as she did, and not altogether pleased, so perhaps the less said about it the better. Still, it was worrying. The last thing she wanted was for him to become endearing. No matter how engaging his smile, no matter how twinkling those eyes, she couldn't allow herself to fall victim to his charms. She cleared her throat. "Lord Draven doesn't have any reason to reveal the intimate details of his life to you, my lord. In my experience, gentlemen are apt to guard their secrets, and aristocratic gentlemen more so than most. We're far better off bringing this matter to his housekeeper." Lord Haslemere didn't appear to have heard her. He was lounging against the squabs, his foot jiggling as his gaze roved over her face. "That colour flatters you, Miss Harley." What? Dear God, was she blushing again?
"The colour of your dress. It's difficult to tell with the way that cloak swallows you, but it looks as if it's nearly the same colour as the gown you wore to Lady Wilde's ball last night. Brown or bronze, or whatever the modistes are calling it this season. Rich colours bring out the threads of gold in your hair." He frowned at her hat. "What I can see of it, anyway."
Georgiana reminded herself she didn't find him charming, and pursed her lips. "What does the colour of my gown have to do with Lord Draven?" Lord Haslemere, who was no doubt far more accustomed to paying compliments than she was to receiving them, gave a careless shrug. "Nothing at all. I noticed the colour suited you, and so I remarked on it. That's all." Why, what was to be done with the man? Was it possible he flirted with whatever woman happened to be in his path without realising he was doing it? "We're nearly to Curzon Street, Lord Haslemere. Have we agreed we'll bring our business to the Earl's housekeeper rather than the Earl himself?"
"If you insist on it, I don't see what choice I have. I'm a gentleman, Miss Harley, and therefore yours to command."
Georgiana snorted.
"Not half an hour ago, you informed me I was obliged to follow your every command. That does sound more enjoyable, doesn't it? For you, perhaps."
The mischievous grin once again quirked the corners of his lips.
"Indeed."
Georgiana eyed him warily. She didn't trust Lord Haslemere not to do just as he pleased when they reached the door, but she couldn't see any way to prevent it. They'd come to a stop outside Lord Draven's townhouse. There was nothing for it now but pray he'd hold his tongue. In the end, neither of them was given a choice. Georgiana was distracted by Lord Haslemere's antics, otherwise she might have noticed right away that a commotion was unfolding in front of the Earl of Draven's townhouse. Despite the early hour, there were two vehicles waiting in the drive, one of them a carriage and the other a travelling coach with Lord Draven's crest emblazoned on the side. There were a great many servants running about as well, their arms full of baskets and boxes and various other packages, and a trunk was waiting on one side of the door, seemingly abandoned.
"My goodness, do you suppose the Earl is leaving London?" "I don't know." Lord Haslemere frowned at the parade of servants. "We'll find out soon enough."
No one paid them any mind as they approached the entrance, but just inside the door they found a tall, wiry lady standing in the midst of the chaos, directing the servants who were scurrying up and down the stairs. She had grey streaked hair pulled into a tight knot at the back of her head, and an air of authority that marked her out at once as Lord Draven's housekeeper.
"No, Lizzie."
She was lecturing a quivering housemaid who was holding an armful of blankets.
"Not the trunk. Take them to his lordship's coach, in case he—"
She broke off when she caught sight of Georgiana and Lord Haslemere hovering in the open door.
Lord Draven isn't at home to visitors."
"I beg your pardon for the intrusion." Georgiana took another step into the entryway. "Are you his lordship's housekeeper?" The woman brushed a straggling hair away from her forehead.
"Aye, I'm Mrs. Berry."
"How do you do, Mrs. Berry? My name is Georgiana Harley, and this gentleman is Lord Haslemere. I wonder if we might have a quick word with you in private." Before Georgiana even finished speaking, Mrs. Berry had opened her mouth to refuse. But when she heard Lord Haslemere's name, she went still, a strange expression on her face.
"The Earl of Haslemere, brother to the Duchess of Kenilworth."
Lord Haslemere exchanged a puzzled glance with Georgiana, then gave the housekeeper a brief nod.
"Yes, Mrs. Berry, the same."
She stared at him, then turned abruptly on her heel.
"Aye, I suppose we'd best have a word at that. This way, my lord, Miss Harley."
She led them down the hall to a drawing-room. It was beautifully appointed, the furnishings fine, but the grate was cold and the drapes had been pulled tightly closed against the morning light.
"We're in a bit of a frenzy this morning, I'm afraid. I haven't much time, but I'll do what I can for you. Please do have a seat."
Mrs. Berry gestured to a plush settee done up in extravagant yellow silk. Georgiana perched on the edge, and Lord Haslemere took a seat beside her.
"As Miss Harley said, we're sorry to trouble you," he began, "but we've come on a matter of some importance."
"I know why you've come, my lord." Mrs. Berry sank down on a chair opposite the settee, with the air of one who was weary to her bones.
"You're here because of that nonsense about the Duchess and Lord Draven."
Georgiana, who hadn't expected such frankness, was taken aback.
"You believe it to be nonsense, then? The rumour that Lord Draven and the Duchess are, well, that they've been
adulterous sinners? I know it to be nonsense, Miss Harley. I've been Lord Draven's housekeeper since he inherited the title, and I was his father's housekeeper for 15 years before that. His father was a decent, God-fearing gentleman, and so is his son, the current Earl."
Georgiana studied Mrs. Berry for any signs of deception, but the woman's gaze was steady, and she spoke with utter conviction, as if she hadn't a shadow of doubt.
You seem quite certain, Mrs. Berry."
"I've never been more certain of anything in my life. It's nothing but a vicious rumour meant to hurt his lordship and the Duchess."
Mrs. Berry turned a sharp eye on Lord Haslemere.
"I suppose you've come to pry into the business and take Lord Draven to task. Well, you should be ashamed of yourself for asking, my lord. Lord Draven is a gentleman, and the Duchess a respectable lady. They both deserve better."
Lord Haslemere held up his hands.
"I didn't come here to accuse Lord Draven of anything, Mrs. Berry. I merely wished to speak to him. Surely you can understand why I might be concerned for my sister."
Mrs. Berry's green eyes remained as hard as stone.
"And I'm sure you can understand my concern for my employer, my lord. I won't sit here and allow his good name to be maligned, not while I still have breath left in my body, leastways."
Georgiana cleared her throat. Her next question wasn't likely to endear them to Mrs. Berry, but it was one that must be asked. "The gossips claim the Duchess was seen leaving this very townhouse, unaccompanied at night. Did you ever happen to see her here at odd hours, or here alone with Lord Draven?"
"Well, I can't say I never did see her, because lying is a despicable sin. But it was once or twice only, and the two of them as innocent of any wrongdoing as two babies. Why, they never left Lord Draven's study."
Georgiana thought the sins Mrs. Berry was referring to might be committed as easily in a study as a bedchamber, but she kept that opinion to herself. There was no sense in further offending the housekeeper. Mrs. Berry had already given them something useful. The Duchess of Kenilworth had been here in Lord Draven's townhouse, alone, and at night. That part of the rumour was true.
But you see what comes of such ugly, wicked rumours, Miss Harley.
Mrs. Berry rose to her feet, her face flushed with emotion.
Someone must have believed them to be true, and now look what's happened to his poor lordship.
Georgiana glanced from the tightly drawn drapes to Mrs. Berry's grim face, and a cold prickle of dread started at the base of her spine.
Has something happened to Lord Draven, Mrs. Berry? You mean you don't know?
All the anger seemed to drain from Mrs. Berry then, and she half sat, half collapsed onto the chair.
Lord Draven was set upon by 6 villains several nights ago, and beaten to within an inch of his life. It's a miracle he's still alive.
Several nights ago? Georgiana's voice emerged in a faint whisper as all the breath fled her lungs.
When, exactly? 3 nights ago.
Mrs. Berry let out a broken sigh. 3 nights ago? That meant... Lord Draven had been attacked the same night the Duchess of Kenilworth came to the Clifford School. If it was a coincidence, it was a strange one.
We didn't know,
Georgiana managed, her head spinning. At least, she hadn't. She glanced at Lord Haslemere and saw the same shock she felt reflected on his face.
Poor Lord Draven was left for dead.
Mrs. Berry shot an accusing glare at Lord Haslemere.
Mark my words, my lord. Whoever's responsible for such a wicked, wicked act will be called upon to explain themselves to their Maker sooner or later, no matter how high they might think themselves.
Lord Haslemere went very still.
Are you saying, Mrs. Berry, he asked quietly, you believe I'm responsible for the attack on Lord Draven?
Well, someone did it, didn't they? The way I see it, there are only 2 people in London bound to defend the Duchess's honour. One of them is her husband, an honourable man with a spotless character, and the other...
Mrs. Berry forgot her place entirely then, and pointed a shaking finger at Lord Haslemere.
The other's her rake-hell brother. Which of the 2 do you suppose is the most likely to have done such a thing?
Georgiana stared at Mrs. Berry. Lord Haslemere was a rake-hall, to be sure, but a murderer?
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Berry, but it's terribly unjust of you to accuse his lordship of such a heinous act.
Mrs. Berry's face went tight.
Mayhap it is, but I know this much. The Duke of Kenilworth never had a hand in it. He and Lord Draven went to school together, and you've never seen 2 boys who were closer friends than they were. I can't tell you how many times the Duke has visited at Draven House. All of London might believe what they like about Lord Draven and the Duchess, but His Grace knows better.
Lord Haslemere was silent, and Georgiana, who felt as if she'd tumbled down a dark rabbit hole and was still falling, struggled for a response.
What will become of Lord Draven? Will he... Does the doctor expect him to recover? The doctor has ordered him off to his country estate for fresh air and quiet. I warned him his lordship hasn't been to Draven House in years, and most of the old servants are long gone. But the doctor insists on it. So we've got a housekeeper and housemaid from London to tend him, and another housemaid from Herefordshire, who happened along at the right time. As to whether or not his lordship will ever regain his senses...
Mrs. Berry shook her head.
The doctor can't say. So we pray for Lord Draven and hope for the best.
Mrs. Berry dragged herself to her feet, looking as if she'd aged a decade since she'd entered the drawing-room. She paused when she reached the door, and turned back to say, "I beg your pardon if I offended you, Lord Haslemere." And then she was gone, her weary footsteps echoing down the hallway. Chapter 8.
I beg your pardon if I offended you, Lord Haslemere.
Offended him? The woman had accused him of setting a half-dozen murdering ruffians on Draven. Then she had the gall to beg his pardon for offending him. Benedict closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, but it did nothing to ease the heaviness pressing down on him. He'd long since accepted that all of London believed him to be a rakehell, but the leap from rakehell to utter villain was a great deal shorter than he'd imagined. "I hope you're not taking Mrs. Berry's accusations to heart, Lord Haslemere. She was upset, that's all. Once she's had time to reflect, I dare say she'll regret what she said." These were the first words Miss Harley had uttered since they left Lord Draven's drawing-room. Benedict was lost in his own thoughts, and since he'd never known her to hold her tongue for long, he'd nearly forgotten she was there. He glanced at her now, and his eyebrows flew up. She was wedged into a corner of the carriage, her face troubled. "You look distressed, Miss Harley. Dare I hope it's on my account?" She darted a glance at him, then looked quickly away, down at her hands clasped in her lap. "Naturally I'm distressed. I would feel the same for anyone." Benedict studied her, a trickle of warmth loosening some of the tightness in his chest. For such a flinty woman, her eyes were suspiciously soft. "I confess, your distress on my behalf surprises me." Her brows drew together. "I don't know why it should. I don't like to hear of anyone unjustly accused of such an ugly crime, my lord." Ah, there was a beating heart under that tweedy exterior, then. How disconcerting. Benedict didn't like it, really. He preferred to think of her not so much as a tender woman, but more a bundle of ill temper and thorns wrapped in layers of heavy, coarse brown wool. It was easier that way. "That is, not anyone who's innocent," Miss Harley went on. "London is cursed with any number of aristocratic scoundrels. Still, for all your many flaws, Lord Haslemere, I can't quite convince myself you're a murderer." Ah, yes, that was much better. That was the stone-hearted Miss Harley he knew and barely tolerated. Still, she had been quick to defend him to Mrs. Berry. "I think you're fonder of me than you let on." She rolled her eyes. "I'm precisely as fond of you as I let on, my lord, and no more than that." Benedict started, his gaze lingering on her face. Hazel. Her eyes weren't brown at all, but hazel. They looked brown in dimmer light, but this morning, with the sun shining through the carriage window, they were light green, rather like late summer pears. Her eyes changed colour depending on the light. It shouldn't matter. It didn't matter. Only he had a bit of a weakness for changeable eyes, and he couldn't help but wonder if her eyes were like so many other hazel eyes he'd seen, with dozens of different shades of green, brown, and grey at once. Looking at them now, he couldn't imagine how he'd ever thought them brown. Well, what of it? So she had pretty eyes. Beautiful eyes, if the truth were told, but her tongue was as barbed as it had ever been. Not that Georgiana Harley's tongue was any concern of his. Benedict pushed the thought from his head and cleared his throat. "All right then, Miss Harley. Let's see what we have, shall we? Rumours of an adulterous affair, a pair of noblemen who were friends at Eton, and an earl who's been beaten into unconsciousness. What do you make of it?" She sighed. "I think, my lord, that this business has more heads than a hydra. Sever one of them, and two more grow in its place." Benedict cocked his head to the side, considering it. "It's not a hydra so much as an insect bite. The more one scratches at it, the more it oozes." "Nonsense! My analogy is much more accurate." "Oozing sores or severed heads." Benedict shrugged. "Call it whatever you like, Miss Harley. The question is, where do we go from here, now we can't quiz Draven?" Lady Wilde mentioned something last night about your sister and Lord Draven having a scandalous past. Given Lady Wilde's preoccupation with gossip, it's likely just another rumour, but we'd better make sure. I think we should pay her a call this morning. Benedict nearly groaned aloud. This day was taking on a truly nightmarish cast. He'd sooner drop into the deepest pit of hell than pay a call on Lady Wilde. The moment he set a toe over her threshold, she'd assume he'd changed his mind about a liaison between them, and she'd swoop down on him like a bird of prey. Unfortunately, he didn't have any better ideas. Yes, very well. I'll pay a call on her. Grigg, Benedict rapped on the roof of his carriage. Maddox Street first to drop off Miss Harley, then we'll proceed to Albemarle. Wait! What do you mean you'll drop me off? I'm coming to Lady Wilde's with you. No, you're not. It was bad enough he'd have to fend off Lady Wilde, but to have Georgiana Harley witness the tawdry scene was far more unbearable than it should be. Lady Wilde is a predator of the first degree. You have no idea how savage she can be. She'll swallow you up in one bite, then turn her attention to the main course. Him. Miss Harley gave him a thin smile. Cleverer men than you have doubted me before, Lord Haslemere. Despite himself, Benedict chuckled. I'm not certain that's anything to boast about. She thrust her chin up. I can pay a call on Lady Wilde as easily as you can. Certainly you can. Of course, you'll have to get past her butler first. Edgerton's a stiff, proud creature and rather preoccupied with rank. Even if you do manage to get access to her ladyship, I doubt she can be persuaded to spill her secrets to you. She'll spill them to you readily enough, though, won't she? I suppose you'll charm them loose. Do you ruthlessly manipulate all your paramours, my lord? Why, Miss Harley, are you a romantic? I never would have guessed. Benedict gave her a lazy grin. There are certain advantages to being a fashionable earl. It's not fair, perhaps, but I'll get far more out of her if the two of us are left alone. Deep red colour surged into Miss Harley's cheeks. You mean to say you'd seduce Lady Wilde to get her secrets out of her? Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Benedict's gaze followed the blush sweeping from her cheeks down her neck. The wash of colour turned her eyes an unusually bright green, rather like holly leaves set off by their red berries. Remarkable, those eyes of hers. Quite the loveliest eyes he'd ever seen. Her expression, though, good Lord. Perhaps he should bring her with him after all. One look at the severe pinch of those otherwise tempting lips should be enough to chase all thoughts of seduction from Lady Wilde's mind. Have you no shame, Lord Haslemere? Benedict considered it, then shrugged. Not much, no. How is seducing her secrets out of Lady Wilde any worse than Lady Wilde seducing jewels out of me? That's your defence. Each of you is as awful as the other. If you recall, Miss Harley, it was you who brought up a seduction. All I have in mind is just a bit of harmless flirtation, nothing more. Well then, I don't see any reason why I can't come with you. Did you not, Lord Haslemere, just deliver me a lecture this morning about this very thing? No more sneaking about, you said, and now here you are, ready to sneak off to Lady Wilde's without me. Well, yes, but of course I meant you shouldn't sneak away from me, not so much the other way around. If you recall, I also said, as your employer, I'll issue the commands, and you'll follow them. You'll be disappointed, my lord, if you expect blind obedience from me, she gritted, her eyes flashing dark green with temper. Benedict raised an eyebrow. He'd do well to remember that as pretty as holly leaves were, they were also sharp, pointy things, and liable to draw blood from any man foolish enough to meddle with them. That is unfortunate. What do you propose we do? She eyed him. Perhaps we might come to some sort of bargain."
"Perhaps we might. What did you have in mind?"
Benedict folded his hands on the head of his walking stick. She let out an exasperated sigh. "For pity's sake! You know very well I want you to take me to Lady Wilde's with you."
"I do, yes. But I'm far more concerned with what I want."
She huffed and squirmed a bit, as if she were being forced to strike a bargain with the devil himself. But at last she gave in to the inevitable. "Oh, very well. What do you want now? Quickly, if you please. We're wasting time." What did he want? Ah, now that was an interesting question. Benedict would have liked to hear the word "please" fall from her lips again, but he didn't fancy risking a limb for it. There was one other thing he'd quite enjoy, however. "I want leave to call you Georgiana, and I want you to use my Christian name as well." "I couldn't possibly."
"I don't see why not."
She huffed out a breath. "Because I don't know your Christian name." Benedict hid a grin. It was a lie, of course. For better or worse, everyone in London knew his name. "It's Benedict." She blinked. "It doesn't suit you." Benedict choked back a laugh. "The 6 previous Earls of Haslemere, all of them named Benedict Gabriel Alexander Harcourt, might not agree with you." "But it's quite a pious name, isn't it? There's Saint Benedict and his Benedictine monks, for a start. Benedict is Latin for blessed, and Gabriel is an angel." She gave him a doubtful look. "Blessed angels are not, alas, the first words that come to mind when I think of you, Lord Haslemere."
"Do you think of me, Georgiana? How delicious. But come, enough of this nonsense. Either you agree to my terms, or I'll have Grigg take you back to Maddox Street."
"Oh, for pity's sake. Very well, I agree to your terms, my lord. Can we go now?" He raised an eyebrow.
"Can we go now? Who?"
Her lips pursed as if she'd tasted something sour. "Can we go now? Benedict."
"Certainly, Georgiana."
It wasn't very gentlemanly of him to enjoy himself at her expense, but Benedict had to struggle to keep the grin from spreading over his lips again. She didn't have any idea how entertaining she was. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been more amused. Likely the last time he'd sparred with her.
"Albemarle Street, Grigg."
Benedict nodded at his coachman, who was pretending not to listen through the vent. "Yes, my lord." Grigg slid the vent closed. Neither Benedict nor Georgiana said a word as the carriage made its way toward Mayfair. She kept her gaze on what was passing outside the window, while Benedict lounged in his seat and occupied himself with stealing glances at her and savouring his victory. It was clear from the moment Lady Wilde swept into her private sitting room that she'd expected to receive Lord Haslemere alone. "My dear Lord Haslemere, I imagined I'd see you again, but I didn't anticipate it would be so soon." She prowled across the room, so intent on her quarry she didn't even notice Georgiana was also there. She sashayed right past the settee where Georgiana was seated, the long diaphanous train of her skirts and a fog of scent trailing behind her. Rose or vetiver. Whatever it was, it descended on Georgiana like a noxious cloud, clogging her throat and burning her nostrils. "Lady Wilde." Lord Haslemere attempted a polite bow, but he didn't get far before Lady Wilde put both her hands on his chest and with a little push sent him sprawling back to the settee. "I beg your pardon, my lady, but—" He broke off with a grunt when she landed squarely in his lap. "You've no need to beg for anything, my lord. Other than mercy." Lord Haslemere held his hands up and away from her, as if she'd pointed a pistol at him. Lady Wilde was busily unwinding his cravat and didn't appear to notice his reluctance. Shh. The long length of linen fluttered to the floor. She twined her arms around his neck and pressed her painted lips against his bared throat. I've already forgiven you for your ungentlemanly behavior last night. Georgiana stared at them in a daze. She did not want to witness whatever Lady Wilde would do next, but she found she couldn't look away from the two of them. She gaped, torn between fascination and horror, as Lady Wilde writhed sinuously over Lord Haslemere's lap. Do, however, feel at liberty to abandon gentlemanly behavior now. Lady Wilde let out a throaty chuckle. No woman wants a tame lover, but you already know that, don't you, my lord? There is such delicious gossip about you. I've longed to discover for myself if you're as insatiable, as ferocious as rumour claims. Ferocious? Georgiana's frozen limbs thawed in an instant. She leapt up from her seat, intending to flee from the room straight back to Lord Haslemere's carriage, but his calm voice stopped her before she could reach the door. Sit down, Miss Harley. She turned, trembling, and met his gaze over the top of Lady Wilde's head. He didn't look at all like a notorious rake with a seductress in his lap ought to look. He wasn't flushed or panting, and his full, sensuous lips were pressed into a straight line. Instead of expiring with passion, he looked irritated. You remember Miss Harley from your mask ball, Lady Wilde? He jerked his chin toward Georgiana, and Lady Wilde glanced over her shoulder. Miss Harley? Yes. Lord Haslemere wrapped his hands around Lady Wilde's waist, lifted her from his lap, and deposited her on the settee beside him with an unceremonious plop. Miss Harley. Miss Harley, Lady Wilde repeated in a flat tone. Of course I remember her, my lord. The ball was just last night. If Lady Wilde was embarrassed by her wanton behaviour, she gave no sign of it. She rose leisurely to her feet, a pout on her lips, and took her time neatening her hair and smoothing her skirts over her hips. How do you do, my... Georgiana began, but trailed off into silence as she took in her ladyship's ensemble. She was in dishabille, which wasn't terribly surprising, given the hour, but this particular gown wasn't so much dishabille as... invisible? Transparent? Less an article of clothing and more a... suggestion of one? Georgiana stared, her face on fire, but everywhere she looked she found something else that made her cheeks burn. Lady Wilde's rouged cheeks and lips, the carefully arranged curls just brushing the tops of her breasts, and... Georgiana gasped. Dear God, was that... It was. Lady Wilde had rouged more than just her cheeks and lips. Georgiana gaped at her bosom, then tore her gaze away. Why, how lovely, Miss Harley, to see you again. Lady Wilde regarded Georgiana with hard, glittering blue eyes. It's curious, though. I'd never heard your name or been introduced to you at any of the entertainments in London before last night. And now you seem to be everywhere. Wherever did you find her, my lord? It was the sort of veiled attack common among the ton, but Georgiana wasn't accustomed to the aristocratic thrust and parry. She had no idea how to respond, but she was saved from having to say anything at all by Lord Haslemere's drawl. Oh, here or there. The usual places one finds young ladies. What? At Almack's? Lady Wilde snickered.
I'm afraid the marriage mart must be terribly dull for you, my lord."
"The marriage mart?" Georgiana meant to hold her tongue, but she didn't care for being batted about between Lord Haslemere and Lady Wilde as if she were a shuttlecock. "You're quite mistaken. I assure—"
"We don't wish to waste your time, Lady Wilde." Lord Haslemere shot a quelling look at Georgiana. "Perhaps I should explain why we've come today."
Lady Wilde flounced over to a chair near the fire and fell into it with a dramatic sigh.
"Yes, perhaps you'd better. Quickly, if you please, my lord. I've another engagement this morning." "Yes, I realize you're in great demand."
A lazy smile twitched at Lord Haslemere's lips.
"You're very good to indulge me. It's about my sister and Lord Draven."
Lady Wilde perked up considerably at mention of the gossip, but she did her best to hide it under a veneer of concern.
"Oh, my poor dear Lord Haslemere. I'm very sorry, but it was inevitable you'd hear of it sooner or later. Everyone in London is whispering about it," she added with relish. "Yes, London does whisper, doesn't it? I don't concern myself much with rumours, my lady, but you said something last night that does interest me. You said it was inevitable my sister and Lord Draven would fall into each other's arms again, given their past. I wondered what you meant by it."
The pleasant smile on Lord Haslemere's face didn't falter, but his jaw had tightened. It was subtle, imperceptible to anyone not watching him closely, but Georgiana was watching him, and all at once she realized that despite his show of indifference, he was very angry. Lady Wilde didn't appear to notice it, however, and waved a careless hand in the air.
"Oh, well, as to that, I'm sure I don't know what I meant. Nothing at all, really. Now, if you'll excuse me—" "No, I won't. Not yet."
Georgiana's brow rose at his audacity, but Lady Wilde didn't seem at all irked at being ordered about in her own sitting-room. Quite the contrary. Her lips parted, and she sucked in a breath, her impressive bosom heaving.
"Alas, my lord, I know only what everyone else in London knows." "Come now, Lady Wilde. How long have we been friends?"
Lord Haslemere crooned in silky tones, his lips curling in the barest hint of a smile.
"You always have more information than anyone else."
Lady Wilde preened under Lord Haslemere's sultry half-smile.
"But surely you've heard the story yourself?" "Of course not. A brother is always the last to hear any unflattering gossip about his sister." "No, my lord. A husband is."
Lady Wilde smirked.
"Very well, then. It's just this. The gossips have it that Lord Draven has been in love with your sister for years, ever since they were introduced at his father's house party. It was some years ago, but surely you remember that party." "I vaguely recall it. I didn't attend, but one of Jane's school friends, who was a distant cousin of Lord Draven's, invited her. It was Jane's first house party. She came out the following season, which means— let's see, that must have been about 6 years ago. Is that your recollection, my lady?" "Yes, about then, I think. Lord Draven, the current Lord Draven's father at the time, ended the house party with an extravagant Christmas ball. It was said to have been very grand, with all the most elegant members of the ton there."
Lady Wilde tossed her head.
"Most of them, in any case, but of course I was no more than a young girl then."
Georgiana smothered a snort. A young girl of 25, perhaps. So Draven fancied himself in love with Jane. Lord Haslemere lifted his shoulder in a shrug. I don't see what's so scandalous about that. Many gentlemen admired my sister before her marriage to Kenilworth. She was the belle of her season, if you recall. The true incomparable. Lady Wilde let out a long, dramatic sigh. Her ladyship had a decided talent for theatrics, and shook her head. I dare say it wouldn't have been a scandal, except your sister, forgive me, my lord, was rumoured to return his affections. Rather ardently, from what I understand.
That doesn't make any sense, Georgiana interrupted. If Lady Jane was enamoured of Lord Draven and he of her, why didn't she simply marry him instead of Kenilworth?
Lady Wilde shrugged. No doubt she would have married Draven if Kenilworth had still been a penniless viscount when they met at the Christmas ball. But he'd inherited the dukedom that summer.
Georgiana frowned. I don't see why that should make a difference, if Lady Jane truly was in love with Lord Draven.
Lady Wilde gave her a pitying look, as if Georgiana were a dim-witted child. My dear Miss Harley, the Duke of Kenilworth offered for her. Why settle for a mere earl when you can have a duke?
You just said, did you not, that Lady Jane ardently returned Lord Draven's affections. Mightn't that be a reason for her to marry him?
Goodness, you are naive. What's affection when weighed against becoming a duchess? You remember, Lord Haslemere, what a sensation it caused when Kenilworth became the Duke. Quite extraordinary that smallpox should have carried off the 3 cousins standing between him and the title. Rather convenient, really.
Convenient?
Georgiana gasped, appalled at Lady Wilde's callousness. She hadn't cared for the woman when she'd met her at her mask ball last night, and she cared even less for her now. She was every inch the sort of cold, calculating aristocrat who thought nothing of sacrificing every higher principle to fortune and title. Lady Wilde gave a disdainful sniff. Well, it certainly proved so for Kenilworth, didn't it? You'll have to forgive Miss Harley, my lady, Lord Haslemere murmured. Not many ladies are as sophisticated as you are. Georgiana pressed her lips together to prevent herself from screaming. If she had to suffer another moment trapped in this sitting-room while Lord Haslemere coaxed and flattered this awful woman, she feared she'd do someone an injury. By all accounts, Lord Draven wasn't at all reconciled to losing Lady Jane, Lady Wilde went on, oblivious to Georgiana's glare. He went quite wild that season. He might have drunk himself into his grave if his father hadn't intervened and sent him off to the continent. It's my opinion he never would have returned to England at all if his father hadn't become so ill. By the time he did return, Jane had married Kenilworth. Oh well, love's a damnable thing, is it not, my lady? Lord Haslemere spoke as if the story of Lord Draven's broken heart was unimaginably dull. Indeed, and best avoided, but passion is another thing entirely. Such a passion as Lord Draven and Lady Jane reportedly had doesn't simply vanish, my lord. And now it looks as if Lord Draven's had his way at last. One can't really blame the Duchess, can one? Why settle for a husband when she can have a lover who's mad for her? Lady Wilde nodded, as if she'd said something exceptionally wise. Georgiana shook her head, but didn't venture a comment. There was not, it seemed, any room for irony in Lady Wilde's private sitting-room. Lord Haslemere rose to his feet, his full lips curling in yet another enticing smile, as he paused and raised Lady Wilde's hand to his lips. "Thank you for seeing us today, my lady. You're an angel." "Not all angel, I assure you, my lord." Lady Wilde eyed him from under her thick, dark lashes. He gave a soft laugh and brushed his lips over her bare knuckles. "Is there anything else you can recall that you think might prove useful to us?" "Not that I can think of, no. But I'll send for you at once if I do." Lady Wilde fluttered her eyelashes at him. "No matter how late at night it is." Georgiana was obliged to look down at her lap to hide the roll of her eyes, but this time she wasn't quite able to smother her snort. Lady Wilde turned on her with a huff. "Does something amuse you, Miss Harley?" Before Georgiana could get a word out, Lord Haslemere took her elbow and hauled her rather unceremoniously to her feet. "You've been most helpful, my lady. We won't keep you any longer, but we'll leave you to ready yourself for your engagement." He marched Georgiana to the door, but Lady Wilde called after them. "Oh, my lord, now you ask, there is one other thing." Lord Haslemere turned. "Yes?" "You might want to pay a call on Lady Archer. She and Lord Draven were, well, I don't wish to offend Miss Harley's delicate sensibilities with such lurid gossip, but they were lovers during Lord Draven's year of debauchery in London, before he got himself banished to the continent. She might be able to tell you a great deal more than I can." Lord Haslemere bowed. "As I said, my lady, you're an angel." "So was Lucifer," Georgiana hissed as he tugged her down Lady Wilde's staircase and back to his carriage. It had begun to rain, fat wet drops splattering the pavement. Georgiana scrambled into the carriage and was busy shaking the damp from her skirts when Lord Haslemere said, "Do you know why my sister married the Duke of Kenilworth, Georgiana?" Georgiana's hands stilled. "I assumed it was for the reason Lady Wilde mentioned, because she wished to become a duchess. Don't ladies of the temps all marry for titles and fortunes?" "I've no idea what most ladies of the temps do, but Jane never cared about Kenilworth's title. She never aspired to become a duchess, and she didn't need Kenilworth's money. She had a substantial fortune of her own." "Why did she marry him, then?" "For love." Lord Haslemere chuckled at her raised eyebrows. "I see you're sceptical, but I assure you, Jane was in love with Kenilworth when she married him." Georgiana paused, then asked, "And now?" "Now?" Lord Haslemere's laugh was harsh. "If the rumours are to be believed, Lord Draven is Jane's secret lover, and for all I know, Kenilworth has a mistress tucked away in some townhouse somewhere. It doesn't sound much like love to me." Georgiana blinked. She wasn't prepared to hear such a quaint notion of marriage from the fashionable, rakish Lord Haslemere. "You don't know that. Even if he does, it isn't uncommon for a gentleman to take a mistress." Lord Haslemere brought his walking stick down hard on the floor of the carriage. "No gentleman who loves and respects his wife takes a mistress, damn it." Georgiana stared at him, speechless. I'm surprised to hear you express such a sentiment, my lord. You've had a number of mistresses of your own, but no wife." Lord Haslemere squeezed the head of his walking stick with such force the silver lion looked as if it would snap off in his fist. "I don't deny I've earned my reputation as a rake, but I'm not utterly devoid of principles. If I did have a mistress, which I don't, it wouldn't be at all the same thing as Kenilworth having one." "No mistress?" Georgiana bit her lip. "I thought you and Lady Wilde—"
If Lady Wilde were my mistress, I think I'd know it." His lips twitched at her expression. "I did warn you not to listen to the gossip about me, Georgiana. The truth is much less titillating than the rumours."
Did that mean he wasn't insatiable or ferocious, as Lady Wilde had said? Georgiana bit down hard on her tongue before she could succumb to the temptation to ask. Lord Haslemere tore his hat from his head, tossed it onto the seat beside him, and dragged a rough hand through his hair.
"The Christmas ball Lady Wilde mentioned, the one that ended the house party Jane attended. That's the same ball Clara Beecham attended on the night she disappeared."
"Yes, it's strange, isn't it?"
"More than strange that a young lady should vanish out from under the noses of dozens of guests at a Christmas ball without anyone seeing a thing."
"Did Jane attend the ball as well?"
"No. She left the house party early, before it took place. As I said, Jane wasn't out yet, and my father didn't think it was proper for her to attend a ball with so many members of the ton present. Whatever happened at that ball may have started at the house party. Perhaps Jane can shed some light on the matter."
"What makes you think she'll tell you anything?"
Whatever had happened at that house party, the Duchess wasn't likely to confess it to her brother, considering she'd made Georgiana swear she'd keep silent about anything having to do with Clara Beecham. He glanced at her, surprised. "Why shouldn't she?"
"Because you're her brother, of course. What if Lady Wilde is right, and the Duchess fell in love with Lord Draven at that party? No lady wants her brother nosing into her romantic entanglements. I dare say she won't tell you a thing."
He shrugged, unconcerned. "I can be quite persuasive when I choose to be, Georgiana."
"Yes, I'm aware of that, my lord. I just watched you persuade Lady Wilde's every secret out of her. I'm surprised she didn't confess to setting the Great Fire of London."
Lord Haslemere snorted. "That wasn't her every secret, I promise you." Georgiana bit her lip, an uneasy knot in her stomach. The very last thing she wanted was for Lord Haslemere to begin asking the Duchess questions about Clara Beecham.
"I don't see how the Duchess would know what happened, given she wasn't at the ball. There must be someone else we can ask who'd know more."
"Who? If you recall, Lord Draven is unconscious."
"But there were dozens of other people there, my lord. The Duke of Kenilworth, for one. Mrs. Berry said he spent a great deal of time in Oxfordshire with Lord Draven. Surely he would have been invited to such a grand house party as that."
Lord Haslemere considered it, but shook his head. "Perhaps, but I'd rather discuss it with Jane first." Georgiana, who'd begun to grow quite desperate, was casting about for some logical reason they shouldn't bring this matter to the Duchess, when the carriage slowed. She glanced out the window, expecting to see the Clifford School, but to her surprise, she saw they'd turned down Grosvenor Street.
Grosvenor Street? Why were they? Oh, no. Dear God, no. Georgiana's stomach fell. The Duke and Duchess of Kenilworth lived in Grosvenor Street. The Duchess had made herself abundantly clear about her wishes regarding her brother. Georgiana was not, under any circumstances, to breathe a word about any of this business to Lord Haslemere. Given such a restriction, it seemed unwise for Georgiana to appear on the Duchess's doorstep with him. She drew in a deep breath to steady her voice and asked, "Is it too much trouble for your coachman to take me on to Maddox Street, my lord?"
"Certainly he will, right after we see Jane." She grasped his arm, her fingernails sinking into the damp superfine of his coat sleeve.
"Do you think it's wise to call on her now, my lord?"
Lord Haslemere stared down at her hand clutching his sleeve, his brows rising. "It's generally safe enough for me to pay a call on my sister." But it wasn't at all safe for Georgiana. She could not appear on the Duchess of Kenilworth's doorstep with Lord Haslemere. She simply couldn't, not without all of her plans toppling over like a house of cards.
I don't think you want your sister to realise you're poking into her secrets, my lord. It's best if she continues to think you're staying in Surrey for the season."
Georgiana broke off, wishing she could rip her tongue out. She realised how badly she'd fumbled at once, but by then it was already too late. Lord Haslemere went oddly still. Then, without warning, he seized hold of her wrist and tugged her across the carriage onto the bench beside him, close enough so she was practically in his lap. He tipped her chin up and stared down at her with blazing dark eyes. "Now just how would you know I'm meant to be spending the season in Surrey, I wonder?"
Lady Darlington must have mentioned—"
"No, she didn't. Lord and Lady Darlington have been expecting me in London all week." "Oh, Princess." His fingers tightened on her chin. "I think you're the one who's keeping secrets." Chapter 9. Benedict gazed into wide eyes gone a moody golden brown, like sunlight on autumn leaves, and wondered if that was the colour they turned when she lied.
"I insist you take me back to Maddox Street at once, Lord Haslemere."
Georgiana tried to jerk free of his grasp, but Benedict held her fast. "But I'm so enjoying your company, Georgiana." His lips curved in a smirk, but his words were far closer to the truth than he wished they were, even now, when he knew she'd been lying to him. "Then there's that other small matter of your dishonesty." He raised her chin higher, fascinated by the rich, chocolate brown melting at the outer edges of those gold eyes. "I don't care for liars, Georgiana." He was angry with her, yes, and not his usual tepid discontent. This anger was a searing, belly-deep fire that made his fists clench, his skin heat. Yet at the same time he was achingly aware of the soft glide of her skin under his fingertips, her teeth worrying at her trembling lower lip. "Perhaps Kenilworth isn't as sure of Lord Draven's friendship as Mrs. Berry imagines he is," he murmured, leaning closer so he could read her secrets in her eyes. Perhaps he did wonder if his dear old friend Draven had betrayed him and hired you to discover the truth. She swallowed.
"You can't truly believe the Duke of Kenilworth would be so wicked as to send 6 blackguards to assault Lord Draven?"
Benedict's gaze darted to her long, pale throat, then back to her eyes. They were darker than he'd ever seen them now, opaque. So beautiful still, but they were the colour of shadows, of secrets and lies. "Why not? He's a man, just like any other."
"An honourable man, my lord. I've never heard a single whisper against him. All of London sings his praises."
Benedict laughed softly. "Ah, but you see, Georgiana, that's just what I'd expect someone who's working for the Duke to say. All of Lady Clifford's girls are clever, but you're the cleverest of them all, which is either a very good or a very bad thing, depending on whose side you're on. So, tell me, Princess, whose side are you on?"
"My own side, and Lady Clifford's side."
Benedict said nothing as he let his gaze drift over her. How innocent she looked, with those wide, wary eyes. But she was up to her neck in this business of Jane's. He'd suspected it since the first moment he saw her at Lady Wilde's, in her bronze gown and black mask. Now he had her, and he didn't intend to let her go until she told him everything she knew. "I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth, Georgiana. If you truly are on Lady Clifford's side, you'll take it. If not, you'll lose the Mill Street building." He released her then, and she turned her face away from him at once, no doubt to hide her expression. Benedict waited, a chill settling at the base of his spine as the silence dragged on, unbroken but for the cacophony of doubts crashing against the inside of his skull. Had he pushed her too far? Despite the tension between them, Benedict couldn't make himself believe she'd refuse to tell him the truth. The Duke of Kenilworth didn't hire me, Lord Haslemere. Georgiana turned away from the window to face him. Your sister did.
Jane?
For a moment, Benedict was too stunned to reply.
But why?
To find Clara Beauchamp, or so she said. Georgiana sighed. Things have become quite a bit more complicated since then.
Draven and Jane are both searching for Clara Beauchamp.
But why? Benedict was aware he sounded like some sort of deranged echo, but no other question made sense. Clara Beauchamp's been missing for 6 years. Why should they have resumed the search for her now? Because your sister thinks she saw Miss Beauchamp waiting in a carriage outside Lady Tilbury's townhouse. The Duchess sent me to Lady Wilde's masked ball to see what information I could get from Lady Tilbury, which turned out to be very little. Benedict blew out a breath.
Well, there is one bit of good news at least. The rumour about Draven and Jane has never been anything more than that. Jane's been sneaking in and out of Draven's London townhouse because they're both searching for Miss Beauchamp, not because they're engaged in a love affair.
Or there is an affair, and Miss Beauchamp knows something about it. Lord Draven and Jane could just as easily be looking for her to see to it she keeps their secrets to herself.
Benedict scowled at her. I prefer my explanation. Do you believe Jane really did see Clara Beauchamp?
It's difficult to say. Georgiana hesitated, her teeth once more attacking that vulnerable lower lip. Whether she did or not, we can't rule out the possibility Lord Draven was attacked because he's been searching for Clara. If that's the case, then
Jane may be in danger.
Not just Jane, but also Georgiana, who'd made no attempt to hide her interest in Clara Beauchamp's whereabouts at Lady Wilde's masked ball last night.
What else, Georgiana? What haven't you told me?
She drew in a long breath, then admitted with obvious reluctance. The Duchess came to us at the Clifford School 3 nights ago. On the same night Lord Draven was attacked.
Is there anything else?
Benedict's voice was clipped.
No, she whispered.
He closed his eyes. Between Lady Wilde's tiresome antics, the scene with Georgiana, and his worry for Jane, he felt as if days had passed since he left his home this morning. By the time Grigg brought the carriage to a stop in front of Kenilworth's elegant white brick mansion, and Benedict handed Georgiana down, he was in no mood to suffer fools. That was when he remembered Bagshaw. As usual, the Duke's butler was standing guard in the entryway, and as usual, he frowned when he saw Benedict.
Lord Haslemere?
Bagshaw. Benedict's lip curled. Bagshaw looked perfectly harmless, rather like a chess piece in his black hose and severe black coat with the polished silver buttons. But he was a wily old devil, not to mention a shameless gossip. Nothing escaped Bagshaw's notice, and everything he noticed found its way from his lips to the Duke's ears.
My sister is in the drawing room, I trust.
Benedict didn't wait for an answer, but took Georgiana's arm and hurried her toward the stairs.
I beg your pardon, my lord, but the Duke prefers I announce every guest before permitting them. I'm not here to see the Duke, Bagshaw, and I'm not a guest. I'm the Duchess's brother, for God's sake. Must we do this every time?
Bagshaw drew himself up with a dignified sniff.
Yes, my lord, but the young lady is my guest and no concern of yours. As you wish, my lord.
Bagshaw's tone was cold, his bow stiff. Benedict didn't spare the man another glance, but gestured to Georgiana to precede him up the massive, carved mahogany staircase. The sooner they got to the bottom of this mess about Jane, Draven, and Clara Beauchamp, the better.
Benedict,
Jane rose to her feet when they entered the drawing-room, her brows drawn together in a frown.
"What are you doing here? I didn't expect you to appear in London at all this season."
"Careful, Jane, or I'll think you're not pleased to see me."
Benedict crossed the room and dropped a kiss on his sister's cheek.
"Nonsense. I'm always pleased to see you."
Jane offered him a bright, false smile.
"I hope you haven't come all this way just to quarrel with Bagshaw. Really, Benedict, it's not at all gentlemanly of you to harass His Grace's servants."
"I don't quarrel with him, Jane. He quarrels with me. But never mind, Bagshaw. I've brought someone to meet you today. This is Miss George—"
"Miss Harley."
Jane reached out to grip the back of the settee beside her. She fought to keep her face blank, but she went so pale she looked as if she were one pump of her heart away from falling into a swoon. Benedict froze, his stomach giving an uneasy lurch. Jane was staring at Miss Harley with an expression on her face he'd never seen before. Jane wasn't one to fall into tempers, but her eyes flashed a quick lightning bolt of anger before her expression shifted into something much, much worse. Panic, and then fear. Benedict took an instinctive step toward her, then froze again, suddenly unsure. Surely she wasn't afraid of him. He glanced between Jane and Georgiana, who looked as if she wished herself anywhere but here. "I didn't realize you were acquainted with Miss Harley, Jane." Whatever spell Jane had fallen under snapped at his words.
Yes, of course I am. The Marchioness of Darlington introduced me to Miss Harley at Lord and Lady Darlington's wedding breakfast. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Harley."
Georgiana curtsied. "How do you do, Your Grace?"
"Lady Darlington. Ah, yes, how could I have forgotten?"
It was a perfectly truthful explanation. They had met at Darlington's wedding breakfast, but it was at once both the truth and a lie. It rolled off Jane's tongue with such ease. If Benedict hadn't already known there was some secret bubbling just beneath the surface, he might have been fooled. "Since you're already acquainted, then you must also know Miss Harley is one of Lady Clifford's pupils, Jane." Benedict led Georgiana to an enormous settee across from his sister, then dropped into a chair beside it.
Yes, I suppose I did. We only met for a moment, but the Marchioness speaks of Miss Harley with great affection."
Jane turned to Benedict with a wan smile.
"But you never answered my question. What brings you to London? The last time we spoke, you told me you were bored with the city and intended to remain at Haslemere House to do some repairs."
Benedict hesitated, recalling once again how Jane had made a point of encouraging him to remain in Surrey. He hadn't been surprised at it at the time. He did tend to get into more trouble when he was in London, after all. But now he couldn't help but wonder if she'd known there'd be rumours about her and Draven, and was determined to keep him out of it. "I might have done, if Surrey hadn't proved to be as dull as a tomb." Benedict offered his sister a careless smile, but it was as false as her bright one. "I imagine I'll grow bored with London soon enough. You'll have to tolerate me until then, I suppose."
"Tolerate you? Nonsense. Freddie will be thrilled to see you. Shall we call him?"
Jane didn't wait for an answer, but crossed the room to pull the bell. She tried to hide it, but Benedict noticed her hands were shaking as she reached for it. "Wait, Jane. Don't call him just yet." Benedict got to his feet, took her hand, and led her back to the settee. He was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "We've never kept secrets from each other, Jane. Not even when we were children." Jane shrugged, but she couldn't look at him.
"No, but children's secrets are harmless, Benedict."
"The more harmful a secret, the more reason to share it. Benedict pressed her hand gently between his. I know something is amiss, Jane. I've known it for months, since this winter, when you and Freddie spent so much time in Surrey. I'd hoped you would have confided in me by now. You haven't. And now I must have the truth.
What truth, Benedict?
Jane laughed, but the sound was as sharp and brittle as shattering glass.
I haven't the vaguest idea what you mean.
I attended Lady Wilde's mask ball last night. Benedict's long fingers swallowed her delicate ones. I heard the rumours about you and Lord Draven. Jane stared at him, her throat working.
It's gossip, Benedict. Nothing more. Surely you must know there isn't any truth to it.
Benedict drew in a breath. What he was going to say next would hurt both him and Jane, but it must be said. I called on Lady Wilde this morning, Jane. She told me quite a tale about you and Lord Draven having a secret past.
You spoke to Lady Wilde about this? Lady Wilde, of all people!
Jane pressed a shaking hand to her forehead.
Dear God, Benedict, what have you done?
She reminded me you met Draven 6 years ago at his father's house party. What happened at that party, Jane? Did you fall in love with Lord Draven?
No,
Jane cried.
I won't talk about this with you.
You must, Jane. You will, before this gets any worse. You know Lord Draven was attacked. One glance at her face, and Benedict had his answer. Yes, I see you do. Jane flinched away from him, as if every word out of his mouth was a blow. Benedict despised hurting her, and wished with all his heart he could let this go and never speak of it again. But the only way he could help her was to have the truth from her. Listen to me, Jane. Whatever it is, however bad it is, I'll help you. You must know that. I'd do anything for you.
Benedict, please. You don't know what you'll only make it worse. We're not children anymore. You can't solve my problems by bloodying noses or pushing my tormentors in the fish pond.
The devil I can't. It might take a pistol or sword this time, but he'd do what he must.
No, Benedict.
Jane snatched her hand from his, leapt to her feet, and crossed to the window.
You can't help me with this.
Draven was beaten to within an inch of his life, Jane, just days after a rumour began to circulate that you and he are having an affair. Benedict's voice was quiet. An affair that began 6 years ago, at the same house party where a young lady named Clara Beecham disappeared. Something happened at that party, and 6 years later, people are still being hurt over it. What if you're next? At mention of Clara Beecham, Jane's entire body stiffened. She turned from the window to face him, her voice pleading.
Please, Benedict, I'm begging you to let this go.
He let out a harsh laugh. I can't do that. You know better than to even ask it. Georgiana hadn't said a single word during this exchange, but now she scrambled up from the settee and reached a hesitant hand out to Jane. Please, Your Grace, your brother doesn't wish to force confidences from you, but... Benedict turned on Georgiana, incredulous. Yes, I do. Georgiana bit her lip as she glanced from Benedict's angry face to Jane's agonized one. This wasn't going well at all, and it was all Lord Haslemere's fault. He was making an utter mess of things. He'd barreled forward without any caution or sense, like a child who upends a chessboard, obliterating any chance they might have had at making rational, precise moves. Then, with every word out of his mouth, he'd made things progressively worse. Georgiana had feared this visit would end in disaster, but this, it was worse than she'd imagined. The Duchess had buried her face in her hands, her slender shoulders shaking, and Lord Haslemere was pacing from one end of the enormous drawing-room to the other, eyeing his sister much as he had Lady Wilde, right before he set about squeezing her until drops of information trickled from her lips like rain from a grey winter sky. That dark, intense gaze wasn't even directed at her, but it sent a shiver up Georgiana's spine nonetheless. No one who looked at Lord Haslemere right now could possibly think he was nothing more than a charming rake. His lean body was rigid, his lips pressed into a tight line, and his eyes were glittering with anger and worry. And something else. Something forged in fire and edged in ice. Determination. None of them spoke, and the silence stretched until it swelled into every corner of the cavernous room. Georgiana's gaze moved over the fine furnishings, the enormous blue silk settee the Duchess had been seated on when they first came in, so large and overstuffed it looked as if it might swallow her whole. For all her wealth and her exalted title and the magnificence that surrounded her, the Duchess seemed oddly lost here in this grand house. Or perhaps it was because of the magnificence, rather than in spite of it. It emphasized how small the Duchess was, how slight. The massive marble fireplace, the extravagant gold pier glasses, the glittering chandeliers and oceans of blue silk. It overwhelmed her. She put Georgiana in mind of a tiny, fragile bird, its wings fluttering nervously, as if it were on the verge of flying away. "Come here, Jane." Lord Haslemere's face softened as his sister struggled to regain her composure, and he reached for her and gathered her into his arms. Georgiana stared at him, a strange flutter in her chest. She never would have imagined Lord Haslemere could wear such an expression as that. His handsome face was tight with pain, his dark eyes bleak. This wasn't the same man who'd strolled into Lady Wilde's drawing-room and ruthlessly manipulated her as if he were a virtuoso strumming an instrument. Nor was he the arrogant Earl who'd caught Georgiana's chin in his hard fingers and demanded answers. This man held his sister tenderly, a fond brother who, like so many fond brothers before him, was rendered helpless by the sight of her tears. Anyone could see he was desperate to protect her, and Jane clung to his coat until her hitching breaths calmed, as if he'd soothed her in just this way dozens of times before. When Lord Haslemere released her at last, Jane's face was pale but composed. "I'll summon Freddie now, shall I?" He nodded and made an attempt at a smile. "Yes, I've missed him. The remainder of the winter dragged without the two of you at Haslemere House." The Duchess crossed the room to pull the bell, and a few moments later a maidservant entered the drawing-room. "Fetch Freddie, won't you, Betsy? His uncle is here and wishes to see him. He's in the library with Mr. Chilcote, I believe." "Yes, Your Grace." Betsy went off to do the Duchess's bidding, and a little while later quick, light footsteps echoed in the hallway. They got closer and closer, until at last a small boy of about 5, with a shock of wild, dark red curls, ran into the room. "Uncle Benedict!" The boy's face lit up with a sweet, guileless smile as he hurried across the room. He was carrying a flat wooden puzzle, which he pushed into Lord Haslemere's hands. "See, Uncle?" "A new dissected puzzle, Freddie." Lord Haslemere turned the puzzle right side up and balanced it on his lap. "Europe divided into its kingdoms. That's a very good one. But before you show it to me, you must make your bow to Miss Harley." He turned Freddie toward Georgiana with his hands on the boy's shoulders. The boy's cheeks flushed as he gave Georgiana an awkward bow. "How do you do?" Georgiana smiled. The boy had very pretty dark eyes and an expressive, endearing face. She liked him right away. "Is that one of Madame Beaumont's dissected maps, or one of John Spilsbury's?" The boy flushed again, this time with pleasure. "Mr. Spilsbury's, ma'am."
I always wanted a dissected map when I was a girl, particularly Madame Beaumont's dissected map of Europe.
She'd never gotten one, of course, or even seen one before. They were very dear, some of them as much as 2 guineas. Here, Freddie, take the map to Miss Harley so she may see it. Lord Haslemere handed the wooden frame back to Freddie. Mind you don't jostle the pieces, or we'll see how familiar Miss Harley is with the borders of the European kingdoms. Freddie approached Georgiana somewhat bashfully, but like most children, he could tell the difference between an adult who was simply humouring him and one who was sincerely interested, and Georgiana truly was fascinated with the map.
I like the British Isles best. See?
Freddie plucked the piece up and offered it to Georgiana. Georgiana turned it in her hand, admiring it.
It's wonderful, isn't it? The British Isles is the best, of course, but I've always been fond of Italy because of its curious shape.
Well, that and because so many of her favourite Gothic romances were set there.
See this bit here?
She traced a finger around the southern edge of Italy.
It looks like a pointing finger, doesn't it?
Yes. Freddie darted a look at her from under his eyelashes, his plump cheeks once again blooming with colour.
I thought girls didn't like things like geography and maps.
Lord Haslemere chuckled. Georgiana darted a glance at him, half expecting him to claim most ladies didn't like such things, and that it was just as well because they didn't have the analytical brains to appreciate them. But all he said was, "Who gave you that idea, Freddie? Not Mr. Chilcote, I hope?" Freddie shook his curly red hair.
No, Uncle Benedict. It was Father who said so.
A brief, awkward silence fell before Georgiana broke it. I dare say some ladies don't like maps and such things, but many do, and many other things not considered strictly ladylike besides. Freddie's dark eyes, which were very much like his uncle's, sharpened with interest.
What things?
Maths, for one. It appeals to analytical minds because numbers are rational, dependable things, unlike, for example, poetry. Or people.
Are you good at maths?
Freddie asked doubtfully. Very good. So good I teach it.
You mean you're like Mr. Chilcote?
Freddie looked quite impressed. Yes, though I teach young ladies. Freddie, the Duchess interrupted gently, it's impertinent to ask so many questions. Thank you for sharing this with me. Georgiana handed the British Isles back to the boy. Freddie took the piece, then hesitated.
You will come back again, won't you, Ma'am?
Before Georgiana could reply, the Duchess said, Freddie, you're keeping Mr. Chilcote waiting.
Yes, Mamma.
Freddie offered Georgiana one last grin, showing off the gaps in his gums, then shoved the British Isles in his pocket, trotted to the door, and darted through it. A moment later, however, he peeked back around the corner again.
I'll see you again very soon, won't I, Uncle Benedict?
Yes, Freddie, you will. I have some business in London, and I don't intend to leave until it's completed. But Benedict wasn't looking at Freddie. He was looking at his sister. I'll start by paying a visit to Lady Archer this evening. The Duchess, who could hardly fail to understand him, shook her head. You'd be much better off returning to Surrey, Benedict. She didn't give him a chance to reply, but shifted her attention to Georgiana. It was kind of you to visit, Miss Harley. I dare say it will be some time before I can return the courtesy. It was plain to see the Duchess wasn't pleased with her, and no wonder, what with Lord Haslemere storming into her drawing-room and demanding answers after Georgiana had sworn to keep this business a secret from him. She bit her lip. How had she managed to bungle this so badly? Now she'd have to confess to Lady Clifford that she'd angered the Duchess of Kenilworth. Lady Clifford would know how to repair the rift, But until then, there was only one thing Georgiana could do. She dropped into a curtsy. "As you wish, Your Grace." Chapter 10. "Will this do?" Georgiana peeked around the door leading into Lady Clifford's private parlour. "I hope so, because it's the best I can do." Lady Clifford was tucked into an overstuffed chair near the fire, her fat pug dog, Gussie, snoring in her lap. "Come closer, so I can get a better look at you." Georgiana didn't want anyone to look at her, not Lady Clifford, and certainly not Lord Haslemere. But as there wasn't any help for it, she moved into the middle of the room, caught a fold of the dark red silk gown she was wearing, and dipped into a mocking curtsy. "Well?" Lady Clifford cocked her head to the side. "Is that the gown Emma wore to Sophia and Lord Grey's holiday party?" "It is, yes, which explains why it's too big in the bosom and waist and several inches too short." Georgiana plucked at the gaping neckline, where her bosom was meant to be overflowing her stays. She felt like an utter fool already, and she hadn't even left the house yet. No doubt she looked a fool, too. Finery didn't flatter her the way it did other ladies. Silk gowns and corsets only seemed to emphasize her tall, gangly form, and she ended up looking like an awkward giraffe. It didn't bode well for an evening surrounded by the most fashionable members of the temps at Lady Archer's faro table. Lady Clifford rose to her feet, set Gussie down in her place, and drew closer, her critical gaze sweeping over Georgiana. Georgiana plucked nervously at her skirt. "Lady Archer and her ilk are very... I don't have the right... Everyone will know at a glance I don't belong there." "It's very bad, I know, but I haven't anything else that's suitable." There was a shocking lack of party gowns in her wardrobe. "If this won't do, I suppose I can wear the bronze gown again." "Rich colours bring out the threads of gold in your hair." Georgiana flushed right up to the roots of said hair. Threads of gold indeed. Her hair was brown. It had never been anything other than brown, and never would be anything other than brown, no matter what colour she wore. Lord Haslemere was so accustomed to flattering ladies, the compliments flew from his lips without a second thought. "Are you too warm, dearest? You look flushed." "No, I'm just—" Georgiana trailed off and threw herself into the chair across from Lady Clifford's. The back of her gown would be all wrinkles by the time she got up, but her legs felt wobbly. "I detest parties, and I'm terrible at them. I'm bound to make a mess of it tonight. If only Emma were here, she'd do the thing splendidly, and the gown fits her." "Actually, my dear, I was just thinking that gown looks very well on you. The fit isn't as bad as you imagine, and the colour flatters your hair." If Lady Clifford said one word about gold threads, Georgiana was going to scream. Lady Clifford smiled. "I was going to say your skin, but it looks very well with your hair, too. You've such an elegant figure, Georgiana. Perhaps we should dress you in silk gowns more often." "Heaven forbid it!" Georgiana forgot the weakness in her legs and leapt up from her chair to check her reflection in the pier-glass on the wall opposite the fire. A pale-faced lady stared back at her, her lips tight, and her ordinary, and not at all gold-threaded, brown hair piled on top of her head in a mockery of a fashionable chignon. She looked like a spinster playing at being a debutante. "I don't think that is, perhaps it would be best if Lord Haslemere went to Lady Archer's by himself after all." He'd tried to discourage her from attending, but Georgiana had been determined to do her duty by the Duchess after that dreadful call this afternoon. But now, with her stomach in knots and her bosom threatening to vanish into her ill-fitting bodice, she couldn't recall why she'd been so insistent. You made a commitment to the Duchess, Georgiana. Lady Clifford's tone was mild, but a glance at her reflection in the mirror revealed her eyebrow was inching up. That quirked eyebrow was a sure sign her ladyship disapproved. Well, of course she did. When Georgiana returned from Grosvenor Street this afternoon, she'd confessed to Lady Clifford she'd let Lord Haslemere insinuate himself into his sister's business, with disastrous results. They'd agreed the best way for Georgiana to make amends was to continue on with the task the Duchess had assigned her, finding Clara Beauchamp. Now here she was, trying to take the coward's way out. She turned away from the mirror with a sigh. It's just that no one will be surprised to see him there. He won't attract any undue attention, whereas I— The sound of a carriage pulling up outside interrupted her. Lady Clifford stepped to the window, pulled back the drapes and peeked outside. It's too late. She let the drape drop back into place and turned to Georgiana with a calm smile. He's here. Every one of Georgiana's instincts urged her to flee up the stairs and not come back down until Lord Haslemere was gone. But her knees had gone all wobbly again, and she could already hear heavy footsteps thudding up the steps toward the door. Oh dear, quickly, Georgiana, I forgot to tell Daniel Lord Haslemere was coming to fetch you, and it sounds as if he's answered the— What do you want, Haslemere? Ah, Brixton, always a pleasure to see you. I've come to fetch— It's the middle of the night. Whatever you want, it can wait until morning. If Lord Haslemere was cowed by Daniel's threatening tone, one couldn't tell it from his provoking drawl. No, I'm afraid it can't, Brixton. I want Miss Harley. I want Miss Harley? Scorching heat flooded Georgiana's cheeks at those words, and she felt a strange tug deep in her belly. Fetch her for me, will you? Lord Haslemere added in a careless tone. There's a good fellow. There was a brief, frozen silence. Then Daniel growled, Nay, my lord. Your business with the lass can wait until morning. On the contrary, Brixton, the business I have with Miss Harley is much better conducted at night. The sounds of a scuffle followed this shocking announcement, as if Daniel were trying to shove Lord Haslemere out the door, and Lord Haslemere was shoving back. Lady Clifford gave Georgiana a little push. You'd better go now, my love, before they come to blows, or one of them tosses the other down the steps. Georgiana didn't move. Not because she wanted to see Lord Haslemere thrown down the stairs, precisely, but then again, it might be preferable to an evening at Lady Archer's. Shame on you, Georgiana! Lady Clifford took Georgiana's arm and tugged her toward the entryway. Come with me this instant, before Daniel cracks open his lordship's skull. Lord Haslemere didn't appear to be worried about his skull or any other part of himself. He and Daniel were standing nose to nose. Well, nose to neck, as Daniel was the size of a barouche, each holding the other's gaze without blinking. Lord Haslemere was either very foolish or very brave. In this case, there wasn't much difference between the two. Good evening, my lord, Georgiana insinuated herself between the men before fists could start flying. Shall we go? Ah, Miss Harley. Here you are. Lord Haslemere's gaze drifted over her, taking her in from the top of her head to the hem of her skirts. You look ravishing this evening. He took her hand and raised it to his lips, his mouth curving in a sensuous smile. Don't bother to wait up for us, Brixton. I imagine we'll be very late. Georgiana's mouth fell open. Lady Clifford smothered what sounded like a laugh, but Daniel's fists clenched, as if he were preparing to wring Lord Haslemere's neck. Oh, I'll be waiting for the lass, my lord. You can be sure of that. If I find a single hair on her head out of place, you'll be answering to me for it. Not to worry, Brixton. Lord Haslemere gave him an infuriating grin. Miss Harley's hair is safe with me. As for the rest of her— Another ominous growl rumbled in Daniel's chest, but before he could strangle Lord Haslemere with his own cravat, Georgiana snatched Lord Haslemere's arm and dragged him from the entryway.
"For pity's sake,"
she hissed, when the door between the two men was safely closed.
"Why must you bait him?"
Lord Haslemere shrugged. "Entertainment, primarily."
"I dare say you won't find it entertaining when he tosses you down the stairs. Have you no sense at all? You don't want to anger Daniel, my lord. I've seen him knock a man unconscious with a single blow."
Lord Haslemere shot her a dark look, his mouth tight. "He's too possessive of you. I don't like it." Georgiana turned to him in surprise. It almost sounded as if he were jealous. No, surely not.
"He's not possessive. He's protective, but perfectly harmless."
"You just told me he wouldn't hesitate to throw me down the stairs, and now you say he's perfectly harmless. Which is it, Georgiana?"
"He's perfectly harmless to me. He'd certainly throw you down the stairs."
"I'll take my chances." He reached for her arm to escort her to the carriage, but Georgiana tugged away from him.
"I can make my own way to the carriage. Keep your hands to yourself, my lord, before Daniel tears them loose from the rest of your body."
Lord Haslemere snorted. "I'm not afraid of Daniel Brixton."
"I begin to think, my lord, you don't have the sense to be afraid of anyone."
"Yet for all my recklessness, as you can see, I'm still in one piece." He gestured to himself with a wave of his hand. Georgiana darted a glance at him as they waited for Grigg to set the step and open the carriage door. She looked away again quickly, but it was already too late. One glance was all it took. He was still in one piece. One gloriously handsome, disturbingly masculine piece. His dark evening clothes were impeccable, flawlessly fitted to his broad shoulders and lean body, and his spotless white gloves emphasized the long-fingered elegance of his hands. But despite this, he was still Lord Haslemere, with his unruly auburn curls escaping from under his hat, and his cravat just slightly askew. Georgiana didn't care for affectations in dress, but there was no denying that crooked cravat suited him. Lord Haslemere handed her into the carriage, climbed in after her, and seated himself on the opposite bench. "It occurred to me, after I left you this afternoon, to check White's betting book for mention of either Lord Draven or my sister. Scandal and rumours turn into wagers quickly enough."
"That was a good thought. Did you discover anything?"
"Apart from my sister's name penned onto every page." Lord Haslemere's laugh was bitter. "Every lord in London is wagering on her torrid affair with Draven."
"Oh, dear."
The poor Duchess. It was this sort of thing that made Georgiana despise the ton.
"Did Lord Draven take part in any of these wagers?"
"No, he doesn't wager at all, it seems. His name doesn't appear even once in the betting book. I suppose he may have squandered a fortune at Lady Archer's faro bank, just like half the noblemen in London. But somehow I don't think so. Draven's rather a recluse."
"Now you mention the faro bank, my lord, there's something I don't understand. Lady Wilde said Lord Draven was once an, intimate friend of Lady Archer's, so—"
"No, that isn't what she said. She said they were lovers." Lord Haslemere raised a mocking eyebrow at her, his lips twitching. "Surely you can say the word lovers, Georgiana."
Lovers indeed. Why, the odious, teasing man. She would not give him the satisfaction of a blush. "Whatever you wish to call it, the point is that Lady Archer may still have tender feelings toward Lord Draven, and may refuse to divulge his secrets to us."
"Tender feelings? Lady Archer doesn't have tender feelings for anything other than the fistfuls of coins her faro bank takes in every night." Georgiana pursed her lips.
"Such cynicism, my lord, does you no credit at all.
All I meant to say is, she has more reason to be loyal to Lord Draven than she does to help us. And more reason to help herself than any of us. Lady Archer is a businesswoman, Georgiana. She'll help Draven only as long as it suits her purse to do so. I intend to make it worth her while to transfer her loyalty to me. Georgiana fell silent. It was dim inside the carriage, and she took the opportunity to study him as she turned his words over in her mind. His features were more perfect than any man she'd ever seen. He was every bit the devastating gentleman the Ton thought he was. Given his extraordinarily handsome face and the shallowness of London's fashionable set, perhaps it wasn't so surprising they'd drastically underestimated him. After all, she'd done the same thing herself. But she'd been wrong about him, just as nearly everyone else in London was. Lord Haslemere wasn't frivolous, nor was he dim-witted or vain. Reckless? Yes, at least on occasion. No man with any sense of self-preservation provoked Daniel Brixton. Careless? Of himself, perhaps, but not of his sister or his nephew, and not of his friend Lord Darlington. Not even of her, though he hardly knew her, and would be justified in thinking of her more as his foe than his friend. But one thing was certain. Lord Haslemere was no fool, and Georgiana didn't doubt he'd have Lady Archer right where he wanted her within moments of crossing her threshold. There was a certain brilliance to the way he handled people. He knew how to read them, how to see what they tried to hide. It wasn't the sort of brilliance Georgiana had ever admired. At least, not until this afternoon, when she'd watched him draw one confession after another from Lady Wilde, as easily as if he were pulling fish out of a pond on the end of a hook. Perhaps it hadn't been wise of her to spend so much time locked away with her numbers, avoiding people as she did. The trouble was, people were complicated, unpredictable. One never knew what they would do, when they'd lash out, or the numerous different ways they'd find to hurt you. We're here. Welcome to Lady Archer's notorious faro bank, Georgiana. The carriage rolled to a stop, and Georgiana peered out the window. They'd arrived in St. James's Street and stopped outside an elegant townhouse of cream-coloured brick, with a pair of soaring columns flanking the entrance. Light poured from the large bow windows on the ground and first floors, and Georgiana could see scores of fashionably attired guests moving behind the glass. A shaft of light splashed onto the street, illuminating her face, and Georgiana instinctively drew back to a darkened corner of the carriage. A spray of gooseflesh rose on her neck, and a shiver racked her body. All at once, she felt cold down to her bones. "Are you chilled? Here, take this." Lord Haslemere took up the wrap that had slipped from her shoulders and tucked it back around her before hopping from the carriage to the pavement and holding out his hand to assist her to alight. Georgiana shrank away from him, deeper into the safety of the carriage. She didn't want to go in there. The fine people inside would take one look at her and know at once she wasn't meant to be there, that she wasn't like them, and they'd stare at her and snicker behind their fans, and there'd be nowhere for her to go, nowhere to hide. Lord Haslemere let out an impatient sigh. "The sooner we go in, Georgiana, the sooner we can come back out again." Georgiana tried to make herself reach for his hand, but instead she found her cold fingers gripping the sleeve of his coat. She pressed the fingers of her other hand hard against her lips and closed her eyes, dreading the moment when he'd demand to know what the matter was. She'd have to tell him, and he'd laugh at her. "Georgiana?" He stuck his head back inside the carriage. "Are you coming?" I think I've made a mistake, my lord. I can't go in there. I don't know how to. I beg your pardon, but I can't go in there." She didn't realize she'd made a small, choked sound until the carriage tilted under Lord Haslemere's weight. The next thing she knew, he was beside her on the bench, his long, warm fingers wrapped around hers. He didn't mean to touch her. Her hand was in his before he realized he'd moved, and words were falling from his lips before he realized he'd opened his mouth. So strange that, somehow, he knew just how to speak to her, where to touch her. Every word, every movement was somehow exactly the right one, flowing from him like water in a stream cascading over smooth, damp rocks or wisps of cottony clouds across a clear blue sky. Perhaps you're right, and we have made a mistake coming here. Let's consider it, shall we? She didn't answer him, but her fingers curled around his. He glanced out the window at Lady Archer's townhouse and tried to see it as Georgiana must. Grand, isn't it? Far too bright, of course. Every time I attend one of Lady Archer's faro parties, I always end up with a headache from the glare. She peeked over his shoulder to the townhouse on the other side of the carriage window, then asked hesitantly, why is it so bright? There are pier glasses crammed onto every available bit of wall. The town does like to admire itself, you know, but unfortunately it throws the light about until you feel as if you've stumbled into the sun itself. Benedict waited. Georgiana remained silent, but he knew she was listening. The marble in the entryway is the ugliest I've ever seen. Black with blotches of beige, done in a trompe-l'oeil. Lady Archer has the worst taste imaginable. Still nothing from Georgiana, but her eyes, wide and very green this time, were fixed on him. Benedict went on, hardly knowing what he said, just bits of nonsense he'd picked up here and there, but all of it was meant to show Georgiana there was nothing inside that townhouse that could hurt her. As for the faro, there will be a great number of green baize tables, a great scattering of cards, and a great many fashionable ladies with towering feathers in their hair and too much rouge on their cheeks. Rouge? Sudden colour flooded into Georgiana's face. Lady Wilde was, she was wearing rouge this morning. She was, yes. Lady Wilde is a devotee of rouge, and of Lady Archer's faro tables. She's likely to be here tonight, no doubt dangling Harrington on her arm. I doubt you'll have to speak to them. Her ladyship rarely moves once she's seated at a table, and Harrington, being a proper lapdog, won't stir a step without her. Ah, a smile at last. It was a tiny one, but there was a perceptible upward curve at the right corner of Georgiana's pink lips. Pleasure rushed over Benedict. Far more pleasure than he should feel at a mere smile. But before he could chastise himself for being so foolishly, absurdly gratified by it, he was speaking again, trying to earn another one. Lady Trowbridge will be here. Lady Trowbridge is always here, usually lurking in the entryway so she can see who comes in. She's far more interested in the company than she is in playing faro. A circumstance that drives Lady Archer mad. Why does it drive her mad? And there it was, the spark of interest Benedict had hoped to see in her eyes. Because Lady Trowbridge is rumoured to have a fortune in gold coins stuffed into every corner of her townhouse. Lady Archer is desperate to relieve her of them. Is Lady Archer perfectly awful? The high, panicked note had left Georgiana's voice, and her slender body, so rigid only moments before, had relaxed. Benedict smiled. Not really, no. She's a product of the fashionable world, certainly, but no worse than the rest of them. Lady Trowbridge is among the best of the lot. Oh, she's as foolish as any of them, but she's got a kind heart, and she's amusing. An aristocrat with a kind heart, my lord. Georgiana shook her head. I've never heard of such a thing. Benedict had never been happier to hear that sharp tongue than he was right now, and relief swept over him. It's rare enough. Of course, not everyone is agreeable. the guests being mostly ton, and the ton being mostly rather awful people. Georgiana still hadn't withdrawn her hand from his. Why do you say they're awful? Why? Well, consider the Marquis of Templeton, for instance. Dreadfully high in the instep. He takes great pleasure in lording it over everyone, but he's squandered a substantial fortune at Faro and left his elderly mother and 3 younger sisters without 2 farthings to rub together. That's dreadful. Georgiana's voice was soft. It is, yes. Not uncommon, though, sadly. Benedict lowered his gaze to their hands as he played with her fingers, then raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. The point, Georgiana, is that Lady Archer's guests might be ton, but under their rouge and feathers and jewels, they're people with the same faults and flaws as anyone else in London. She let out a shaky laugh. Most people don't bother to look beneath the rouge and feathers and jewels, my lord. Perhaps not, but that doesn't change a thing. None of them are any better than you, Georgiana, Benedict murmured, with a squeeze of her fingers. And most of them are a great deal worse. I dare say they think they're better than me. But even as she said it, the hint of a smile was back, the curve of her lips tugging the most fetching dimple into her cheek. How have I never noticed that dimple before? They're wrong. But if you don't want to come inside, then you don't have to. You can wait here for me in the carriage. I'll go in, have a quick word with Lady Archer, then come back out at once and take you back to Maddox Street. A slight grin curved his lips. Daniel Brixton will be very relieved to have you back so soon. They were both quiet for a long moment. He wasn't aware he was stroking her knuckles with his thumb and tracing her fingertips, until he heard her breath catch. When he turned to her, he found she was watching him under cover of her thick, dark lashes. And her face. Her pallor had fled, leaving a soft pink blush on her cheeks. Her lips were parted, her mouth soft. She was still hiding her eyes under her lashes. It was shyness, not flirtation, but Benedict's body didn't give a damn. His blood began to stir, and within seconds his heart was thundering in his chest. If you do decide to come in, there is one thing you should be aware of. Oh? She sounded as breathless as he felt. What's that, Lord Haslemere? Benedict. He continued his stroking, back and forth over her fingers. You promised you'd call me Benedict, Georgiana. Her eyes seemed enormous, and such a vivid green in her flushed face. Benedict. A thrill shot through him at his name on her lips, and he was obliged to clear his throat before he spoke. Lady Archer's faro tables are infamous for attracting adventurers and scoundrels. Rakes and rogues will be lounging against every wall and crowded into every table, all of them on the hunt for deep pockets or a pretty face. This time, when Benedict reached for her, he knew precisely what he was going to do, where he was going to touch her. Softly, gentle as a whisper, he dragged the back of his gloved fingers down her cheek. Georgiana sucked in a quick breath. But how will I know one when I see him? A rogue, I mean. Benedict stared at her, heat flooding through him, all the desire he hadn't felt for Lady Wilde, for anyone, gathering in his lower belly and burning hotter until it released in a heady rush into his groin. His cock hardened in an instant, leaving him dizzy and panting. Dear God, he wanted her mouth open under his, wanted it with such visceral hunger he could already taste her, sweet and warm on his tongue, quince preserves and something else, something unexpected, a hint of tartness, just enough to drive him mad. But if he took her mouth now, he'd never let her go. So, instead, he caught her fingers in his, lifted them to his lips, and met her gaze over their clasped hands. Her black pupils had swallowed the warm hazel irises of her eyes. They stared at each other for a long moment, the space between them crackling with tension. What will a rogue do? A rogue won't be satisfied with kissing your glove. His voice was deep and husky, his fingers shaking as he turned her palm up, and with a gentle tug peeled her glove back to bare her wrist. He'll kiss you here. He brought her hand up to his mouth and pressed his lips over the beating pulse point there, grazing the delicate blue vein. She let out a soft cry, and Benedict's eyes fell closed at the feel of her skin against his lips, the warm rush of her blood under the tip of his tongue. Chapter 11. The moment Benedict's lips touched her skin, every thought fled Georgiana's head. The fear, the anxiety and panic that had tried to swallow her when they'd arrived at Lady Archer's vanished into mist, chased away by a rush of desire so sweet it left her dizzy, breathless. Those dark emotions were no match for a kiss from a rake. No match for him. The warm clasp of his fingers around hers, his tentative smile and the gentleness of his touch, the soft murmur of his voice. Somehow, he'd known just what to say, just how to reassure her. She gazed down at the dark head bent over her bare wrist, and her lips parted, her heart thrumming madly in her chest as his mouth grazed her pulse, his kiss both comforting and devastating at once. Once she did manage to withdraw her hand from his, she was dazed, her head spinning and her pulse beating wildly under the tingling skin of her wrist. Could he even be called a rake at all? Georgiana hardly knew how to think of him now, but she knew she would think of him long after he'd taken her home tonight. She'd lie in her bed and remember his whispers, the hot brush of his lips against her skin. If Benedict noticed her agitation, he didn't remark on it. His hand was warm and firm around hers as he handed her from the carriage, his arm reassuringly steady under her trembling fingertips as he escorted her to the entrance of Lady Archer's townhouse.
Good evening, Lord Haslemere.
Lady Archer's butler, a sombre-looking fellow in a royal blue coat with sumptuous gold braiding on the cuffs, ushered them into a grand entryway with black marble floors and blazing chandeliers hanging in matched pairs from the ceiling. No soft, comforting glow for Lady Archer, but a hard, bright light pouring down onto the unsuspecting heads below, until it was absorbed into the pit of black marble under their feet. Oh dear, Lord Haslemere was right. It was quite the ugliest marble Georgiana had ever seen, and no matter which way she turned, she caught a glimpse of her own reflection in a gilt pier glass. She looked strange. Pale, but with burning eyes and bright spots of colour in her cheeks. Was she feverish? She started to lift her hand to her cheek, but Lord Haslemere caught it and lowered it to his forearm.
I can feel you trembling.
His voice was low, and his warm breath stirred the tendrils of hair at her temple.
I thought we agreed there's no need for you to be nervous.
I'm not nervous. It wasn't a lie. Whatever nerves still lingered after those moments alone in the carriage with him were gone, but the delicate blue vein at her wrist was still throbbing, as if clamouring for his mouth. What makes you think I'm nervous? Nerves weren't the reason her knees were weak, or tiny shivers were chasing each other over her skin. It wasn't nerves causing the warm, melting sensation in her lower belly, or the dizzying flutter of her heart against her ribs. It was him, and he'd only kissed her wrist. If he ever kissed her mouth, she'd likely swoon. Georgiana couldn't tell if she found the thought titillating or terrifying.
If you're not nervous, Why are you squeezing my arm so tightly you're about to tear my coat sleeve to shreds?
He smiled down at her. Oh! Georgiana glanced down, saw her knuckles had turned white, and loosened her fingers. I beg your
Lord Haslemere, you naughty thing.
Georgiana turned, her eyes widening as a plump lady in a bright green satin gown bore down on them, her hands outstretched. She was half smothered in diamonds and emeralds, and she wore such enormously tall blue and green peacock feathers they threatened to touch the candles set into the chandelier and set the whole arrangement ablaze.
My dear Lord Haslemere, the lady gushed. Why, what extraordinary luck to find you here this evening. It's been an age, has it not?
Good evening, Lady Trowbridge.
Lord Haslemere took the lady's hand and raised it to his lips in a gesture so gallant, Lady Trowbridge, who couldn't be a day under 60 years of age, succumbed to a girlish giggle.
Ah, charming as ever, I see, you wicked man. Have you come for Lady Wilde? I saw her just a moment ago at a table with your friend, the Earl of Harrington.
Lady Trowbridge's merry brown eyes sparkled with mischief.
He's caught you out there, I'm afraid.
Lord Haslemere chuckled.
Not as much as you might imagine, my lady. May I introduce you to my friend, Miss Georgiana?
He didn't give her last name, but Lady Trowbridge didn't seem to notice.
How do you do, my dear?
Her shrewd gaze swept over Georgiana with undisguised interest.
Friend, is she? She's not in your usual style, Haslemere. Pretty, all the same, though.
Not in his usual style? Dear God, did Lady Trowbridge think she was—
Do you play, my dear?
Lady Trowbridge waved her fan toward the back of the house, setting her peacock feathers quivering. Georgiana glanced over Lady Trowbridge's shoulder and saw the doors between the rooms had been thrown open and crowded with tables and dainty gilt chairs upholstered in red satin. Aristocrats of every age, size, and description were perched atop them, chattering like monkeys and flirting, gossiping, and tossing cards about with wild abandon. Goodness, what a spectacle! Even from here, the din was deafening. It put Georgiana in mind of one of the battle reenactments at Astley's amphitheatre, but less entertaining and with a greater likelihood of bloodshed.
You look positively terrified, you poor thing.
Lady Trowbridge tapped Georgiana's arm with her fan.
It is a bit of a crush tonight, but I dare say we can squeeze you in somewhere.
I'm afraid I don't know how to play, my lady. Lady Trowbridge gave her a blank look, as if Georgiana was speaking in another language.
You mean to say you've never played faro?
Georgiana shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. Lady Trowbridge's eyes went wide.
What? Never? Why, how perfectly charming you are. Wherever did you find such a sweet little thing, Haslemere? I'm quite mad for her already.
Lord Haslemere gave an indulgent laugh, and Georgiana glanced up at him to find him looking down at her with a fond expression that must surely be feigned.
You can't expect me to tell my secrets, my lady. But perhaps you'd like to join us at a table. You can tutor Miss Georgiana on the play.
I shall indeed. Someone must take care of her, and you're a shamelessly negligent attendant. Come along, my dear.
Lady Trowbridge linked arms with Georgiana.
You're sure to enjoy yourself. What could be more delightful than squandering Lord Haslemere's money?
Georgiana didn't quite know what to say to that, but she let herself be led toward the back of the house. The air grew thicker, and the buzz of conversation louder as they neared the drawing-room. It was disorienting. Georgiana, who'd never been fond of crowds, stumbled a bit, But Lord Haslemere pressed a strong, reassuring hand to the middle of her back to steady her as they made their way toward a table in the corner.
"It's terribly warm, is it not, my dear? I'm parched."
Lady Trowbridge plopped herself down in one of the gilt chairs and fluttered her fan vigorously in front of her face.
"Fetch us some champagne, won't you, Haslemere? There's a dear boy."
Georgiana perched on the edge of the red satin chair Lord Haslemere secured for her. Directly across from her, a gentleman presided over a green baize board with 2 rows of cards arranged by suit spread across the top, some with neat piles of chips placed in front of them.
"That gentleman there is the banker. You, my dear, are a punter, or more simply put, a player."
Lady Trowbridge twittered on, pointing out different aspects of the game and explaining how to place a wager. Georgiana nodded politely, but one sharp glance had been enough for her not only to see how the game was played, but to calculate the odds of winning or losing on each turn of the cards. She hadn't lied to Lady Trowbridge. She'd never played faro before, but it was a game of numbers, much like every other card game. It was not, however, a particularly complicated game, nor was it a game of chance. Not for anyone who could count, that is.
"Your chips, my dear."
Lord Haslemere reached over Georgiana's shoulder, placed a tall pile of chips to one side of her place and a sparkling glass of champagne on the other, and took the opportunity to murmur in her ear.
"I'll keep an eye out for Lady Archer while you play. Do make an effort not to lose my fortune, won't you?"
Georgiana heard the smile in his voice, and her own lips curved in response. "I make no promises, my lord." He straightened, chuckling, and said little from that point on, leaving her to the tender ministrations of Lady Trowbridge. But he never stirred from behind her chair, and she was acutely aware of him there, very close, the heat from his long, lean body teasing her senses. Georgiana didn't anticipate getting much pleasure from the game, but between Lord Haslemere's strong, tantalizing presence at her back, Lady Trowbridge's endless stream of entertaining nonsense, and the cool, delicious tickle of the champagne on her tongue, it wasn't long before she was having a perfectly lovely time. And then, of course, there were the cards. She didn't have fond memories of her time spent on the London streets, yet Georgiana couldn't deny playing at cards was a bit like seeing an old friend again, a friend as accommodating now as it had ever been. The trouble was, once one knew how to count cards, one couldn't not count them, particularly when the banker was marking each card off on an abacus as it was played. Georgiana couldn't understand it. It was almost as if they were inviting her to cheat. How was it that aristocrats lost entire fortunes at this game?
"My goodness, Miss Georgiana, you're doing very well for yourself,"
Lady Trowbridge exclaimed as the chips on the table in front of Georgiana continued to grow.
"How lucky you are."
"It isn't luck, is it?"
Lord Haslemere whispered the words directly into her ear, his voice low and dark and amused. Georgiana went still but for a deep shiver at that seductive whisper, the faint, intoxicating scent of peppermint lingering on his skin. She'd always had a weakness for peppermints.
"No one would ever guess how wicked you are, would they? Not with those innocent eyes of yours."
His soft laugh wasn't so much a sound as a breath, the warm rush of it against her ear making her quiver.
"But I know your secret, Georgiana."
Georgiana gripped the edge of the table to steady herself, dazed at the powerful tug of desire in her lower belly. Dear God, he wasn't even touching her, but his seductive whisper made her nerve endings spark, made the fine hairs on her neck rise, made her as dizzy as if she'd drank a half-dozen glasses of champagne.
"So clever, aren't you, Princess?"
He crooned, a silken whisper in her ear. Such a clever, wicked lady. He didn't touch her. He wanted to, wanted it more than he'd ever wanted anything, but he didn't dare. He imagined it as he stood there behind her, inhaling her scent, taking it inside himself in one rough breath after the next, his gaze on her hands, the fingertips of her gloves damp with condensation as she toyed with the stem of her champagne glass. Imagined touching her. In some strange, fevered dream, he saw himself leaning over her, opening his mouth against her smooth, pale neck, teasing the loose tendrils there with his tongue, sinking his hands into her hair, plucking out her pins one by one, until the soft, thick locks spilled into his palms, and he drew her head gently back so he could take her lips. A low, frustrated groan rumbled in his chest. Good Lord, what was happening to him? He hadn't even touched her, but he'd never been more aroused in his life. He was shaking with desire, drowning in it.
Well, Lord Haslemere, here you are at last. I'd begun to believe you'd remain in Surrey forever. What a delight to have you back in London again.
Benedict tore his gaze from the back of Georgiana's neck to find Lady Archer at his elbow, an amused smile on her lips.
How do you do, Lady Archer? It's a pleasure to see you.
She pouted as he raised her hand to his lips.
Is it really, my lord? If I hadn't spoken to you, I doubt you would have noticed me at all.
Benedict let his lips linger just a touch too long on her glove.
That would be impossible, my lady. Why would I have come tonight at all, except to see you? You're a shameless creature, Haslemere, but I'm inclined to look favourably upon you, as you seem to have done the impossible.
Lady Archer nodded at Lady Trowbridge.
I can't conceive how you managed to get her to the tables. I've been trying for an age, with no success.
Benedict shrugged.
My masculine wiles, of course.
Lady Archer let out a trill of laughter.
If it was anyone other than you, Lord Haslemere, I'd say that was utter nonsense, but you've always been far too charming for your own good. Still, I'm not inclined to question my good fortune. Lady Trowbridge has plenty of money to waste, and she's dreadful at faro.
Benedict hesitated. He didn't like to leave Georgiana, but she was safe enough with Lady Trowbridge, and he wanted to seize his chance to pry information out of Lady Archer while she was pleased with him.
You could return the favour, my lady.
Oh? Her eyebrows rose.
Is there something I can do for you, my lord? A quick word or two in private, nothing more. Private? You intrigue me. But, of course, I'm pleased to indulge you. No lady would ever refuse Lord Haslemere a favour. Will you come to my private sitting-room?
Thank you, my lady. Benedict rested a hand on Georgiana's shoulder to get her attention, then leaned down to whisper in her ear.
Stay with Lady Trowbridge and don't stir from your seat. I'm off to have a word with Lady Archer. Once I'm finished, I'll return to fetch you.
Georgiana nodded.
Yes, all right.
She sounded slightly breathless, and Benedict just had time to wonder if she was as affected by him as he was by her, before he was obliged to leave her and follow Lady Archer.
Now, Lord Haslemere.
Lady Archer closed the sitting-room door behind her and gestured Benedict to a chair.
How can I help? I have a few questions about Lord Draven I thought you might be able to answer.
Benedict didn't mention the rumour he'd heard from Lady Wilde about Draven having been Lady Archer's lover. Lady Archer was a worldly woman, and would likely understand right away why he'd chosen to come to her.
Poor Lord Draven. You did hear about his, accident, did you not?
Are we pretending it was an accident, my lady? Lady Archer sighed.
I don't suppose there's much point in that, is there? I won't insult you by asking if you had a hand in it, though I've heard whispers to that end.
Whispers?
Is that all? I've had accusations hurled directly in my face, Benedict said, thinking of Mrs. Berry. London does love their rumours, and the ton must have their gossip, regardless of whether there's any truth to it. Indeed, but I've known you long enough to know there's not a morsel of truth in this case. You may be a rake, Haslemere, but you've never been a villain. I thank you for that, my lady. Benedict paused for a moment over his next words, but there was no delicate way to say it. I suppose you've also heard Draven's meant to be having an affair with my sister, the Duchess of Kenilworth.
Ah, that rumour is not, I'm afraid, quite as easily brushed aside. The ton has long believed Lord Draven is nursing a desperate passion for the Duchess. That rumour has endured these 6 years or more, and is so entrenched people regard it as fact.
I don't trouble myself much with what the ton does or doesn't believe, but I think you, Lady Archer, may have more insight into the business than most.
Lady Archer was quiet for a moment. Then she crossed the room and took the chair opposite Benedict's. I might. What would you like to know? Benedict blew out a breath, relief rushing over him. Lady Archer would have been well within her rights to toss him out onto St. James Street for his impertinence. That house party, the one hosted by Lord Draven's father, the trouble seems to have started there. Yes, I believe that's right. Unfortunately, I didn't attend that party, my lord, so anything I tell you about it is merely what I've heard second-hand. I'd be grateful to hear it, just the same. Lady Archer might know something without realising she did. Very well. The Duchess, well, she was Lady Jane then, attended the previous Lord Draven's house party, and the current Lord Draven was said to have fallen madly in love with her then. More than one gentleman sighed after Lady Jane, but I don't need to tell you that, my lord. It was on the tip of Benedict's tongue to ask about Clara Beauchamp, but he decided against it. Miss Beauchamp was never introduced in society, and she wasn't ton or even aristocracy. Hence no one in London seemed to know a thing about her. Alas for poor Lord Draven, the Duke of Kenilworth also attended that house party. He and Lord Draven were good friends, you know, but Kenilworth fell in love with Lady Jane as well, and she with him, if the gossips have the right of it. It was a tragic love triangle, I'm afraid. A love triangle of all absurd things. Benedict would have said Jane was far too sensible to involve herself in such nonsense. But what insight did a brother have into the secret depths of his sister's heart? None, and nor did she wish him to. If nothing else, Jane had made that clear to him this afternoon. You likely know the rest of it, Lord Haslemere. Lord Draven, Kenilworth, and Lady Jane met in London after that doomed house party. Lady Jane came out that season, and Kenilworth immediately began courting her. Well, Lord Draven never really had a chance, did he? Kenilworth inherited an enormous fortune, as you know, and he didn't hesitate to spend it. He purchased the Grosvenor Street house the previous winter, and every belle in London that season was wild to become mistress of it. By the end of it, Lady Jane was the Duchess of Kenilworth. Poor Draven was out, and has spent the past 6 years trying to get back in. And now, according to the gossips, he's succeeded. Lady Archer shrugged. Some think so, yes, but no one really knows the truth. Unfortunately for Lady Jane, it's far more exciting to believe she succumbed to a years-long passion for Lord Draven than otherwise. Fidelity to one's husband is, alas, a dull business. Every fool in London might believe what they liked. Benedict didn't give a damn. All that mattered was what the Duke of Kenilworth believed. If he thought he had reason to doubt his Duchess, wasn't it possible he'd taken his wrath out on Lord Draven? Benedict rose to his feet and began to pace the small room.
Yet, for all those rumours of a rekindled love affair between Lord Draven and Jane, no one seems to think the Duke of Kenilworth had a hand in Lord Draven's mishap, though it seems far more likely a husband would be driven to violence over it than a brother would.
I beg your pardon, Lord Haslemere, but it is not the case that everyone in London believes the Duke of Kenilworth is innocent of the attack on Lord Draven.
Benedict froze mid-step and turned a sharp look on Lady Archer. "Is that so?"
"It is indeed."
He marched back across the room and resumed his seat. "Do you mean to say, Lady Archer, that you don't believe it?" Lady Archer eyed him for a long moment, an expression Benedict couldn't read on her face. She looked wary, fearful even. "I understand Lord Draven and the Duke of Kenilworth were great friends." Benedict paused, but Lady Archer remained silent. "Perhaps the friendship between them is such that the Duke would never suspect." "There was a friendship between them, Lord Haslemere. It ended years ago at that house party, presumably because of the rivalry over Lady Jane. The friendship between the Duke and Lord Draven cooled after that." Benedict leaned forward, his gaze riveted on Lady Archer. "Just how cool did it become?" "Cool enough that by the time Kenilworth and Lord Draven returned to London for the season, they couldn't stand the sight of each other." "My God." Rivalry for a lady's affections did tend to sour a friendship, but this was the first Benedict had heard about such deep animosity between Draven and Kenilworth. How is it possible there was no gossip in London about their falling out? "There was some gossip, but the ton never became aware of the, extent of their disagreement. I only know of it because Lord Draven and I became friends of a sort when he came to London that year." Lady Archer shook her head. "He was in a dreadful state. I've never seen a man more devastated. It's fortunate his father intervened and sent him away to the continent. I don't exaggerate, Lord Haslemere, when I say I believed it saved his life." Benedict nodded. Lady Wilde had told him the same thing. Lady Archer hesitated, then murmured, "Lord Draven's and Kenilworth's falling out was far worse than anyone realises, Lord Haslemere. After the house party was over and they returned to London for the season, they fought a duel." "A duel? Were they fighting over Lady Jane?" Lady Archer gave him a pitying look. "Lord Draven never said, but I imagine it must have been." Benedict was hardly able to believe what he was hearing. No one had ever whispered even a breath about a duel before. This thing grew worse with every word out of Lady Archer's mouth. But Lady Archer wasn't finished. "There is one other thing, Lord Haslemere." Something in her voice made Benedict's blood run cold. Forgive me, but Lady Jane and Lord Draven were in London together that season, and there are some who say Lord Draven was still pursuing her, even after Kenilworth started courting her. I'll leave you to make of that what you will, but it did occur to me it might be the sort of thing that would lead to a duel." Benedict stared at her. No, it was impossible. Jane would never encourage one man's affections while accepting the courtship of another. "There's only one thing that doesn't make sense." Lady Archer frowned. "If the duel was over Draven's continued attentions to Lady Jane, one would think it would be Kenilworth who challenged Lord Draven. It was the other way around. It was Lord Draven who challenged Kenilworth." "Draven may have challenged Kenilworth for stealing away the lady he loved." Benedict might have done the same had he been in Draven's position. Perhaps, though that seems a drastic measure for Lord Draven to take. It wasn't as if a duel would change anything. By then he'd already lost Lady Jane's heart to Kenilworth. Lady Archer shook her head. Lord Draven may have been madly in love with Lady Jane, but he's never been a fool. Every man in love is a fool, my lady. Perhaps. Lady Archer rose from her chair with a sigh. Or perhaps there's a great deal more to this business between Lord Draven, Lady Jane, and the Duke of Kenilworth than anyone suspects. Chapter 12. Well, Miss Georgiana, as delightful as your company is, I believe I've had enough faro for one evening. Lady Trowbridge placed spotted hands heavy with jewels flat on the baize and heaved herself up from her chair. I'm not in luck tonight, and I do so hate to lose. Georgiana glanced uneasily toward the drawing-room door. Benedict had disappeared with Lady Archer some time ago. She'd expected him back by now, but there wasn't a sign of him yet. Oh, but you can't leave me alone, my lady. Georgiana grasped Lady Trowbridge's hand to stop her. Faro is dreadfully confusing, and I don't like to lose all of Lord Haslemere's money. My dear girl, I doubt you've ever been confused about anything in your life. Lady Trowbridge nodded at the tall pile of chips in front of Georgiana. As for Haslemere, I dare say he wouldn't bat an eye if you emptied every blessed coin from his coffers. Anyone can see he's besotted with you. Besotted? It was the last thing Georgiana expected Lady Trowbridge to say, and she couldn't think of a single word to say in reply, until she recalled the way Benedict had looked at Lady Wilde this morning. Anyone who'd seen him then would have thought he was besotted with her. He was, above all, a consummate performer. He could make anyone believe whatever he wished them to believe. But it can't be proper for me to sit here alone. Georgiana trailed off, biting her lip. Not many mistresses worried about propriety, did they? Lady Trowbridge blinked in surprise, but then she offered Georgiana a kind smile. You, Miss Georgiana, are quite a breath of fresh air. I do hope I have the pleasure of seeing you again. She patted Georgiana's hand, and then she hobbled off, feathers waving, and her bright green silk skirts trailing behind her. Georgiana was half tempted to follow Lady Trowbridge, but Benedict had asked her to wait here, and in any case, she didn't like to attract attention to herself by leaving the room. So there she sat, the skin of her neck prickling with self-consciousness, feeling as if every eye in the room was upon her. They weren't, of course. No one paid her any attention. Yet the longer she waited, the more uncomfortable she became. What in the world was keeping Benedict? He'd been gone for ages. Georgiana reached for her flute of champagne and downed the contents in one swallow before reaching for Lady Trowbridge's glass and, with a shrug, finishing it as well. Lovely stuff, champagne. So pleasantly refreshing and bubbly? Yes, that was a good word for it. Georgiana had only ever had it once before, but as the cool liquid flowed down her parched throat, she couldn't think why. More champagne, Miss Georgiana. Georgiana had been watching the doorway of the drawing-room, trying to conjure Benedict through the sheer force of her will. She didn't notice someone had approached until he spoke. Georgiana turned. Oh, no thank you, She broke off, gooseflesh prickling her skin. The Duke of Kenilworth was standing beside her chair. He placed the flute of champagne in his hand on the table before her, as if she hadn't just refused it, then, without an invitation, seated himself in Lady Trowbridge's vacant chair. I insist. This room is very warm, and you appear flushed. His voice was deep and smooth, his address flawlessly polite, but his eyes, grey, narrowed, and pure ice. Georgiana drew back, instinctively putting more space between them.
Have we been introduced, Your Grace?
Not formally, no. I am the Duke of Kenilworth.
The Duke smiled, bearing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth.
And you are Miss Georgiana, friend of my brother-in-law, Lord Haslemere. I don't believe I was told your surname.
Georgiana hesitated. It wasn't at all likely the Duke would recognize her surname. She shunned social engagements and rarely ventured past the bounds of the Clifford School. She was a no-one in London, even to those who were familiar with Lady Clifford. She was certainly far beneath the Duke of Kenilworth's notice. Still, Benedict had made a point of withholding her full name, and now she thought of it, why should the Duke be interested in knowing it? As far as Kenilworth knew, she was simply Benedict's latest mistress. Her name should be of no consequence to him. So she acted as if she didn't understand his hint, and instead offered him a vacant smile. "Do you play faro, Your Grace?"
"Not much, no. Certainly not as well as you do."
He lifted a shoulder in a casual shrug, but Georgiana could see by the slight tightening of his lips he'd noticed she'd dodged his question, and he didn't like it. The Duke of Kenilworth was, not surprisingly, accustomed to having his way.
"Won't you drink your champagne?"
He slid the crystal flute closer to her hand.
"As I said before, you look flushed. Haslemere will be angry if I allow you to become overheated."
"It's kind of you to be so concerned for me, Your Grace." Any more champagne and Georgiana's wits would be well and truly addled, and she couldn't help wondering if that was what the Duke intended. Still, she didn't think it was wise to refuse him a second time, so she clasped the thin crystal stem in her fingers, lifted the flute to her lips, and took the smallest sip imaginable. "Very refreshing indeed." The Duke plucked up one of her chips and turned it lazily between his fingers, his intent gaze focused on her face.
"Now I think of it, where has Haslemere gone? It's bad form for him to leave you here all alone, at the mercy of whatever blackguard chooses to accost you. Perhaps you don't know it, Miss Georgiana, but every coxcomb and villain in London attends Lady Archer's faro parties."
Georgiana watched the chip moving between his gloved fingers, and a tremor darted up her spine. Again, his manner was courteous, solicitous even, but she couldn't shake the feeling he'd just threatened her. She swallowed. "Lord Haslemere stepped out for a moment, only to bid Lady Archer a pleasant evening. He should return at any moment, Your Grace."
"Not quite any moment, Miss Georgiana. He's been gone for half an hour already."
Georgiana blinked. Had he been watching her, and waiting until she was alone before he approached?
"Where did you and Haslemere happen to meet, Miss Georgiana? It's curious, the way you appeared in London seemingly out of nowhere."
"Not nowhere, Your Grace." Georgiana let out a gay laugh, but even she could hear the brittle note in it, and the Duke's eyes narrowed. "Lord Haslemere and I were introduced that is, we met at—"
"I beg your pardon for keeping you waiting, my dear,"
a deep voice said, just as a warm hand landed in the middle of Georgiana's back.
"Good evening, Kenilworth. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. I've never known you to frequent Lady Archer's faro parties before."
Georgiana jerked her head up, nearly sagging with relief when Lord Haslemere's dark eyes met hers.
"Ah, Haslemere, here you are at last."
The Duke tossed the chip in his hand back on the table.
"I thought perhaps you'd gone." "Gone? Come, Kenilworth, do you think I'd leave without collecting my treasure?"
Benedict nodded at the table in front of Georgiana, but the way he curled a proprietary hand around her waist made it clear he wasn't referring to the wager.
"Quite a treasure indeed. I admire you, Haslemere. You've accomplished a great deal in just a few short days. You've only just arrived in London, and here you are with a pile of coins in front of you and a new cher ami on your arm."
"No sense in wasting time, is there?" Benedict shrugged, but his fingers tightened in warning on Georgiana's waist.
"No, indeed. But I'm sure your sister told me you intended to remain in Surrey for the season. What brings you to London?"
"Boredom, primarily. There's only so much rusticating a man can do before he goes mad, Kenilworth. I confess I didn't have much hope for London either, but I find myself pleasantly surprised at the company this season."
"I see that. How odd, though, that I don't recall ever having seen Miss Georgiana's face before."
The Duke was smiling as his gaze swept over Georgiana, but his tone wasn't quite friendly, and Georgiana couldn't suppress a shudder at the shard of ice in his voice. Those cold, narrowed grey eyes seemed to see everything, to peel away everything one wished to hide, their secrets and lies and sins, like peeling flesh from the bone.
"My dear, may I present the Duke of Kenilworth?"
If Kenilworth heard the reluctance in Benedict's voice, he did an admirable job of pretending he hadn't.
"Oh, we've met already. Much to my pleasure."
The Duke seized Georgiana's hand and bowed over it.
"Your Grace."
Georgiana fixed a smile on her lips, but the Duke's grip was tighter than it needed to be, and it was an effort not to snatch her hand away. In 1,000 years, Georgiana could never have predicted what would happen next, and it passed so quickly it was over before she realized it had begun. She felt Benedict go rigid beside her, and the next thing she knew, his long fingers closed around her wrist, and he tugged her toward him until she was nearly sprawled in his lap.
"A trifle possessive, are we, Haslemere?"
The Duke released her hand and turned his attention to Benedict, Georgiana wholly forgotten.
"She's lovely. Wherever did you find her?"
"Lady Wilde's masked ball." He raised Georgiana's hand to his lips and pressed a fervent kiss to her gloved knuckles.
"Quite a successful evening all around. For everyone but Lady Wilde, yes?"
The Duke studied Benedict for another moment, his gaze speculative. Then his lips stretched in a cool smile.
"But she has a new admirer in Lord Harrington, so it seems she's landed on her feet, as all cats do."
Benedict didn't appear to have anything to say in reply to that, and a heavy silence fell between them until the Duke rose to his feet and offered Georgiana a bow.
"Have a pleasant evening, Miss Georgiana. I trust I'll see you again very soon."
The Duke nodded at them, then turned and made his way across the room, pausing once or twice to greet acquaintances. They waited until the Duke had disappeared into another room before Benedict caught Georgiana's hand and tugged her away from the faro table. "Collect your winnings, Georgiana. We're leaving."
"No, not yet."
Georgiana spoke through gritted teeth, that frozen smile still pasted to her lips.
"He's likely still watching us. It will look suspicious if we flee the moment he's out of sight. Another game, and then we'll go."
Benedict dropped into the chair beside her without a word, but all Georgiana's pleasure in the play had evaporated. Her chest was tight, and she was no longer able to concentrate on the cards. The pile of coins in front of her shrank as she lost one hand, then another, until Benedict lost patience, and with a low grumble snatched her hand and hurried her through the crowded rooms and out to the pavement, where Grigg was waiting for them. Benedict handed Georgiana into the carriage, threw himself onto the bench beside her and slammed his fist against the roof with enough violence to make her jump. Damn it! He never should have agreed to let Georgiana accompany him to Lady Archer's this evening. He'd been a fool to let her talk him into it. He didn't like the way Kenilworth had looked at her, and he didn't like the way he'd touched her. The second the Duke lay a hand on her, Benedict had envisioned, in lurid and realistic detail, ripping the man's arm from his body. Until tonight, he would have said he knew Kenilworth well, but the man they'd left just now, the man who'd grabbed Georgiana and seemed to take pleasure in frightening her, he didn't know that man at all. London was overflowing with scoundrels, but Benedict had never heard any ugly rumours about the Duke. His Grace didn't engage in any of the usual aristocratic sins and foibles that characterised so many gentlemen of the temps. He didn't drink, wager, or keep mistresses. There'd never been as much as a whisper against him. And this was London, where everyone was always whispering about everyone else. The man had a spotless reputation. Too spotless. Every single aristocrat in London had felt the sharp edge of the gossips' tongues. Everyone, that is, but Kenilworth. Benedict had never thought it suspicious before, but after his conversation with Lady Archer and that disturbing scene with Georgiana, he couldn't help but wonder if he ever truly knew the Duke at all. Do you think he believed Do you suppose the Duke believes I'm your mistress? Georgiana asked, once Greg closed the door and they were tucked into the carriage and waiting in the queue to turn onto St. James's Street. No. Benedict didn't see any point in pretending. Kenilworth's suspicion had been plain enough. Georgiana was quiet for a moment. Then she muttered, "No, I don't imagine he did. Lady Trowbridge seemed to accept it readily enough, but she's an elderly lady. The Duke is too worldly to believe such an unlikely story." Benedict was peering out the window, but the strange inflection in her voice made him abandon his watch and turn toward her. "What do you mean? Why shouldn't he believe it?" She frowned at him. "You just said yourself he didn't believe it." He had said so, but not, he suspected, for the same reason she did. "I know why I think he wouldn't believe it. I want to know why you think so." "Well, why do you think he didn't believe it?" "Because Kenilworth was likely suspicious of us before he arrived at Lady Archer's tonight. Bagshaw will have told him all about our visit to Jane this morning, and Bagshaw, curse him, has a talent for embellishment. After Bagshaw bent his ear, Kenilworth was bound to be sceptical of anything we said. Why do you think it?" "Well, because I don't look—" Georgiana waved her hand over herself as if it clarified everything. "I don't look like a mistress." What the devil did that mean? "Just what do you suppose a mistress looks like, Georgiana?" She blinked. "Well, I don't know exactly. I'm not sure I've ever seen one before. I just mean I don't look like the sort of lady who'd have a protector." Benedict made an impatient noise in his throat. "I don't see why not." She laughed, but there was no amusement in the sound. "Oh, come now, my lord. I'm nothing like Lady Wilde, am I?" Lady Wilde? What did Lady Wilde have to do with anything? After struggling through an hour of the woman's tiresome company this morning, Benedict could no longer recall why he'd ever considered making her his mistress. The red lips, the fluttering eyelashes, the exposed bosom. It was like hanging thick wallpaper over flaking, cracked plaster. Cracks tended to make themselves known sooner or later. Sooner, in Lady Wilde's case. "No, you're nothing at all like Lady Wilde." And thank God for it. Lady Wilde's voice alone was enough to curdle the blood of a saint, and Benedict was no saint. "Well then," Georgiana straightened her shoulders, her tone brisk, "we're in agreement. Only a certain type of lady stirs a gentleman's amorous inclinations, and I'm—" Amorous inclinations? Where had he heard that phrase before? It sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he'd... Damn it! The first pangs of anger flickered in Benedict's belly as it dawned on him what she meant. Those ladies who don't excite your amorous inclinations must be governesses. "Are you saying, Georgiana," he asked through clenched teeth, "that you think you're the sort of lady a gentleman wouldn't want for his mistress?" Her eyes widened at his tone. "Are you angry?" "That depends." Benedict gritted, his jaws grinding together. "Are you, or are you not, saying you think you couldn't attract a protector?" She drew herself up with a sniff. "I don't see why you're falling into a temper over it. After all, you mistook me for a governess the first time we—" "No, I didn't. You said I looked like the sort of gentleman who thought every woman I didn't want to bed must be a governess, and I said—" Georgiana gasped. "You're mad! I never said a word about anyone bedding anyone else." "And I said there was nothing wrong with governesses, and you said the fault didn't lie with the governesses but with me. And then I asked why you thought I wouldn't want to make you my mistress." She blinked. "I think I've lost the thread of this conversation." "Damn it, Georgiana! How much champagne did you have? I asked why you think Kenilworth wouldn't believe you're my mistress, and the next I know you're spouting some nonsense about Lady Wilde." She jerked her head toward him, startled by his vehemence. "There's no need to become so agitated, my lord. I only meant there are a great many beautiful faces and figures for the gentlemen of London to choose from. Lady Wilde, for instance." "Devil take Lady Wilde! A man can't walk down a street in London without stumbling over a dozen women just like her. There's nothing special in Lady Wilde, whereas you're—" "What?" Benedict trailed off into silence as he struggled to come up with words that might encompass the entirety of who she was, and found he couldn't do it. Georgiana Harley was so many things, each one more surprising than the last, and all of it wrapped up in the most brilliant, alluring package. Clever. Yes, she was clever, but it wasn't only that. He'd known clever women before. Ill-tempered? Yes, she was that too. An unwilling smile tugged at his lips at the thought of her sharp tongue, but there was more to it than that. There must be, otherwise he wouldn't find her so endearing. As for her appearance, Benedict stared at her, the desire simmering in his belly rushing to the surface, stealing his breath and sending a surge of hot blood to his cock. The intelligence in her eyes, the way they couldn't decide if they were green or grey or brown, but changed with her moods and the light and the colours she wore. Her hair, those strands of gold hidden like buried treasure in the thick waves, and the smooth, creamy skin she didn't seem to realize was a temptation, luring his fingertips, making him ache to touch her. And her mouth, those sweet, plump pink lips hiding that tart tongue. She was right about one thing. She was nothing like Lady Wilde, who was interchangeable with every other dark-haired London beauty. No. Georgiana was far more tempting, with a unique beauty that was wrapped up in everything else about her and wholly her own. She was gaping at him, her eyes wide with shock. "I don't understand why you're arguing the point with me, Benedict. You just said yourself the Duke knew we were lying about my being your mistress, so I don't see what—" "Yes, but not because a man wouldn't want to bed you." Benedict's anger was flaring to life again. "That's bloody nonsense." Georgiana crossed her arms over her chest with a huff. "Is this your idea of flattery, my lord? Because I assure you, I don't need your empty praise or—" "Not another word," Benedict hissed through tight lips. "I'm warning you, Georgiana." "How dare—" That was as far as she got, because Benedict seized her wrists, tugged her against his chest, and took her mouth with his. For the first few seconds, the kiss wasn't so much an expression of desire as a battle of wills, with Georgiana determined to have her say and Benedict just as determined to silence her. But then somehow her mouth softened under his, and his tongue found its way between those irresistible pink lips, and the kiss became something else entirely. Wild, passionate, a tiny spark bursting into flames. He'd had a taste of it earlier, when he'd pressed his lips to the soft skin of her wrist and felt the wild flutter of her pulse under his tongue. But this, nothing could have prepared him for this. The seductive heat of her mouth, her plump lower lip caught between his teeth, and her breathy little moan as he sucked and nibbled her there. Her hands on his cheeks burned his skin. The scent of her hair dizzied him. The sensual stroke of her lips against his maddened him. In an instant he was hard for her, every inch of him aching to get closer, to have more of her. Her mouth was eager but hesitant, her tongue stroking his before darting shyly away again, and the tease only served to arouse him further. "Georgiana," he whispered through strangled breaths, sinking his hands into her hair to still her for his mouth. Give me your mouth." He'd felt the tug of desire in his belly before, had kissed dozens of women before her, had taken them to his bed, but no woman had ever affected him as she did. He couldn't get close enough to her, couldn't take her mouth deeply enough, and passion made him desperate. "Come here, princess." He wrapped his hands around her waist and lifted her into his lap, a strangled groan escaping his lips when she sank against him without a moment's hesitation. She was trembling in his arms, but not from fear. For him. She was trembling for him. "Put your arms around my neck," he whispered against her lips. "Yes, like that. Dear God, Georgiana, you feel so perfect." The slender curves of her hips in his hands, the soft swell of her breasts against his chest, her hair spilling from its pins, the wayward strands teasing the narrow strip of bare flesh between his gloves and his coat sleeves. Such a tiny, fleeting caress, but enough to drag a helpless moan from him. Dear God, if another part of their bare bodies ever touched, it might kill him. Is this what a mistress does? Shamelessly kisses her protector in his carriage? Benedict could hear the smile in her voice, and his own lips curved in response. "It's a start." Her fingernails stroked lightly over the back of his neck. "What else does she do?" Benedict said, his eyes sliding shut. How did she know just how to touch him? She was an innocent, he was certain of it. But her shy, eager caresses were driving him mad. He arched his neck, begging without words for more of those tiny kisses. "No." She drew back, a shaky laugh slipping from her lips. "I didn't quite understand you." "Are you teasing me, princess?" Benedict breathed, regaining his wits with an effort. God, he loved this playful side to her, all the more delicious because he'd never expected it. She was so serious most of the time, and kept such tight control over her emotions. But now she'd let herself go, she was reveling in her freedom. He wanted to see her like this always, with that little smile on her lips and desire turning her eyes a warm golden brown. Benedict cupped her hips and dragged her closer, but resisted the temptation to thrust against her. He was as hard as iron, and he didn't want to frighten her, but he kissed her everywhere, her lips over and over again. He pressed a tender kiss to her temple, then ran his tongue around the shell of her ear before sliding lower to nip and tease her earlobe, smiling when she gasped. Her hands twisted in his hair when he suckled at the tender skin of her throat, and she let out a soft cry when he buried his face between her neck and shoulder, sliding his lips over the sensitive arch there. By the time they came to a stop, they were both panting. Grigg, bless him, had turned down a side street instead of pulling directly in front of the school, likely in an effort to keep Brixton from tearing Benedict limb from limb, if he happened to look out a window. Still, he had to stop now, before he gave in to the temptation to take her back to his townhouse and take her to his bed. Benedict forced himself to release her and set her back in her seat. Then he had to resist the urge to drag her right back again.
I think you'd better go, Georgiana.
She caught his hand in hers when he reached for the carriage door. No, there's no need to escort me. He frowned.
I'm not going to drop you off on the street, Georgiana.
It's best this way. If Daniel sees you looking so dishevelled, he'll have your head.
I told you before, I'm not worried about Brixton.
Well, you should be. Benedict tweaked one of her loose curls.
What about you? You look dishevelled as well.
Yes, but my head is safe from Daniel. She pressed one last quick kiss on his lips, then slid across the bench toward the door. Grigg was waiting to hand her out, but Benedict caught her elbow before she could slip away.
Wait.
He held her gaze as he raised her hand to his lips and pressed a fervent kiss into her palm. Even in the dim moonlight, he could see a surge of colour rush into her cheeks.
Good night, Georgiana.
Good night, my lord. Benedict waited until she reached the corner. Then he leapt from the carriage to the street.
We can't let a young lady wander about in the dark alone, can we, Grigg?
Grigg grinned.
No, my lord.
No matter how stubborn she is about it. Wait for me here, Grigg. I'll return in a moment, once I see Miss Harley makes it safely into the house.